Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
Cool night air tickled Elijah's skin as he stepped through the portal and into the lighthouse tower. For a moment, he ignored the notifications announcing his entrance and informing him of the task he was meant to accomplish, instead focusing on his surroundings. The air wasn't just cold. It carried with it a mostly unidentifiable odor that reminded him of a long-neglected basement. Yet, the environment didn't support that imagined scenario, because he found himself in the middle of a forest populated by gnarled trees. Fog clung to the ground, obscuring the underbrush from sight. Elijah could feel it via one with nature, but nothing about it was abnormal. However, he couldn't escape the tendril of unease that gripped his spine. As the others materialized beside him, he acknowledged his notifications. The first was, "Welcome to the Magister's Estate, Level 1. To advance to Level 2, complete the task before you." It was similar to every other notification he'd received upon entering a tower, and the name didn't give him any information as to the nature of the challenge. So Elijah moved on to the next notification. Task: discover the source and take the first step to destroying it. That's vague, he muttered. He turned to Kenna and continued, find the source. What do you think it means? We do not know, outsider, Badu growled, pushing past Elijah and looking around. We must explore the area and find. Just then, a screech filled the air, cutting him off. It was a long way off, but it still sent another chill up Elijah's spine. More importantly, it clearly frightened Badu. The elf took a step back, a ripple of air surrounding his body. It was all Elijah could do not to sigh in frustration. Over the course of the journey to the lighthouse, he'd learned a few things about the elves. Their personalities were still something of a mystery. They weren't eager to reveal too much to him, after all, but one thing was obvious: they were even more inexperienced than he was. Sure, they'd come from a long-developed world where the touch of the world tree had been present for millennia. However, the nature of their society was such that none of them had ever even sniffed a tower. On their world of Irag, that privilege was reserved for the aristocracy or their forces. And the elves who'd come to Earth came from the elven equivalent of the ghetto. Or a trailer park. They were the poorest of the poor. The desperate masses whose only hope for any future was to pick up everything, travel across multiple universes, and settle in a dangerous world full of the unknown. Because of that, Elijah was far and away the most experienced among the party, at least when it came to towers. Okay, so as far as I can tell, each of you can take 3 buffs from me, Elijah said, using one of the gaming terms he'd learned in cities like Argos and Norcastle. They just felt less awkward. So what do you want? I can do everything but Ethera. After he was forced to explain what he meant, they each told him their preferences. And understandably, they all asked for Aura of Renewal, Essence of the Boar, and Essence of the Monkey. In addition, they received Essence of the Wolf, which didn't take up any of their slots. For his part, Elijah added Essence of the Lion, intending to switch it out for Shield of Brambles if the situation called for it. For now, though, he reasoned that, as the group's designated healer, he wasn't supposed to take any damage. So he applied his buffs accordingly. Psycha added a spell which coated their bodies in barely visible armor that looked like it was made of rock. According to her, it wasn't meant to increase any attributes. Rather, it blunted any damage they might have to endure. Although the spell could only take so much damage before it fell away, Elijah was happy for the extra protection. None of the others had any buffs to apply, which Elijah found odd. He had so many that he'd just assumed that everyone else had access to similar enhancements. Obviously not, though. Once everyone was buffed, the group set out through the trees. As they did, the screeching grew ever louder. To Elijah, the cries sounded like nothing he'd ever heard before, a combination of a bird call and a human screams, with a little extra reverberation thrown in for good measure. Either way, it was wholly unnerving, a state that affected the elves just as much as it did him. If it had been up to Elijah, he would have shifted into his draconid form, and remained under the cover of guise of the unseen. However, that would have exposed the other members of the party. He forced himself to remember that, unlike in the previous towers he'd conquered, his job wasn't to do everything. In fact, his only task was to keep everyone alive. To that end, he remained in his human form, alert and ready for any dangers that might present themselves. Or that was what he thought. The reality was that he very much was not prepared for the monsters that came screeching through the trees. They were humanoid. In fact, they seemed like they might have once been actual humans. Yet they were green, or gray-skinned, wearing ripped and ragged remnants of clothing that barely covered anything. On top of that, their arms were slightly too long, their claws far too sharp, and their faces a massacre of scars, pustules, and mucus. Oh, and they were clearly feral, displaying the sort of unflinching commitment to attack usually reserved for the unliving in zombie movies. Using one with nature, Elijah was the first to detect the horde of creatures as they cut through the foggy forest, and he shouted, "Ready yourselves. Monsters coming." He recoiled from what he felt through one with nature. The monsters were anything but natural. In fact, they felt like abominations, mixtures of death and life and something else Elijah couldn't identify. Thankfully, he didn't have time to dwell on it before the fast-moving monsters showed themselves. The elves recoiled, but to their credit, they reacted quickly. Bardic, the earthen golem, rumbled forward to meet them, and with a roar that sounded like a landslide, activated some sort of ability that drew the attention of the enemies. The ghouls, because they couldn't be anything else, from Elijah's perspective, collapsed onto the golem with a cloud of dust. Chips of rock flew as the sound of claws on earth filled the air. Elijah cast Soothe on the giant earthen creature, and the damage inflicted by the monsters started to heal. But it wasn't enough, so he used Healing Rain as well. That kept pace, but Elijah knew it wouldn't last. Eventually, the golem would fall before the tide of monsters. Fortunately, the elves had already responded, filling the atmosphere with various spells. Kenna wielded a whip of water, which she used to repeatedly lash the ghouls. Where that spell landed, flesh parted, and in some cases, limbs flew free. At the same time, Nimona cast a spell that turned the ground to quicksand. The ghouls sank to their knees, impeding their movement. The golem's footing, though, remained sure. But the real star was Badu, who twirled and gestured like a kung fu master, sending out blades of wind that cut the ghouls to pieces. Before long, the area had become a charnel house for oddly colored flesh as the elves brought their powerful spells to bear. Meanwhile, Elijah struggled to mend any damage his party members sustained. Most of that damage was directed at the golem, but every now and then, one of the ghouls would break free of the horde and fall upon one of the elves. In those instances, the party redirected their fire, slaughtering the offending ghoul, yet there was always some damage. In response, Elijah made a habit of darting forward to use Touch of Nature. However, for each member of the party, Soothe remained active. The combination of that Heal Over Time spell and Healing Rain was enough to keep up with any incidental damage, at least to the point where it would allow enough time for Elijah to apply Touch of Nature. Like that, the group fought. But it quickly became apparent that, unless something changed, Elijah would run out of Ethera. So he slowly adjusted his tactics. Instead of playing it safe by keeping Soothe active on each of his group members, he used it more reactively. It was more dangerous, but it was also the only way he could accomplish his goal of keeping everyone upright until the horde was defeated. More than anything, though, he began to understand the limitations of his class. Other healers, he knew, could use powerful spells from afar. Meanwhile, to utilize his most powerful healing ability, Elijah had to lay hands on the spell's recipient. Soothe and Healing Rain were extremely efficient, but to heal lethal damage, they were both far too slow acting. Regardless, Elijah kept pace, probably because of the combined influences of his powerful dragon core and the crook of the serpent healer. Without either, he would have failed. Of course, the moment Elijah felt like he'd managed to get a handle on things, it all went wrong. Part of it was the simple progression of the tower, which was expected. What Elijah didn't expect was for stupidity to rear its ugly head, though, in hindsight, that particular inevitability should have been obvious as well. The first part came when a larger, bullier, and significantly more powerful ghoul crashed through the trees and fell upon Bardic. The golem responded with a massive backhand that sent the newcomer staggering away, but no one could afford to pull their attention from the main horde. So Elijah chose to act. He shouted, "I'm going to stall the big one. Don't attack it." A second later, he finished casting his spell, and thick vines erupted from the ground, tangling themselves around the alpha ghoul's legs. It tried to rip free, but they held. It was only temporary, but it would allow the others to refocus. Even as he resumed healing, Elijah saw something that, if he wasn't so busy, would have elicited a groan. Badu twirled, aiming a round kick at the hulking ghoul. He was nearly a dozen feet away, but the ability sent a series of wickedly sharp air blades at the ghoul. They hit with a shower of dull blood, but they also severed the roots keeping the ghoul in place. And that was more than enough to ruin everything. The monster ripped its legs free of Elijah's immobilizing spell, then sighted in on Badu. Even as the elf landed, the creature stomped forward and clamped its claws around him. Bardic let out its taunting yell, but it was no good. There was no diluting the alpha ghoul's ire for the elf who'd injured it. Elijah cast Soothe on Badu, then renewed Healing Rain. But those spells were incapable of keeping up with the monster's might. Badu screamed as his bones were crushed beneath the creature's grip, but even with Elijah's efforts mending the worst of the damage, he was incapable of stopping the monster's jaws from closing around his neck. His screams turned to gurgles as the ghoul ripped his throat out. That's when Elijah arrived, slapping his hand on Badu's leg and channeling touch of nature through his body. His flesh mended, and the gurgling scream turned to cries of agony. That just invited the ghoul to try again. However, Elijah wasn't going to alloy that. He aimed his staff at the monster's legs in a sweeping attack that ripped its feet out from under it. Badu scrambled free as the alpha ghoul fell, and Elijah shoved him away. Then, he reared back and brought his staff down in a sledgehammer strike that shattered the creature's face. It wasn't enough to disable the monster, but it still provided a great distraction until, at last, Bardic arrived. Smaller ghouls crawled all over the golem's back, ripping its rocky flesh free in a shower of pebbles and dust. Elijah reapplied Soothe, but even when he dashed forward and used Touch of Nature, it was clear that his efforts would come up short. He looked back to see that his party was on the verge of being overwhelmed. None were down yet, but that didn't look like it was going to last long. Elijah knew what he had to do. "Retreat," he shouted. "I can't keep up with the damage." To their credit, the elves did just that. And with Psyche's quicksand spell, the ghouls were slowed just enough to give them an opportunity to get away. Which left Elijah alone. That was fine, though. He was a druid. More, he was an animist. And if there was one thing he was good at, it was going solo. Even as his party members escaped, Elijah shifted into his lamellar ape form. Then, he unleashed bestial hell. Anger coursed through Elijah's entire body, gripping his mind with implacable fury, as he laid waste to the monsters clambering across his scaly body. They bit and they clawed, and despite his high constitution, and the durable nature of his shape of the guardian, they left him in ruins. Yet, Elijah was no stranger to pain. He could endure whatever the ghouls dished out. Not so for his companions. Fortunately, with every passing moment, they drew closer to safety. He hoped they'd passed out of his detection range, so he couldn't be sure. Elijah had lost track of how long it had been since that idiot Badu had ruined everything with his misguided attempt at heroics. But it had been at least an hour. Maybe much longer. In any case, he didn't have much opportunity to focus on anything else, because the horde of ghouls just kept coming. At first, he'd expected to finish the alpha off, which he had with no difficulty, and rejoin his party members. However, by the time he'd broken free, even more ghouls had arrived, and they stood between him and wherever the elves had taken shelter. He didn't know if they were alive or dead. In fact, all Elijah really knew was that he was furious. With the ghouls. With the tower. With the system that had created it. But most of all, his fury was directed at Badu, who'd started the cascade of misfortune that had seen Elijah surrounded by hellish ghouls. He channeled that anger into his attacks. In the lamellar ape form, he didn't bother with fancy maneuvers. Most of the time, he simply bashed his enemies with his superior strength and the leverage of his long arms. Sometimes, he ripped them to pieces. Other times, he used an unlucky ghoul as a temporary weapon, battering its fellows to death with a green-skinned cudgel. But there was no grace to it. Simple power and durability. Still, he took plenty of damage. The monster's claws were sharp, and what's more, they had some sort of ability that made them even more lethal. And finally, there was an unidentifiable affliction buried in each attack, and as it built up, Elijah found himself growing weaker. He had strength to spare, though. So he continued his massacre. Even when alpha ghouls showed up, he barely slowed. They couldn't stand up to his might. Elijah knew he was on a timer, though. The affliction continuously built, sapping his strength. Eventually, it would push past the point of no return, and weaken him enough that the endless tide of ghouls overcame even his vaunted constitution. So he slowly followed the path of his companions, hoping that they'd found somewhere to hole up. And to his surprise, Elijah found just that an hour or so later when he spied a mausoleum. It was made all of black marble decorated with sharp points that reminded Elijah of Gothic architecture. But it had a sturdy door protected by a shield of shimmering Ethera. More importantly, when he drew closer, he could sense his companions inside. The elves were all prone, clearly injured, and surrounded by other people who seemed to be tending them. By the time he reached the door, Elijah was on his last legs. The insidious affliction had sapped his strength to almost nothing, and his hide hung from his body in tatters. He shouted, "Let me in." He heard Badu weakly mumble something about leaving him out there, but he was overruled by Kenna, who begged the other people to let him inside. They complied, and the shield of Ethera flickered, then disappeared. After that, a group of humans, by the look poured out, burying the ghouls in a series of spells. They weren't powerful, but each spell had an added effect of repelling the monsters. Elijah dashed past them, stumbling through the door. A moment later, the mausoleum's defenders collapsed back through the entrance, restoring the shield. Then, they slammed the door, sealing the ghoulish horde outside. Elijah dropped to his knees, his scales in tatters. Pain and weakness coursed through his entire body, drowning his mind in confusion. His vision began to darken, and he verged on losing consciousness. However, one facet of his quartz mind managed to maintain enough focus for him to use Guardian's renewal. As the ability took hold, his body mended. But the weakness persisted. The Ethera that drove the ability fought against it, going back and forth until, at last, it came through. The weakness disappeared, and as Elijah's body finished its healing, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he shifted back to his human form. For a long moment, he remained on his hands and knees. His crook remained on the floor of the mausoleum, as he tried to catch his breath. But he wasn't focused on any of that. Instead, the whole of his attention was on the fact that Guardian's renewal had, for the very first time, struggled to heal him. And that wasn't supposed to happen. Guardian's renewal. Instantly and completely regenerate. Cooldown affected by regeneration attribute. Current, once per 6.65 days. Instantly and completely regenerate, the description said. There were no caveats. No addendums to its power. And Elijah had assumed it was entirely unlimited. Clearly, though, there were some things that could challenge it. And presumably, there were afflictions or levels of damage that would defeat it as well. The struggle between the ghouls' afflictions had stretched its limits, and if it had been any worse, Guardian's renewal would have failed. Which did not bode well for his companions. He looked up to see the elves lying nearby. Their clothes were bloody, and they had clearly suffered plenty of wounds. Due to his efforts in healing, many of those injuries had mended. However, it was clear that they suffered from the same afflictions that his guardian's renewal had struggled to banish. Elijah pushed himself to his feet, and immediately summoned healing rain. Then, he cast Soothe on each elf. As he moved to Kanae's side, he said, "Tell me what's wrong." With some effort, she managed to say, "Weakness. My stomach is twisted in cramps. My mind is foggy." "Heal us," rasped Badu. "Show you're not worthless." Elijah wanted to lash out and silence the elf. But he restrained himself. Instead, he said, "You're the one who went off script. If you wouldn't have ruined my spell, you know what? I don't need to prove myself to you. You're a moron, and as far as I'm concerned, you can die." Kanae said, "Please, Elijah." He sighed, preparing to respond. However, before he could speak, one of the tower's natives said, "You will not be able to heal them. You are no priest." "What?" Elijah asked, looking up. The people were all human, though with slightly exaggerated features. But they wore tall hats with short brims, pants that only came down to their knees, and buckled shoes. Each one wore a long coat, held closed by silver toggles. "You may heal the wounds, but the curse will remain. If it is not banished within a day, your friends will join the Magister. We will slay them before we allow that." Elijah's fingers tightened around his crook of the serpent healer. He took a step forward and said, "Don't threaten my allies." "It is no threat," said the man. "It is a kindness. The curse will change them, and in ways they will not want to endure. They will become monsters." Elijah wasn't going to take the man's word for it. So he knelt next to Kanae, laid his hand on her shoulder, then flooded her with touch of nature. For nearly 5 minutes, he continuously cast the spell. All the while, he kept Soothe and healing rain going as well. But despite all that, she did not recover. In fact, she grew worse. Finally, when his core was empty, Elijah pulled away. As he did, he turned on the tower native and demanded, "How do I fix it? You must find the source and slay it." "Where is it? What is it?" In the manner the native said. "Lord Lothgol is the source of the curse. He must be destroyed, and the curse will be lifted." That reminded him of his task. "Discover the source and take the first step in destroying it," the notification said. It didn't take a leap of logic for Elijah to see how it all tied together. The first step was likely to gain access to the manor, which meant crossing the ghoul-infested grounds. Perhaps if he was a true healer, he would have some means of removing the curse, but as it stood, none of his spells did any good. That meant he had only one option. He needed to conquer the tower in order to save the elves, and he would have to do so alone. More, he didn't have the leeway to tarry as he had in his first run through the college tower. He'd taken his time in the Reaver's Citadel as well. Now, though, he couldn't do that. Sighing, he rolled his shoulders and asked, "Is that door the only way out?" The native said, "No. There is a back door that exits slightly closer to the manor. But that area is infested with servitors." "That's fine," Elijah said. Then, he knelt next to Kanae and, in as soothing a voice as he could manage, said, "I'll fix this. Just hang on." He gripped her shoulder again, but she didn't give any signs that she'd heard him. None of the others were conscious, either. So, after ensuring that the natives would care for his companions, Elijah followed the leader to the back exit, which required traversing a series of catacombs until they reached a ramp that led to a hatch. Elijah said, "I'll be back when I'm done dealing with Lord Lothgol." "I wish you luck, friend." Elijah just shook his head, then shifted into his draconid form. In the shape's growly voice he said, "Turn around. I need to stealth." To his credit, after telling Elijah the appropriate direction, the man didn't ask any questions. Nor did he display any real degree of alarm. Instead, he just did as he was asked, and once Elijah was cloaked in guise of the unseen, he opened the hatch. Under the influence of essence of the wolf, Elijah dashed through. At first, he didn't see any ghouls or servitors, as the men had called them, but as soon as the hatch clanged shut, the creatures made their presence known. They rushed toward the closed hatch, scratching and clawing at an ethereal shield. Meanwhile, Elijah stalked away, weaving between the twisted trees as he made his way in the direction of the manor. As he went, he was astounded by the sheer number of servitors. At rest they barely moved, and without one with nature, he might not have noticed them at all. Yet, with his spell, he could feel just how unnatural they were. Elijah's instinct screamed at him to kill as many as he could, but he knew that was a path to ruin. After all, Guardian's renewal wouldn't be available for more than 6 days, so he had no way of removing the curse. So he couldn't simply fight his way into the manor, not so long as the servitors were around at least. Instead, he needed to sneak through the forest, enter the manor, and kill Lord Lothgol, whoever that was. After a little more than an hour, he finally caught sight of the manor, and as the tower's ambience might suggest, the building was an exaggerated caricature of Gothic architecture that looked like it would have been at home in a video game. Dark spires jutted toward the sky, and detailed statues depicting agonized figures were the most obvious characteristics, but the other hallmarks of Gothic architecture were there as well. Flying buttresses, pointed arches, and grotesque gargoyles abounded, and the entire thing was built out of dark stone. With the ever-present fog and silvery moonlight, it made for an incredibly imposing structure. Elijah only took a few minutes to study it before he set off to find a way inside. The moment he reached the entrance, he found himself rebuffed by a dense horde of servitors, each one an alpha, that was so thick that it made sneaking inside an impossibility. There simply wasn't room. And even if there had been, when Elijah looked at the doors, he saw a blood-red shimmer that reminded him of the shields erected by the natives, though in a different color. Abandoning that entrance, Elijah circled the manor, looking for other possibilities. He found a few, but each one was guarded by that same red shield. He was just getting ready to test his mettle against the manor's defenses when he stumbled upon a battle in progress. There were a dozen of the tall-hatted natives fighting against a small group of servitor alphas. And they were losing. Elijah would have left them to die, but he was brought up short by 2 factors. First, the natives clearly knew more about the manor than he could discover in the short time allotted. So perhaps they could direct him to an unguarded entrance. Or failing that, maybe they could at least tell him what the defenses entailed. Otherwise, he'd have to test them himself, and he didn't think that would end well. The second reason was rooted in the fact that they, or at least their allies, had already helped him and his party members. But would they continue to do so if the ones back in the mausoleum discovered that he chose not to help their fellows? Probably not. So, with a draconic sigh, he prepared himself for battle. Elijah had no intention of engaging the servitors in a straight fight. There were only 10 of them, so he felt reasonably sure that, using iron scales, he could endure whatever they could dish out. Yet, if he missed even one attack, he ran the risk of becoming infected. And if that happened, he had nothing to stop it. In other words, infection meant death. So, with that in mind, he positioned himself at the edge of his range, which was around 20 yards. Then, he ducked behind a spiny hedgerow and cast Swarm. He desperately wished he hadn't. Hundreds of maggoty white grubs climbed out of the ground to latch onto the servitors' bare legs. None of them even recognized the danger, and Elijah wasn't going to put himself at risk just to save some people whose help was not guaranteed. Instead, as soon as the first swarm dissipated, he cast it again. And again after that. With every passing second, the servitors grew weaker until they were incapable of standing up to the tower natives. After that, the battle wound down fairly quickly, with Elijah's potential allies ruthlessly finishing the monsters off. Once they did, Elijah pushed himself to his feet, and waved at the men and women who'd been fighting the servitors. They didn't seem surprised. In fact, they were relieved to see him, for some reason. As Elijah approached, he saw that each one wore thick chainmail beneath their ripped clothing. "Are you all okay? Do you need healing?" "We are uninjured, stranger," said a woman as she stepped forward. She was blonde, with a thick braid, but otherwise unremarkable features. "Are you here to slay the creator?" Maybe. Is that Lothgar?" No. That fell being is far beyond any of us. The Creator is vulnerable, though. We have sundered his defenses. His horde has abandoned him. If you slay him, the servitors shall lose all power. You're saying that if I kill this Creator, the ghouls will die? They will. Okay. That's added to the list, then, Elijah said. Indeed, if he could kill the ghouls, getting into the manor would become much easier. Is there another entrance besides the main one? I need to get inside. The Creator has a key, the woman answered. If you slay him, you can take the key and enter the mansion through any of the entrances. And those red shields? They will drain your blood from your body if you pass through them without a key, she stated. Fantastic. Guess it's time to kill a Creator, then. What can you tell me about him? He asked. As it turned out, the answer to that question left a lot to be desired. Other than giving him directions to the Creator's crypt, because of course it had set up shop in a crypt, the woman could offer no more information. She did reiterate the dangers inherent in being injured by the servitors, but she also noted that the Creator and its closest abominations were incapable of inflicting such an affliction. She also refused to accompany Elijah, claiming that she had another mission. When he asked about that, she went silent, choosing not to elaborate. Obviously, Elijah would have to assail the Creator on his own. So, after thanking the woman for the information, he shifted back into his draconic form and headed off into the forest, following the woman's directions. After 30 minutes, he reached his destination. The entrance to the crypt was another mausoleum, though instead of black marble, this one was constructed of white stone trimmed all in gold. A fortune had to have been spent just on the decorations, which trended toward Art Deco, but with more of a Gothic flair. In any case, the door was open, so after spending a little time searching the surrounding area, which was entirely free of servitors, Elijah headed inside. On the other side of the door was a steep set of stairs, and with every step, Elijah felt the temperature drop. More, when he reached the bottom, he saw glowing green liquid flowing on either side of the connected hall. It bubbled and sloshed, though Elijah wasn't brave enough to touch it. In any case, he continued on, padding down the corridor, which was about 10 feet wide, until he reached a large chamber a few hundred feet in. That's when he received his first sight of the Creator. It was about 9 feet tall, and unnaturally thin. For clothing, it wore a thick, black robe trimmed in yellow stars, and otherwise, it was covered in dirty bandages. In the few spots where its skin was exposed, thick scabs were visible. When Elijah entered the chamber, the creature was bent over a cauldron, stirring it with a giant ladle. Lining either side of the room were 6'3" to a side bulbous abominations that took the basic shape of people, but were clearly pieced together from some other, far larger type of creature. The disparate pieces had been sewn together with thick wire, and they had only blank skin where their faces should have been. The floor was made of iron grates, below which was that same bubbling green liquid. Every now and then, the Creator would bend down, dip his ladle into the green substance, and add it to the cauldron. As it worked, it hummed tunelessly. As horrifying as the scene was, the smell made everything infinitely worse. A mixture of methane, rot, and something sickly sweet made Elijah's stomach turn. But he ignored it. Instead, he focused on the presence of the amulet around the Creator's neck. It matched the description he'd been given, so he felt confident in marking it as the key to entering the manor. The way Elijah saw it, he had 3 options. First, he could simply pounce on the Creator and hope he could kill the creature before it had a chance to react. Something told him that was a long shot, though. This wasn't just some random servitor, but a creature of some importance to the tower. And from his experience, that meant it would be difficult to kill. The second option was to engage in hit-and-run tactics. The corridor was long enough that using that strategy might be possible. He could attack the Creator, then dart back up the corridor and use his spells to keep his distance. Slowly, that would whittle the monster down. But that risked bringing the servitors into the mix. They weren't in the area at present, but who was to say that would continue to be the case? Surely, the Creator could call its creations into battle. And if that happened, Elijah would certainly die either from the onslaught of ghoulish monsters or via the curse they carried. The third option was to ambush, then switch into his lamellar ape form, and take whatever punishment they could dish out. That was an all-or-nothing tactic, though, without much in the way of margin for error. In the end, Elijah decided on a combination of the first and third option. He would ambush, then adjust from there. So, with that in mind, he stalked forward, the iron grates beneath his feet cold. The green liquid bubbled and popped, adding its ambience to the creator's strange humming. Elijah leaped, pouncing on the monster's back and aiming a vicious bite at its skull. However, the moment his jaws latched onto the thing's head, it let out an unholy screech, then collapsed into a pile of bandages. Elijah hit the floor with a metallic clang, then wheeled around, looking for a creature that was not there. The bandages snaked across the floor, unraveling as they went in different directions. Elijah pounced on one, ripping it to shreds, but the others were too quick. They reached their destinations, wrapping around the abominations and climbing their stocky torsos until they wrapped around their heads like blindfolds. That's when 5 monsters shuddered to life. The 6th remained stationary as the others rumbled forward. Elijah knew better than to remain motionless, so he dashed toward one, using Venom Strike before raking his claws across its leg. He kept going, bounding off the wall to change direction before aiming another strike at the next monster. Without stopping, he dashed toward the next in line. Then, everything went wrong. The grates opened and a series of tentacle-like bandages erupted from the bubbling green liquid, wrapping themselves around Elijah's form before he realized what was happening. He thrashed, ripping himself free, but even more bandages emerged to replace them. Meanwhile, the abominations dropped into the pool of liquid, but rather than being melted by acid or poisoned, their skin took on a shimmering green tint as they were obviously empowered. Elijah only noticed that much because of one with nature, but he didn't have any time to do anything with that information. Instead, the entirety of his attention was required to keep himself from being yanked into the green liquid. While it might have been empowering for the abominations, it certainly wouldn't have that effect on Elijah. Fortunately, the entire floor didn't disappear. Instead, there remained a grid of 2-inch wide beams, to which the grates had been attached. That didn't seem like much to work with, and it wasn't, but it was enough for Elijah. But he lacked the strength to break free of the bandages. So he engaged Shape of the Guardian, transforming into a lamellar ape and ripping them apart with ease. In that form, his dexterity was distinctly lower than his strength or constitution, but it was still high enough to let him balance on the thin beam. Elijah leaped at the nearest abomination, colliding with the creature with all the force he could muster. The impact sent the thing staggering, but it was not nearly as devastating as he had expected. Still, it was something, and Elijah latched onto that thin opportunity, as well as the monster, and began pummeling its faceless head with everything he could bring to bear. Bones cracked beneath his fists, but he only had a few seconds before the other abominations closed. As they did, Elijah noticed that the beams upon which he'd been balanced had begun to retract, leaving only a pool of green. More, the bandages clearly weren't going to remain idle. So he did the only thing he could do. As the abomination reeled from his assault, Elijah shifted back to his human form and started casting. He first used Soothe, then Healing Rain, and Swarm. As a series of tiny hands manifested, each one with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth in its palm, Elijah cast Calamity. The moment he finished, he used Shape of the Predator. Chaos reigned as he took on the form of a draconid, and he used it to great advantage, aiming one venom strike after another at the abominations as he leaped from one to the next, clawing and biting as often as he could manage. In seconds, he'd loaded each one with enough afflictions to fell an elephant. But they showed no signs of slowing down. Indeed, they almost looked like they were growing stronger. As the winds of calamity sloshed the green liquid, Elijah caught sight of the creator. The creature was huddled near its still-standing cauldron, but it had folded itself so completely that, until calamity had exposed it, the monster had remained hidden. And if it was hiding, that meant it was vulnerable. Elijah could use that. So he leaped. As he sailed through the air, the creator clearly sensed him. It tried to skitter away without its bandages or robes. It was a mass of leaking pustules and scabs, skeletally thin, and unnaturally long-limbed. But when it lurched to the side, the monster was ungainly. Elijah hit it like a missile, tearing into its sore-stricken flesh with reckless abandon. It screeched, and the abominations lumbered in for a rescue. It was too late. Elijah snapped out, clamping his jaws around the monster's thin neck. He flexed, and his teeth closed with irresistible force. Flesh parted and bones snapped as all sorts of bodily fluids, blood and pus among them, squirted into Elijah's mouth. He ignored it. Instead, he shook his head back and forth, rending the flesh until it could hold on no longer. The monster's body crumpled to the ground as Elijah killed it. The moment it died, the abominations fell inert. At the same time, the green liquid drained away, revealing an entire floor full of soggy bandages. But Elijah hadn't escaped unscathed. The green liquid had been an incredibly powerful acid that, even in that brief few seconds of contact, had eaten through Elijah's feet almost to the bone. But now that it was gone, the combined power of soothe and healing rain washed the damage away. Still, for good measure, he shifted back to his human form and used touch of nature until he returned to perfect condition. Only then did he reach down and snatch the amulet from where it had fallen from the Creator's neck when it had been decapitated. He took a deep breath. The source was dead, which meant that he had assuredly defeated the first floor of the tower. Now he just needed to progress to the second, and he would gain a reward. More importantly, he would be that much closer to conquering the tower and saving the elves. With that in mind, Elijah shifted back to his draconid form, let guys of the unseen settle onto his shoulders, and padded back the way he'd come. The smell of decay mixed with moist odor of drifting fog as Elijah approached the pile of servitors. None of them even twitched, and as he drew closer, he verified that they were dead. Perhaps they'd never truly been alive, though he suspected that he'd gained some experience from each one, because his levels had skyrocketed after killing the Creator. He looked at his status. Name: Elijah Hart. Level: 66. Archetype: Druid. Class: Animist. Specialization: Not applicable. Alignment: Not applicable. Strength: 99/77. Dexterity: 84/69. Constitution: 77/67. Ethera: 75. Regeneration: 89/69. Attunement: Nature. Cultivation stage, cultivator. Body: Core. Mind. Soul. Stone. Hatchling. Quartz. Neophyte. While 5 points in each attribute wasn't the huge boon that it had been when he'd first washed ashore on his island, it was still a large enough increase that he could feel the difference. He felt stronger, more coordinated, and far tougher. Most importantly, his pool of available Ethera continued to increase in size, enabling more casts. But Elijah was even more interested in the new ability he'd gotten at level 65. He looked at its listing in his spellbook. Nature's Rebuke. Curse an entity to endure the power of nature, doing damage over time. Triple damage against unnatural creatures. Lasts 2 minutes. It was exactly what Elijah needed, as far as he was concerned. In his caster form, his damage capabilities trended more toward area than single target, which in a lot of cases was great. However, aside from Storm's Fury, which was underwhelming without his old staff of natural harmony to increase its damage, he had nothing meant for a single entity. So he hoped that Nature's Rebuke would fill that niche. It was especially nice because he could cast it, then switch into one of his other forms while it did its damage. It was just one more affliction he could pile on, and he was eager to see how well it worked against monsters like the servitors, which definitely would have qualified as unnatural. In any case, there was nothing around that needed killing, so he continued on his way until he reached the manor. Once he did, he saw hundreds more servitor corpses, each one looking as if it had simply dropped dead mid-stride. Perhaps they had. Still, as he circled the large building, he couldn't escape just how eerie it all felt. He almost preferred the unrelenting hordes of monsters to the silence hanging over the grounds. Eventually, Elijah reached his destination. He could have entered the manor via the front door, but he couldn't bring himself to be that brazen. Instead, he'd chosen one of the side doors intended for servants. Of course, Elijah didn't think the tower's scenario actually included a domestic staff, but the architectural layout still clung to that illusion. After ensuring that there were no threats in the vicinity, Elijah shifted back into his human form, then reached for the door. The red shield rippled like he'd just plunged his hand underwater, but he felt nothing until he grasped the door's handle. It felt strikingly normal, and he pushed it open before stepping inside. And he was confronted with a normal-looking kitchen. Sure, there were no modern appliances, and there was an enormous fireplace in the center of the room, which hosted an equally large cauldron, but it didn't really seem abnormal. There were no cooks, though. No scullery maids. The fireplace was cold, and according to One with Nature, the cupboards were completely empty. But Elijah was more interested in the silver box he found at his feet, and the notifications that flashed before his eyes. Congratulations! You have completed level 1 of the Magister's estate. Grade B. To progress further, complete your task. That was expected, though he thought the system was generous with its grading scale. Certainly, after how wrong everything had gone because of Badu, he'd expected a much worse score. However, the relatively high grade suggested that the reward would be better than Elijah expected. So, it was with some eagerness that he reached down and opened the silver box. Inside was a large parcel of gray leather. When he touched it, he received another notification. Reward for completing level 1 of Magister's estate. Ghoul hide satchel. Ew, he muttered to himself, resisting the urge to drop the disgusting thing. The notion that it was made of the skins of those creatures outside was troubling. Yet, Elijah knew that any item he received from conquering a tower level was bound to be useful. Doubly so, considering the high grade. So he resolved to ignore the satchel's dubious composition. Instead, he took a few moments to inspect its dimensions. And to his vast surprise, the inside was at least twice as large as his current pack. More, as a satchel whose strap could be worn across his torso, it was much more convenient. Finally, he could tell that it had some degree of weight reduction, because after he transferred his belongings from his old pack to the new satchel, he could feel the difference in the burden. All in all, it was a huge upgrade, even if it wasn't quite what he'd expected. Thankfully, now that it was empty, he could throw his old pack inside the ghoul hide satchel, so he could travel much more lightly. After that, he took a while to inspect the kitchen, but his first impressions turned out to be accurate. It was empty, both of people and of any goods. Even the pots and pans were gone. Or perhaps they'd never existed. Whatever the case, it didn't take him much longer to move on. Of course, he did so in his draconid form, and under the influence of guise of the unseen. As it turned out, it was almost entirely unnecessary, because the manor was completely deserted. Still, he could smell the odor of people, so he followed that trail through expansive building. However, he didn't do so without checking every room right down to the closets. And he found nothing, save for a huge set of locked doors that shimmered with the same protective barrier as the entrances. Elijah expected that it was the way ahead, which meant that he needed to find another key. After leaving that behind in search of such a key, he reached what seemed like living quarters fit for a princess. Ignoring the rich decor, which trended toward velvet and silk amidst wrought iron and dark wood, Elijah stalked forward. And that's when the trail he'd been following ended in the scene of a massacre. A blonde woman, all in white, knelt amidst a dozen bodies. Her porcelain skin was marred by blood that coated her dainty chin, while tears flowed freely down her cheeks. The corpses around her were dressed like all the other natives Elijah had seen, but it didn't take him long to recognize the woman who'd helped him only a couple of hours before. Her throat had been ripped out. The blonde woman quivered with her tears. But then, she leaned forward and licked the congealed blood that had pooled beneath her. As she did, she muttered, "So hungry. So hungry." For a long time, Elijah just watched the woman feasting upon the pool of blood, and though he was disgusted, he couldn't help but feel pity. Clearly, she was in no small degree of distress. She obviously hated what she was doing. But she couldn't resist. She couldn't stop herself. It didn't take a huge leap of logic to come to the conclusion that she was a vampire, and not a willing one. But as much as he pitied the girl, he knew he couldn't afford to try to help her. Perhaps the natives had tried that route, and they'd paid the price for their sense of mercy. Elijah wanted to let her live, the signs were too obvious to ignore. Perhaps someone else could have saved her. Maybe there was something he'd missed. For all Elijah knew, there was some cure for her condition somewhere else in the house. But the fact was that he didn't have the time to search the entire manor. As such, he had one option, even he hesitated to exercise it. But hesitation wasn't refusal, and he slowly crept forward until he was only a couple of feet behind the weeping vampire. Then, after using Predator Strike and Venom Strike, he struck, snapping out with his powerful jaws. They closed around her head, clamping down with tens of thousands of pounds of pressure. She reacted just before his teeth connected with her skull, but by that point, it was too late. Her head burst in a fountain of blood. A second later, her entire body melted into crimson liquid that, in turn, evaporated after a few more moments. And just like that, she was dead. But standing in the center of all those corpses, Elijah was a little disappointed. She had fallen too easily. Of course, he didn't crave a life-or-death fight. However, there was a part of him that had expected his opening salvo to be just at the beginning of a back-and-forth fight. He knew it wasn't because he didn't know his own strength. He was well aware of how powerful he could be. Instead, he suspected that the vampire girl simply wasn't that strong. So she'd never really been meant to be an obstacle. So after making certain that the rest of the natives were dead, Elijah moved further into the living quarters. Soon enough he found his way to a bedroom, and after a little searching, he found two items. The first was a diary, and looking at the first few pages told Elijah that it belonged to the vampiric girl he'd just killed. He continued to read or skim, really, given the time constraints, and he found himself engrossed in her story. Predictably, she hadn't always been a vampire. Instead, she'd been abducted from a nearby village, and when she was brought to the manor, Lord Lothgol had taken her to his bed. At first, even though she wasn't willing, she had not resisted, thinking that he would tire of her company and let her go. That had never happened. Instead, he somehow converted her to vampirism and forced her to feed on her former neighbors. But the girl whose name was Shareth hadn't given up. Instead, she'd plotted to kill Lothgol, persuading a local wizard to create an item that would allow her to infiltrate the Lord's chambers and kill him in his sleep. That was the second item Elijah had found. He turned the locket over in his hands. He knew how it worked, and he knew what it would do, too. The diary had been clear on both counts. Yet, Elijah hesitated. Surely, there was a better solution to his issues than to use some untested magical device. However, his hesitation only lasted as long as it took for him to hear a scratching at the bedroom door. Using one with nature, he sensed that the corpses he'd left behind had risen as vampires, and they'd followed his scent to the bedroom. Soon enough they would break down the door, and after that, it would come down to another fight. But it wouldn't get him any closer to the Lord's quarters. So Elijah took a deep breath, then slipped the locket around his neck. As he stepped forward to the spot described by the diary, the vampires burst through the door. He opened the locket and the item activated. Instantly, Elijah felt his body contract, and the item's effect was not a painless experience. Instead of shrinking down, like he'd seen in so many movies growing up, it was more like his body imploded, collapsing in on itself. Which presented a problem because when the effect completed, he was only about a quarter of an inch tall. And he was hundreds of body lengths above the floor. As the vampires burst into the room, slavering for blood, he fell. During the fall he cast Soothe, then shifted into his lamellar 8 form just before he hit the floor with a thud. Thankfully, he was more than durable enough to survive such a fall, and nothing broke. But that extreme of blunt force impact definitely wasn't pleasant. Soothe helped though, and he pushed himself upright before taking stock. He'd positioned himself according to the diary's description, so he wasn't far from his destination, which was a crack in the baseboard. From there he didn't know what to expect. Indeed, all he knew was that it would lead him to Lord Lothgol, which was the ultimate goal. Most importantly, Elijah knew that the item's effect would only last for a little more than 30 minutes. Which meant that he was on an even tighter timer. So he set off, passing through the crack and leaving the vampires behind. Elijah shifted into his Draconid form, and attempted to adopt guise of the unseen. However, when he tried, the ability refused to cooperate. That told him two things. First, he was not alone. And second, they were watching him. Flaring one with nature, he tried to find his hidden observers, but even though the cavernous crack in the wall was only a dozen or so inches across, his ability couldn't touch the sides. Apparently, it had scaled right alongside his decreased size. In some ways, he felt no different than he usually did. The effects of his attributes had kept pace with his shrunken size. Guess I won't go full Mighty Mouse, he mused. Shaking his head, he quickly moved. He had no idea how long the tunnel or crack in the wall really was, and he was on a timer. After all, the half-hour duration of the locket's effect had already begun to tick down. So he couldn't afford to waste any further time. With that in mind, he pushed forward, shifting into his lamellar ape form after a few steps. If he couldn't use guise of the unseen, then he would take advantage of his guardian form's much higher defenses. For the first few hundred subjective feet, Elijah encountered no issues. He could feel something watching every step he took, though. He didn't know what form his watchers might take, but his mind went wild with possibilities. Without wasting any time, Elijah was capable of fairly rapid movement, and with his unseen watchers following his every movement, he pushed himself into a loping jog that covered ground quickly. It wasn't enough, though. The moment he increased his pace, a sickly sweet smell filled the entire area. And at last, he looked up and caught sight of his would-be foes. Elijah recognized them immediately, and he was not happy about what he saw. Long, with huge, bulbous heads equipped with enormous mandibles, the termites were more than 5 times his small size. Analytically, he knew that meant they were abnormally large even considering his shrunken stature, but he chalked it up to the effects of magic. After all, he was still in a tower populated by vampires and ghouls. Encountering slightly larger termites shouldn't have been a surprise. At first, they didn't attack. Instead, they just hung upside down from the ceiling, looking down on him. He sped up, knowing what that smell was. Termite soldiers like the ones on the ceiling used pheromones to alert their colony of intruders. Normally, that meant going to war with ants, but Elijah supposed that he was sufficiently ant-like for the termites to treat him as an enemy. After only a couple of seconds, one of the termites reared back, then shot something viscous and shiny from the center of its bulbous head. Elijah was so surprised that he didn't try to dodge until it was too late. The substance hit him in the shoulder a moment later, knocking him sideways. More disturbingly, when he tried to lift the attached limb, he found that the goo was sticky, pinning his arm to his side. A moment later, he saw hundreds of other termite soldiers copy the first, and a second after that, the air was full of those globs of sticky stuff. Elijah pushed himself to go even faster, ripping his arm from his side along the way. It took almost all of his considerable strength to do so, but he managed it. Barely. If he let even a dozen of those globs hit him, he wouldn't be able to move. Then, he'd be a sitting duck for the termites. Elijah pushed himself to his top speed, which, considering his strength, was impressive. He had no way of gauging it, but if he was going slower than 70 miles per hour subjectively, of course, he would have been incredibly surprised. Even so, the termites almost got him. More than anything, he wished he could simply fight them on even ground. However, they refused to come down from their perches, and though he could probably reach them if he leaped, that strategy would probably get him hit by more goo. So he'd chosen to run. After all, termites were territorial. Generally speaking, they wouldn't leave the vicinity of their colony. So he just needed to outrun them, which was easier said than done. Elijah dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the latest volley, then continued to spring through the cave-like crack in the wall. His sash of the whirlwind stood him in good stead, the haste effect giving him just enough time to react. But each volley was a close call. Until, at last, he managed to tumble free of the tunnel. He kept going for a few hundred more yards before he dared to look back. The termites were still there, angrily glaring at him from the opening. But they hadn't pursued him any further. He sighed, resuming his human form. Once he used a combination of healing rain and his soap to scrub the goo free. He was so engrossed in the task that he never even saw his next foe's approach until it entered the range of one with nature. When it did, he wheeled around to see an absolutely enormous rat staring back at him. Or perhaps it was a normal-sized rodent, and it just seemed large compared to his current size. But it was also no normal rat. Huge chunks of its flesh were missing, exposing bits of bone. Most of the fur on its left side was gone, and one of its eyes hung from the socket on a fleshy string. By all accounts, there was no way the thing should have been ambulatory, given its decrepit condition. And judging by the smell coming from it, its insides were no better than the features Elijah could see. Yet on it came, and moving with an alacrity that belied its state of clear decay. Elijah reacted quickly, casting snaring roots, then, for the first time ever, using nature's rebuke. The creature stumbled as thorny vines erupted from the floor, cracking tiles as they snaked around the rat's legs. When nature's rebuke landed, it reared back, letting loose an unholy screech that sent a chill up Elijah's spine. He followed that up with swarm. Then calamity. Finally, he used storm's fury, and even as 1,000 tiny mites manifested, the world erupted into chaos comprised of vicious wind blades, rumbling earth, and lightning. The largest bolt came from storm's fury, hitting the rat directly in the forehead. But the rat paid no attention to any of that chaos. Instead, it continued to screech, twitching and shaking from the effects of nature's rebuke. Clearly, it was no natural creature, and that meant the spell was triply effective. More, it was just as obviously painful. As Elijah watched the rat, listening to its agonized screams, he couldn't help but feel slightly guilty. However, that only lasted until he truly focused on it via one with nature. Upon brushing that facet of his mind, he recoiled. Anger welled inside of him, and he added another storm's fury to mix. Then another. It was only because the monster finally died that he backed away, panting. At first, he had no idea what had come over him, but it only took a bit of inward focus to recognize that it originated with his archetype. Druids were the stewards of nature, and commitment to that endeavor came with a slightly adjusted mindset. Before Earth had been touched by the world tree, Elijah had been closer to nature than most. Indeed, growing up, he'd spent more time outdoors than under a roof, and when he'd decided to pursue his degree in biology, focusing on marine life, he'd spent countless hours out on the open ocean. But back then, he'd never felt nearly as close to nature as he did after attaining his archetype. And that connection had only grown stronger in the time since. That was helped along by his constant use of one with nature, which served to give him insight into everything around him. Most of the time, that was a good thing. Yet, when he focused on the rat, his mind reeled the sheer unnaturalness of its body, of its very being. And the abomination of it made him angry. To a lesser extent, he'd felt something similar with the ghouls, but for one reason or another, the situation was far worse with the rat. Probably because it had once been a normal creature, whereas the ghouls and the creator's other minions had been manufactured. Either way, he wanted nothing more than to banish the rat's corpse. A skittering sound coming from nearby told Elijah that he was the only one who felt that way. He whipped around to see a dozen monstrous cockroaches bearing down on him. Upon laying eyes on his latest attackers, Elijah saw that the word cockroach was a bit of a misnomer. They were that, sure, but they seemed like they had some ent in them, too. Whatever the case, the hybrid was horrifying, huge, and clearly intent on killing him. But they were natural creatures, which was something of a relief. Still, he took the time to use nature's rebuke on each one. They let out a collective roar when the curse landed, but they didn't start twitching uncontrollably like the rat had. Elijah took a moment to use Brand of the Stalker on the largest one, too. It was at least twice the size of the rest, so he figured it was the strongest of the bunch. Then, he shifted into his draconid form. It was just in time, too, because the ant roaches reached him only a second later. Elijah leaped over the first low-slung monster, and he nearly got a mandible to the stomach for his trouble. The monster reacted quickly, only missing by inches. Elijah landed, then lashed out with his claws, embracing venom strike a second before his claws raked across the ant roach's natural armor. But he didn't stop. Without the protection of guise of the unseen, shape of the predator was extremely vulnerable. However, it could also put out quite a lot of damage, especially against heavily armored monsters like the ant roaches, largely because he could bypass their chitinous exoskeleton by administering his various afflictions. Because Venom Strike, Nature's Rebuke, and Contagion didn't care about armor. Once the enemy was infected, Elijah just needed to wait for them to go to work. With that in mind, he dashed from one ant roach to the next, using his high dexterity and respectable strength to help him avoid any retaliatory strikes. And it worked for a while. But because he was walking a tightrope between success and disaster, it was inevitable that he would eventually slip up and make a mistake. There were just too many variables and unpredictable factors for it to be otherwise. So he wasn't really surprised when one of the ants suddenly reversed its course, pivoting on 3 of its 6 legs, then taking a chunk out of his vulnerable side. Elijah stumbled only for a second, but that was enough for the rest of the monsters to pile on. In moments, he was buried beneath a small mountain of chitin, skittering legs, and biting mouthparts he couldn't really identify. When he saw the writing on the wall, Elijah initiated a shift to his lamellar ape form, but the nature of the transformation meant that it took a couple of seconds to complete. And in that time, the ant roaches ripped him to pieces. So when he finally took on the shape of the guardian, he did so with a momentous roar. He thrust himself upright, throwing a couple of the insects free. Then, he lashed out, battering the monstrous creatures with a series of hard strikes. Yet, even as he cracked their chitin, the monsters kept coming. Then, Elijah caught wind of a second wave that was even larger than the last. He grabbed one of the insects, hooking his claws under a pair of ridges in its exoskeleton, then ripped it apart in a shower of orange meat and fluid. But as he let out a massive roar, he knew it was a Pyrrhic victory. Because behind the second wave was a third. Hundreds of monsters were coming his way, and there was nothing he could do to survive it. He pushed away, intending to run, but by that point, so many of the monsters had latched onto his legs that he knew he wouldn't be able to outpace the newcomers. Nor could he switch out of the lamellar ape form, because without iron scales blunting the monster's bites, he'd probably start losing limbs. He ripped another monster away, slamming it into a third. Chitin cracked, and he ripped the legs from still another. Then, the second wave hit, and he was buried beneath a pile of insects. He didn't stop fighting, though. He wouldn't. But in a couple of facets of his mind, he knew he was doomed. Then, suddenly, the effect associated with the locket ended, and he rapidly grew into his normal size. The ant roaches did not, though, and after a brief period of surprise, Elijah brushed them from his scales and viciously stomped them all to death. Still, even after they were all dead, he couldn't forget that he'd very nearly been killed by a bunch of insects. Clearly, he should have taken his chances with the vampires. He had underestimated the dangers, and because of that, his journey had almost ended. So, after shifting back to his human form, Elijah took a few minutes to heal. As he did so, he took the break as an opportunity to calm his nerves. Then, he finally looked around. The crack, which looked so tiny from his current perspective, had terminated in a small sitting room. It was richly decorated, with velvet-covered furniture and decor of dark wood. But more importantly, Elijah had gotten a notification upon exiting the crack. "Congratulations. You have completed level 2 of the Magister's estate. Grade C. To progress further, complete your task. At first, despite his close brush with death, he thought it was a curiously easy level. Yet, in retrospect, he thought he might have bypassed some difficult challenges. After all, there was a chance that others might not have found the vampire's diary. Or the locket. And even if they had, the effect only affected one person. So it was possible for him to take advantage of the shortcut, but if he'd have had the elves with him, it would have been useless. Unfortunately, the locket had dissipated into motes of Ethera the moment he'd returned to normal size, so he wouldn't be able to take it with him. Regardless, a C grade wasn't ideal. He just hoped it wouldn't affect his reward too much. After looking around and failing to see his reward, he decided to move on. There was only one exit and Elijah suspected that going through it would net him his reward. So, with determination, he strode forward, opened the door, and stepped through. A slight breeze flowed through the opulently decorated hall, fluttering the tapestries decorating the walls. Elijah only had to look at the end of the corridor to see the open window which was the culprit. Could he have entered through that opening? Or was it only there for ambience? He had no idea, but it highlighted the fact that towers were far more complex than he'd first expected. His first time through one, he'd thought the experience was fairly linear, but each subsequent run through a tower had hammered home that each task could be completed in a wide variety of ways. Some of those options would only be open to people with a few specific abilities, yet others were based on the way people thought. Perhaps a more straightforward person would have simply led his group through the front door. Or a thief might have found his way to the open window Elijah had just found. There were likely dozens of ways to overcome each obstacle, which made each tower a dizzyingly complex set of branching possibilities. His previous task had been to reach the Lord's quarters, which he'd clearly accomplished, because his new goal had been updated. Task: defeat Lord Lothgol. At least it was uncomplicated. Elijah looked down to see that a silver box had predictably manifested. He knelt down and opened it, retrieving the items inside. When he did, another notification flashed before his inner eye. Reward for completing level 2 of Magister's estate. Weighted gloves. At first glance they looked like MMA gloves, with padding along the knuckles and bare fingers. Yet, when Elijah picked them up, he couldn't deny that they fit their name. Weighted gloves indeed, he muttered. Even with his strength, their weight was noticeable. More, he could feel hard protrusions in the knuckles that would functionally be similar to using brass knuckles. Finally, they were made of almost identical gray leather to his ghoul-hide satchel, which meant that he had no interest in investigating their composition. Elijah had something of a choice to make. He couldn't wear his claws of gluttony at the same time as the weighted gloves. So he needed to decide whether or not to replace the older piece of equipment. His first instinct was to keep what he had. The claws of gluttony were a little limited, especially given that their effect only worked when he clawed his opponents. Yet, anticoagulant was a powerful ability that, though it wasn't flashy, had definitely made plenty of difference. But the weighted gloves called to him, largely because of his past. He'd spent a lot of time in the boxing gym, and though the gloves were a plainly different design, they still reminded him of those days. So his choice was probably inevitable. Wasting no time, Elijah nicked his finger, bleeding on the weighted gloves before shoving some Ethera into the items. Then, he exchanged the gloves for the claws of gluttony and checked his status, noting that he'd gained an additional 5 strength and dexterity. More importantly, he sensed that the item came with an ability. He didn't know what it was called, but when Elijah mentally flicked its switch, the gloves disappeared. He activated it again, and the gloves came back. He did it a few more times, noting a couple of things. First, the additional attributes he'd gained remained in both states. Second, there was no limit to how often he could use the ability. That meant he wouldn't have to walk around wearing a pair of fingerless leather gloves, which was strangely comforting to his vanity. He already had to deal with everyone noticing his bare feet. Complicating that with a pair of weird gloves was probably pushing the eccentric image a bit too far. Regardless, he was happy with his choice, so he placed his claws of gluttony into his ghoul hide satchel, then turned his attention to the notification he was most interested in. Congratulations! You have reached level 70. Attribute points allocated according to your class. Towers really are great for leveling, he said to himself. Of course, Elijah knew his actions weren't really repeatable. Not for most people, at least. He had a unique set of spells and abilities that made him almost entirely self-sufficient. That meant that he didn't have to split his experience. Each kill gave a set amount, which was split between whoever had contributed to its defeat, according to how the system interpreted their efforts. So the result was that, so long as he had plenty of high-leveled monsters, he could achieve a truly frightening leveling speed. He knew it would slow down, though. His first levels had been achieved by killing dozens of crabs and fish, each of which was barely even recognized by the system at that time. Back then, anything powerful enough to give him any levels had been killed by the panther. But since then, he'd noticed that each level he'd achieved had been the result of more effort than the last. And things would soon get out of control. Still, he suspected that he would need all the levels he could get if he was going to keep going, so he wasn't going to argue with the system that, for now, seemed to favor him. Regardless, he was eager to look at his new ability. Flicker Step. Slip into the shadows, emerging behind your opponent. Only usable while under the influence of shape of the predator. Cooldown based on dexterity. Current, 61.2 seconds. There was a lot to unpack with that description. First off, it was a potentially amazing ability. Elijah could already think of quite a few situations where it would have been incredibly useful. In his Draconid form, mobility was essential, so anything that could help in that area was a boon. The second thing Elijah noted was that the cooldown would decrease based on his dexterity. In one of the guides he'd purchased, he'd discovered that most skills whose cooldowns were based on a specific attribute rather than being static had a minimum cooldown. Still, it was nice to know that Flicker Step's cooldown would decrease each time he leveled. It was an interesting ability, and he knew it would come in handy. But he didn't have time to truly investigate or test it. After all, he was still on a timer. By his reckoning, he'd already used up half of his allotted time. Through the window, he could see the evidence of the sunrise. And if he failed to complete the tower before the 24 hours had passed, the elves were doomed. So with that in mind, he shifted back into his Draconid form, adopted guise of the unseen, then padded down the corridor. There were only a few ways to go, so it didn't take Elijah long to establish that the wing was vacant. But it was obvious from the sheer wealth on display that it was meant for the lord of the manor. Or perhaps gaudiness was the better word. The decorator had clearly spent quite a lot of money on the decor, and they obviously had a preference for gold, silver, and red velvet. In addition, the resident was obviously something of a narcissist, because there were dozens of large paintings depicting a handsome, white-haired man with ivory skin. He looked like the epitome of aristocratic class, complete with a velvet cape, pantaloons, and a haughty expression that made Elijah feel like even the paintings were looking down on him. However, there was no evidence of the man himself. So Elijah quickly left that wing behind and found his way to a wide, central corridor. He spent a little more time exploring the next wing over, but it was empty as well, though it had clearly housed one or more women, judging by the dresses in the closets he found. With those two avenues having been exhausted, Elijah found his way back to the main corridor, then backtracked to a large, locked door. If his sense of direction was correct, it would lead him back to where he'd found the vampire girl and the people she had killed. So there was only one other way to go. It was the obvious one. Elijah padded down the center of the corridor, keeping one with nature flared as he looked for any traps. There were none, and eventually, the hall ended in a set of open doors. Both were elaborately carved with symbols Elijah didn't recognize and trimmed with red gold. Elijah slipped inside, and he very nearly gasped at what he saw. It was an enormous cathedral. The vaulted ceiling soared high above, and the walls were lined with pointed arches, inside of which were stained glass windows depicting the men from the paintings. That same figure was seated before a giant pipe organ on the other end of the chamber. It was obviously Lothkal. Even if Elijah hadn't recognized him from all the paintings, he could feel the power wafting off the moon. And judging by what he felt, Lothkal was the most powerful creature he'd ever encountered. As Elijah watched, the moon began to play the organ, which erupted into what sounded curiously like Bach toccata and fugue. It was a little too on the nose to be completely coincidental, but Elijah wasn't terribly concerned with how a magical tower had manifested a famous piece of earthen music typically associated with vampires. If it could create ogres, trolls, and ghouls, anything was possible. Regardless, Elijah settled into wait, intending to implement the vampire girl's plan of killing Lothkal in his sleep. However, as the minutes stretched into more than an hour, he began to feel the timer ticking down. After 2 more hours, it was clear that Lothkal had no intention of slowing down. He'd switched to another piece of organ music that Elijah didn't recognize, but was equally haunting. Judging by his theatrical and enthusiastic organ playing, it didn't seem that Lothkal was eager to return to his chambers for some well-earned rest. So Elijah decided to act before it was too late. He padded forward on silent feet, passing one pew after another until, at last, he reached the dais upon which the organ had been placed. In the back of one facet of his quartz mind, Elijah felt that something was wrong, but no matter how he looked at the scenario, he couldn't quite figure out what that was. So he pushed his misgivings aside, positioned himself behind Lothkal, and after using Venom Strike and Predator Strike, pounced. And he found nothing but air before crashing into the pipe organ. The instrument let out a loud clatter as pipes were knocked aside and sent to fall onto the floor. Meanwhile, Elijah struggled to extricate himself from the wreckage. It wasn't until a few seconds later that he managed to free himself that he saw what had happened. Lothkal was still sitting exactly where he'd been before Elijah had pounced. In fact, he was still enthusiastically playing the organ that was no longer in front of him. The illusion flickered, then disappeared. That's when Elijah heard a slow, methodical clapping coming from the central path through the cathedral. He turned to see the real Lothkal's measured approach. The moon looked exactly as he had on the dais, which, in retrospect, was clearly an illusion, though he wore a broad, yet condescending smile as he slowly clapped. "Bravo! Bravo, beast," he said jovially. "You are quite entertaining. Perhaps when my pretties are done with you, you can be my jester. I have always wanted one." Then, Elijah became aware of 5 more presences flickering into being. It only took a glance to put 2 and 2 together. Each newcomer was a woman dressed all in white, and beautiful ones at that. But they were all pale-skinned, with the same indefinable aura of hunger hanging from their shoulders that Elijah had sensed from the vampire girl. Moreover, he could feel that same sense of wrongness he'd experienced from the plague rat. They were vampires. Obviously. As a druid, it was his duty to rid the world of unnatural things. So, despite his surprise, Elijah calmly shifted into his human form. Then, he aimed his mind at the closest vampire bride and used nature's rebuke. She screamed in agony, and the final battle of the Magister's estate began. 4 vampire brides glided across the tiles, screeching with fury. Meanwhile, a 5th had fallen to the floor, where she screamed in agony as she raked her long nails across her beautiful, pale face. And finally, Lothkal looked on like a child who'd just gotten the Christmas gift he'd wanted all along. Targeting one of the other vampire women, Elijah once again cast nature's rebuke. However, when he did, he felt something slice through his mind, slamming the door shut on his Ethera. Panicked, he was thrown off his intended casting sequence, and it was only due to the haste from Sash of the Whirlwind that he managed to duck under a set of blood-red claws that would have ripped his throat out. He dove forward in a roll, scrambling to understand what had just happened. At the same time, Lothkal let out a haughty laugh. He wagged his finger, saying, "Nah. No more of that, now." Elijah had no idea how the vampire lord had managed to block his casting, but after only a moment, he sensed 2 things. First, the wall between his Ethera and the ability to cast nature's rebuke was gradually growing thinner, suggesting that it would only last for a handful of seconds. Maybe a minute. But that was still too long. Second, he realized that it didn't just block nature's rebuke. Rather, it prevented him from casting Swarm, Calamity, and Storm's Fury as well. It didn't take a genius to understand that Lothkol had somehow silenced his ability to cast damage spells. However, a quick cast of Healing Rain told him that his other spells and abilities were available. That meant he had a chance. Because without the ability to shapeshift or heal, he would have been dead in the water, and had no choice but to flee. All of that flashed through Elijah's mind in the space of a moment, but even that small delay very nearly got him killed when another of the brides closed on him. She launched herself at him, her claws glistening with that same red enamel. Meanwhile, her sister brides followed close on her heels. Elijah cast Soothe as he reared back and aimed a baseball-style swing at the vampire's face. She was midair, so she had no chance of dodging the blow, and she took it right in the mouth. However, two issues presented themselves after that. First, Elijah heard the distinct sound of cracking wood. The staff hadn't shattered, not completely, but he knew it wasn't long for the world. Hopefully, it would still work as intended, but he had no guarantees. Whatever the case, he didn't dare use it as a pummeling weapon again. The second major problem was that, even though the leaping bride was knocked aside, his attack had done nothing for the others. And they were almost upon him. So, without further delay, Elijah initiated a shift into his guardian form. As shape of the guardian transformed his body, elongating his arms, and adding hundreds of pounds of muscle, Elijah leaped backwards to give himself a little extra time. His tactic worked, and by the time the three vampire women closed the gap, the change had completed. So he met them with the fury of the lamellar ape, using his long arms to batter them aside. But to Elijah's immense surprise, each attack did a lot more damage than he would have expected. Bones broke beneath his heavy blows, and the vampire women went flying backwards. The last, he grabbed around the head like he was palming a basketball, then squeezed. She screamed in pain, but her skull proved unnaturally sturdy. She raked her claws against his scales, and even though he'd preemptively used iron scales, she left grooves in his flesh. But Elijah could take that. He lifted her from the ground, and though she kicked and struggled, she could do nothing to stop him from slamming her against the tiles hard enough that they shattered. Her body followed suit, but she didn't die. So he did it again. That did the trick, and once he felt that trickle of experience enter his body, he picked the corpse up and threw it at Lothkol. The vampire lord nimbly danced to the side with a playful pirouette, and a hearty laugh, filling Elijah with rage. But he couldn't spare any attention for Lothkol, because the other three vampire brides were bearing down on him. The fourth remained in agony as she writhed on the ground trying to rip her own skin off. Clearly, nature's rebuke was not a painless curse, but seeing her reaction did beg the question of what, precisely, it felt like. Elijah hoped he would never know. Pushing that to its own facet of his quartz mind, Elijah threw himself at the other three vampire brides. They reacted in kind, attacking with the reckless ferocity of rabid beasts, and what followed was a knockdown, drag-out fight, where those three women gave as good as they got. However, where each of their raking attacks were mitigated by the combination of Elijah's thick hide, iron scales, and his uncommonly high constitution, his own blows were met with almost no resistance. And each time he hit one of them, he was once again astounded by how much damage he did. There were only two possible explanations. Either they were incredibly fragile, or the weighted gloves had a trait meant to increase his damage in some way. And given their construction, he expected the latter was the cause of the potency of his attacks. In any case, Elijah put everything he had into the fight, and the vampire brides paid the price. At first, he only broke bones. But soon enough, those broken bones became much more serious injuries. And finally, they were slain, one by one until only the one Elijah had disabled with nature's rebuke remained. Calmly, he walked toward the woman, and even though the curse had long since worn off, she still hadn't moved. And it wasn't difficult to see why. The pale skin on her once beautiful face had been scraped clean from her skull. Most of it was under her nails, but there was a decent amount piled nearby. Green veins of something that felt like nature's fury were visible even through her white dress. She was still in agony. Elijah raised his foot, then brought it down on her head. His heel thudded into her skull, crushing it like a melon. It burst. And then, he turned his attention on Lothkal. From the other vampire girl's diary, he knew that none of the women had been willing. If he could have managed it, he would have spared them. However, the moment they gave in to their hunger, they were lost. That much had been clear in the text, and it was the girl's most fervent fear. So, as much as Elijah regretted the necessity of killing them, he knew that he'd had no choice. It didn't matter that they weren't real. He still felt it, deep in his heart. He was a killer, and many times over. But he wasn't so hard-hearted that he could slaughter a group of victimized women, and not feel some measure of guilt. Even if it was necessary, regret was inevitable. Elijah fed that emotion into the bonfire of rage burning in his heart. And that ire was directed at one person. The still amused Lord Lothkal, who was now the focus of the entirety of Elijah's attention. Very impressive. You truly are a savage beast. I could use. Elijah bounded forward, but not at the vampire. Instead, he targeted a seemingly empty pew. When he crashed into it, shattering the wood into splinters, he felt something much softer beneath him. That something hissed and tried to bite him, but Elijah ignored the real Lothkal's pitiful attempts at an attack and wrapped his hands around the creature. Then, he heaved the vampire lord across the cathedral. The pale-skinned creature hit one of the columns, which sent him cartwheeling across the room, until he finally crashed into the mostly destroyed organ. The pipes that hadn't already fallen clattered down atop Lothkal, burying him under a ton of brass. The first time he'd tried to attack the vampire lord, Elijah had sensed that something was amiss. He had ignored it. This time, though, he paid attention to the alarm in his mind, and it wasn't long before he recognized that it was one with nature screaming at him, that what it sensed didn't match up to what he saw before him. So, when he wanted to target Lothkal, he'd focused on one with nature, and he'd found a curious absence sitting on the pew. He'd interpreted that as the creature's true location. From there it was simple. Which was why he was surprised when the illusion stabbed him in the back. He felt it flicker into existence a second before the blade bit into his back, which allowed him to twist just enough to avoid having his spine severed. Still, the blade ripped through his iron scales and into his kidney. He reacted instantly, aiming a backhand at the vampire lord. Lothkal danced backward, ending with a backhand spring accompanied by a ringing laugh. That's when Elijah caught sight of his foe's state. The creature was more than a little worse for wear, with ripped and tattered clothing, a couple of bones jutting at all the wrong angles, and a jaw that looked as if it was hanging on by a thread. But even as Elijah clutched the freely bleeding wound in his back, the vampire adjusted his shattered jaw, and before Elijah's eyes it healed. The same was true of his broken bones. Even his clothing reformed. Within a few seconds, Lothkal was whole, and once again, looking as if he was ready to attend a ball. He raised a long dirk to his lips. His tongue snaked out, and he licked Elijah's blood. Then, with a theatrical shiver, he said, "Oh, aren't you delicious? A nice little appetizer before the main course." Elijah's chest tightened in fear, and for the first time ever, he understood what his own foes must have felt when he'd used Guardian. It was not a pleasant sensation. With the vampire so far away, Elijah took a moment to shift back to his human form, and cast Soothe on himself. As his back healed, he cast Healing Rain as well. Finally, he targeted the vampire and cast Nature's Rebuke. Before he could complete the cast, though, the vampire gestured with his dagger, and Elijah's spell slammed into another barrier. This one, though, seemed like it was going to last much longer. "Keep that nasty little curse of yours to yourself," spat the vampire lord, showing anger for the very first time. It was gone a second later, replaced by the same flippant attitude he'd worn during the entire fight. Elijah's mind whirled. He didn't want to prolong the fight. The vampire was too tricky, and he knew he was up against his deadline. If he took much longer, the elves would die. Or be transformed. Or whatever it was that the curse's effect turned out to be. And though he didn't think he owed the elves anything, indeed, he had found the entire affair much easier without their interference. He didn't want them to die. Well, none of them but Badu. But even that idiot didn't deserve to perish. So Elijah leveraged every facet of his mind toward figuring out how to kill the vampire as quickly as possible. And looking around the cathedral, he quickly came up with a plan. So he slowly backed away, accompanied by the vampire lord's insults, until he reached the pile of brass pipes that had once been the organ. Then he reached down, picked one up, and threw it as hard as he could. The vampire dodged easily, mocking Elijah's technique. "I did not expect you to be a coward," he shouted with a laugh. Elijah ignored him. Instead, he threw another of the brass pipes. Once again, the vampire lord easily dodged. The next one was similarly avoided. "Honestly, you should." Elijah suddenly rushed the vampire lord. Once again, he'd used that illusion ability, but as he had before, Elijah saw right through it via one with nature. So he crashed into the invisible Lothkal. The vampire lord slithered away, stabbing Elijah 3 times in quick succession, then darting forward to bite him. Elijah took it. Even as the creature's fangs pierced his iron scales, he grabbed Lothkal around the waist and charged forward. Because he'd never meant to hit the vampire with the brass pipes. Instead, he'd been aiming at something else. The stained glass had proven to be far more durable than he'd expected, but 3 heavy metal pipes thrown with all the force Elijah could muster had done the trick, shattering the window and allowing the morning sunlight to peek through. Elijah didn't know much about vampires. He'd never been into monster movies or tween romances with glittery heartthrobs. But everyone knew that vampires didn't mix well with sunlight. And that knowledge proved true when he thrust the vampire into the beam of light. It didn't just blister him. Nor did it turn Lothkal into ash. Instead, it melted him. The heat did blister Elijah's scales, but he'd endured worse. Lothkal tried to squirm free, but the sunlight had robbed him of all power. So he died only a few seconds later, and just like that, Elijah had conquered the final level of the Magister's estate. A chilling scream echoed across the town, sending a tremor up Carmen's spine. She shoved the hastily constructed spear into Miguel's hands, saying, "Stay in the back. Don't try to save anyone." "I know, Mom," he said in an obvious attempt to appear courageous. Carmen could see his knuckles whiten as he gripped the spear haft far more tightly than normal. But just because he was frightened, that didn't mean he wasn't brave. If anything, the fact that he was ready to meet the challenge despite the fact that he was weak and afraid said the opposite. If the situation weren't so dire, Carmen would have reveled in the pride of having raised someone with that kind of backbone. But as it stood, she didn't have the time to do so. Because in the day and a half since she'd learned of their host's true nature, another of her party of refugees had gone missing. She knew where Bruce had disappeared to as well. The monsters that lived in the town looked human, but they were, in fact, horrible and predatory creatures called Sidhi. And they existed by sucking the life out of their human victims. Upon learning that, Carmen had attempted to leave the town surreptitiously, but she'd found her way blocked at every turn. So she'd gotten to work creating the Bane weapons by using the enchantments Willa had given her. Since then, she'd forged 8 spearheads, attaching them to shafts and a sword for Colt. For her own use, she intended to use a heavy blacksmithing hammer she'd created and engraved with the appropriate enchantments. But now they were ready. Of the people who'd been banished from Easton, only 7 remained, including Miguel, Colt, and herself. However, she didn't blame herself as much as she had when she thought everyone was simply going their own ways. So, in a way, finding out that they'd been magically manipulated by monsters was comforting. Or it would have been if she could wipe the image of those creatures from her memories. Every few minutes, her mind would wander, and it would return. Those bat-like faces. The grotesque proboscises. The elongated limbs. It all coalesced into something horrifying that she hoped she could one day forget. Still, it made the notion that they would soon be tasked with killing the monsters that much easier to swallow. Awakening the others from their food-induced, borderline hypnotic state had been difficult, but Carmen had discovered that intense pain was enough to wake them up. So she'd burned each and every one of them with a hot brand. Even though it had left them initially angry, it had done the trick. So after that, it was a simple task of arming them. Now, they stood in her forge, each one carrying a spear and looking ready to use those weapons. After all, they were survivors. They'd each one gone to great lengths during their trek through the wilderness. And so they were ready to do what was necessary. Even Miguel. Especially him. The young man had moved past his initial anger, and with his back straight, and with his spear in his hands, he looked so much like his mother. They hadn't shared blood. Biologically, Miguel wasn't even related to Alyssa. But that didn't matter. Miguel had idolized her, and even without trying, he channeled her essence. Hopefully, he wouldn't meet the same end, though Carmen knew that was out of her control. He was on the verge of adulthood. Certainly, in the old world, he'd have had a few years yet before he had to worry about that sort of thing. But in the apocalypse, getting an archetype was the mark of maturity. And he wasn't far away from that. A year at most. Carmen wasn't certain what to think of that, but she knew it was neither the time nor the place to explore those sorts of feelings. So she pushed them aside, praying that there would be a future where she'd have a chance to truly investigate the way she felt about her son growing up. "Is everyone ready?" she asked, looking from one person to the next. They all nodded resolutely. Colt said, "Yes, ma'am." He still didn't look right without his hat. Carmen vowed to find him a new one as soon as they made it out of Eber. Nodding, she said, "Let's go, then." Resolutely, she led them outside. As horrible luck would have it, she hadn't finished the weapons until after sunset, and given the mostly overcast night, the village outside was cast in deep shadows. Carmen knew better than to believe there was nothing hidden in the darkness. In fact, the moment she stepped out of the smithy, she saw movement as something skittered across the street. There were no lights, though. No blank-faced villagers. Indeed, it looked like a ghost town. Yet, Carmen could sense or possibly imagine the dangers lurking nearby. She gestured for her people to come with her, and as she did, she used augment weapons. Each of the weapons she'd created bloomed with blistering fire, illuminating the area and the surrounding city. They hissed at the group, but Carmen wasn't going to let them take the initiative. Instead, she rushed forward, swinging her hammer with all her strength. It took the city, who wore the blank face of an average-looking man, directly in the chest. The thing never even tried to avoid it, almost as if it didn't fear such a blow. So, when the hammer caved its sternum in, it briefly wore an expression of the purest shock. Then, it collapsed, the illusion it wore falling away before it hit the ground. Carmen buelled past him, swinging the hammer at the next closest city. But it danced aside, avoiding the attack. Colt lashed out with his new sword, its bane blade cutting through its neck like it was made of paper. No blood came from the resultant wound. Instead, thick, white pus bubbled up from the thing's stump. Carmen kicked it in the chest, sending the de-illusioned creature flying into its fellows. But even kicking its dead body felt like trying to move a brick wall. While she was capable of moving it, it was only just. And there had been no give beneath her foot. That hammered home the reality of their situation. If it weren't for their bane weapons, that seemed to do far more damage than they otherwise would have, even her vaunted strength would have been insufficient. And that was saying nothing of the rest of her party, which, aside from Colt, was composed of low-level non-combat scholars. They did have those weapons, though. And as she pushed forward, leading the way with her enchanted hammer, the others attacked with their bane spears. They were barely simple-grade weapons, and yet, they sliced through the city with ease. Before long, the monsters wised up to the danger and backed away. Carmen didn't let them regroup. Instead, she plowed ahead, swinging her hammer with ruthless efficiency. Her crafter's endurance stood her in good stead, but her strength served her purposes even better. Finally, augment weapons enhanced the already deadly bane weapons, and even the slightest touch of the enchanted hammer was enough to send one of the city reeling. Until, at last, the gates came into view. According to Willa, who was curiously absent, the city were tied to the village in some way. Because of that, they were vulnerable outside its walls. So there was almost no chance they would pursue Carmen and her people into the wilderness. However, there were two people standing before the gate. Wendy and Wendell stood shoulder to shoulder. Every once in a while, their illusions would flicker, revealing their true appearances. And they were larger, with even longer limbs, than any of the other Sidhi. The challenge was clear. If Carmen and the others expected to escape, they would have to do so by going through the pair of Sidhi leaders. With the other Sidhi pouring out of their houses to join the horde, Carmen knew there wasn't time to strategize. Instead, she charged, hammer held high. And when she reached the creatures, she came to understand why Wendy and Wendell were in charge. They moved so quickly that she couldn't even track it, and before she could register what was happening, she found herself skidding across the ground at the end of a backhanded blow that had dislocated one of her shoulders. And given her constitution, that was a testament to how much power the creatures held. Fortunately, Colt was a much better combatant than she could ever be, and his loyal nature dictated that when Carmen had charged, so did he. As she picked herself up, he launched a blade storm at the pair, but to both of their surprise, the ability had almost no effect. Aside from a few small cuts that seeped white pus, the creatures were entirely unharmed. But Colt refused to be dissuaded. However, where Carmen had engaged in a reckless charge, the one-handed swordsman took a measured approach. Wendell snapped out, his illusion flickering to reveal a grotesquely long arm. Yet, Colt had no issues sidestepping it. Then, he thrust. Wendell's eyes widened, and he shifted slightly. However, he was off balance, so he was incapable of avoiding the stab that took him in the hip. He screamed an unholy shriek that sounded like 1,000 dying crows, and tried once again to strike Colt. The samurai didn't move much, but it was just enough to elicit a narrow miss. Yet, Wendell wasn't alone. Wendy blurred forward, solidifying her status as the town's true alpha, and before Colt could react, she snapped out a blow that took him in the head. Despite being taken by surprise, the samurai rolled with the blow, and that was likely the only reason he managed to survive. Still, even getting clipped was enough to send him stumbling to the ground. The Sidhi woman pounced. That's when two things happened. First, Carmen returned to battle, swinging her hammer in a wide arc meant to cave in the woman's head. But she hadn't forgotten the wounded Wendell, who'd somehow superimposed himself between Carmen and Wendy. As a result, he took the blow mean to kill the other Sidhi, adopting her fate as his own. Carmen's hammer crashed through his upraised arms with enough force to crush his skull, sending a gelatinous white goop flying through the gate. Yet, as satisfying as the kill was, it meant that Wendy had a free shot at the stunned Colt. But Miguel had no intention of letting that happen. The young man planted himself between the two, bracing the Bane spear with his foot. Like a charging boar, Wendy couldn't stop herself before being impaled on the weapon. She slid down to the shaft, pus dripping from her mouth as she grasped for Miguel. A recovered Colt slashed, and the Sidhi's hands went flying. A moment later, she perished. Seeing that, Carmen shouted, "Everyone through the gate." The rest of the group, who'd been holding the other Sidhi off, slowly backed through the gate. The Sidhi refused to pass through, which seemed to confirm Willa's information that said the creatures were weakened outside of their territory. Not that the refugees could spare the time to confirm that. Indeed, the only person that bothered looking back was Carmen, and she saw a smiling Willa standing behind the horde of Sidhi, her arms crossed. She raised a hand to her brow and gave Carmen a salute. The meaning was clear. Willa hadn't helped Carmen and the others out of the goodness of her heart, if the Sidhi even had those organs. Instead, she was motivated by simple greed. She wanted power, and she saw a way to rid herself of her rivals. Or superiors. But as much as Carmen found the whole concept disgusting, she'd still benefited from it. Shaking her head, Carmen turned and followed her people into the wilderness. As she passed the tree line, She wondered what else they would be forced to endure before they reached some semblance of safety. "Why sunlight?" asked Kenna, leaning against the lighthouse wall. The other elves were there as well, all wearing somber expressions. They had conquered the tower, but through little in the way of their own efforts. As such, they clearly felt it was a hollow victory. Sure, they'd gained some experience and a few items apiece, but their time in the tower had shown them that they weren't ready for such a challenge. Elijah understood it, too. It was easy to look at the concept of a tower as an opportunity, and it was, but it was also a deadly scenario meant to push a well-prepared group to its limits. Ensuring that was the fact that the level of the creatures inside, and their power, was scaled based on the highest member of the would-be conquerors. The only reason Elijah was capable of overcoming those challenges alone was a combination of his high-quality gear, the versatility of his class and archetype, and most importantly, his potent dragon core. Without any of those things, he would have been destined to lose. Of course, he didn't acknowledge that he'd managed to conquer his first tower without the benefit of his dragon core. Yet, that experience had been a defining moment for him. A crucible that reforged him, body and mind. And he'd beaten it not through skill, but through a sheer application of willpower. Most people would have failed. Elijah knew that. Certainly, the elves would have fallen. Together or alone, they were simply ill-suited to the task. Which meant that he felt a little bad about insisting they should hold up their end of the bargain they'd struck. None of the items they'd been awarded sounded particularly interesting. Elijah didn't think he would actually use any of them, but he also had no intention of letting the elves off without paying for his services. By all accounts, they'd each gotten the easier end of the deal. They'd nearly died, sure. But they'd done almost nothing, and they'd gotten rewards for each level he'd overcome. Still, even though he only intended to sell it to someone like Atticus, he wasn't sure which item he was going to take. So, after leaving the tower, the group had settled into rest. They still weren't entirely recovered while Elijah had told them everything he could about the tower. That included his method of slaying the vampiric Lord Lothgar. "You guys don't have vampires?" he asked. "You know, bloodsuckers that are allergic to crosses, garlic and sunlight." Kenna shook her head. "We do not." "Are these monsters native to Earth?" Elijah answered, "No. More like myths. Just stories we would tell one another. But I can guarantee that anyone from Earth would have figured it out." Interesting. It really was. Until that moment, Elijah had never considered that it would be possible for the system to draw inspiration from Earth's mythology. And given humanity's obsession with entertainment and storytelling, there was a lot of material out there. Perhaps someone else would run a tower and have to fight the system's version of Freddy Krueger. Or the Power Rangers. Who knew what the limitations might be? Or if there were any. Elijah said, "So, I'm having a little trouble figuring out which item I want." Badu's expression darkened. Or perhaps that was his resting expression. Either way, at least he didn't speak. Elijah was tempted to just take whichever reward the idiotic Wind Whisperer cherished most, but he wasn't quite that vindictive. "Is there nothing else we can offer you?" asked Kenna. He shrugged. "Unless you can direct me to some good guides on cultivation." "No," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "I've tried looking through the knowledge base, but, well, it's not easy to sort through all that stuff. I swear, last time I tried, I spent like 2 hours searching, and I found almost nothing worthwhile." "Did you consult a librarian?" "A what?" Elijah asked. "I mean, I know what a librarian is." "Obviously. We had them in our libraries. You know, big collections of books. But the way you said that made me think you're talking about something completely different. A librarian is a class derived from the scholar archetype. Those with that class often work to help people find specific information in a branch's knowledge base," said Kenna. "Of course, they also work with private knowledge bases as well. The Blue Water sect employs many such librarians in their own knowledge repositories." Elijah ran his hand through his hair, then admitted, "I don't think there were any librarians attached to any of the branches I've visited. None that I saw, anyway. Just envoys. We have a librarian in Avondor. Elijah didn't need her to spell it out for him. They owed him a tower reward that he clearly didn't need. Or want, really. But he could think of 100 ways a librarian could help him. So far, he'd just snatched any guide that he could afford and seemed interesting. As a result, he'd expanded the breadth of his knowledge of his new universe, at least to some degree. However, he hadn't gotten any information specific to his needs. But one subject interested him more than any other. Cultivation specifically, for his soul, which had so far proven a fruitless pursuit. It wasn't like cultivating his mind or body, where he'd managed to stumble his way to success. Reaching the next stage of soul cultivation would require him to redraw the pathways through which Ethera infused his body. Until he did that, he would be stuck at his current stage. Just so we're clear, what are you offering? He asked. One subject, Kenna answered. Our librarian will help you answer one question. In exchange, you will forego the additional reward for conquering the tower. 2. No, she said. What? Why? It's just. Farron's level is low, she said. His cooldown is expansive. He can answer one question per week. Ugh. Seriously? That must make leveling slow, Elijah remarked. It is. However, he is a diligent worker, and a librarian's task extends further than mere research. He will go far, so long as our people survive, Kenna said with some pride. She's just saying that because he's her brother, Sika said with a grin. That is untrue, Kenna retorted, her cheeks reddening. All right, Elijah said. How about this? One question now. Another the next time I visit. That is acceptable, Kenna said, clearly relieved. After that, the rest of the elves relaxed a little. It seemed that they had expected him to react poorly to the restriction. Perhaps they even thought he would simply kill them and take their rewards. Maybe some people would have. After all, he'd conquered a tower on his own. It didn't seem impossible that he could kill them just as easily. A silly notion, from Elijah's perspective. Not only did he value life more than that, but he stood to gain much more from keeping them alive. Knowledge was more valuable than a few trinkets. Speaking of trinkets, Elijah looked down at his new staff. As he did, he recalled the notification he'd gotten after completing the tower with a B grade. Reward for conquering the Magister's estate. Dragon-touched staff. It was not a remarkable-looking weapon. Just a 6-foot-tall staff of polished, black wood. When Elijah looked closely, he could see a slight scale pattern along the shaft, but beyond that, the only decoration was on the metallic caps on either end. They bore twin sigils that looked like stylized dragons that had been etched into the metal. However, considering that he'd cracked his crook of the serpent healer, Elijah had accepted the reward eagerly. Like his other staves, using it didn't give him any additional attributes, but he knew it would have other benefits. He just needed to visit a merchant like Atticus, so he could identify it properly. In addition to the dragon-touched staff, Elijah had benefited from the last level of the tower by gaining another 2 levels. At present, he was level 72, which meant he'd finally reached the top 5 on the power ladder. Planetary Power Rankings, Earth. 1. Oscar Ramirez, level 75. 2. Thor Gunderson, level 74. 3. Sadie Song, level 73. 4. Elijah Hart, level 72. 5. Hu Shui, level 71. 6. Nico Song, level 66. 7. Davu Adibowale, level 64. 8. Anupriya Pandey, level 61. 9. Ram Kondu, level 59. 10. Gunnar Lindstrom, level 57. 11. 12. 13. Elijah couldn't believe he hadn't reached the top spot. As quickly as he'd leveled in the tower, the top 3 had managed to stay ahead. Clearly, they'd found some very unique situations to overcome. Perhaps they'd even challenged towers themselves. However, judging by the names, it seemed likely that Sadie Song and Nico Song were related. Sure, Song wasn't an uncommon surname, but the fact that they were so close together on the power ladder was enough of a coincidence for Elijah to feel certain of his intuition. But more than anything, Elijah was most impressed with Oscar Ramirez and Thor Gunderson. He knew precisely how difficult it was to level, and those two stood above everyone else. It was remarkable, and Elijah hoped he could someday meet them and compare notes. Perhaps they could even work together. Of course, as always, he searched the list for Carmen's name, finding her just outside the top 50. Her progression was impressive, too, but Elijah was more interested in confirming that she was still alive. That provided him with a level of comfort that made it easier to keep going. By the time Elijah had finished with his various notifications, the elves were ready to move out. So they set off across the arid landscape, eventually entering the twilight clefts. After a few more hours, they arrived back at Arvindor, where Kenna led him to the city's branch. As they walked, Elijah asked, "How many elves live here?" 14,312, she answered. So many. Was your world so bad that you would risk coming here? I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Earth. It's my home. But even you have to admit that it's a difficult place to survive, what with the monsters and towers and Vox. With danger comes opportunity, she answered. On Iraq, my lifespan would have been no more than a century. Here, I have the opportunity to live for millennia. I can achieve power unlike anyone in my family. Perhaps I can even reach immortality. Certainly, my world was safe. We were well protected. But without risk, I could never hope to rise above the circumstances of my birth. I was born a Tesset, and I would have died a Tesset. Now I can rise above that. Elijah wasn't sure what a Tesset was, but he assumed it was the caste the elf had belonged to. He understood her reasoning, too. Just like the people back in Ironshore, she'd come to Earth for opportunity. Eventually, they reached the branch, which was manned by a single elven envoy. Kenna spoke to that attendant, and Elijah was allowed to access the branch. As he took care of some housekeeping, checking his stock of Ethereum, as well as studying the map to see if there were any towns nearby. As it turned out, there was. And it was his goal. Seattle was only a few hundred miles away to the northeast. It took all of Elijah's self-control not to leave right then. However, he restrained himself, and soon enough, Kenna returned with a young boy in tow. If he was more than 15, Elijah would have been surprised, but he definitely saw the resemblance between the two siblings. Once Elijah told Farron what he wanted, the boy touched the crystalline branch, then used some sort of ability. It lit up with inner light, then grew a crystal leaf. He handed it over to Elijah, saying, "It is called an Introduction to Druidic Cultivation, and it covers the first 3 stages." "Druid?" asked Kenna, having overheard. "Yep. That's me." "You are a druid." Yeah. I just said that. But in the tower you were effective." "I know. I was there." "How?" "Talent. I do not jest. Druids are known to be weak in combat." "Useful, certainly, but they are not capable of what you did," she insisted. "Ouch. Tell me how you really feel," he muttered. Her perception of his archetype wasn't really a surprise. He'd known all along that druids traded potency for versatility. But he hadn't thought their or by extension, his reputation was that poor. To hear Nerthus talk about it, druids were the most powerful archetype in existence. Then again, he was a tree spirit, so perhaps he wasn't particularly unbiased on the subject. "How?" she asked again, stepping closer. Elijah took a step back. He certainly appreciated the elf's looks, but he wasn't quite ready to contemplate interspecies relations. And given her appearance, that would inevitably be where his mind went if she remained in such close proximity. "I'm super special," he said with a grin. "Well, now that I've got what I wanted, I suppose it's time for me to mosey on along. Hit the dusty train, so to speak." He gave her an awkward salute that he immediately regretted, then said, "Off I go before I truly humiliate myself. I'll see myself out." And he did, regretting more than just his silly salute. Perhaps he should go back to see if Kana had any interest in humans. But by the time he'd reached the city's exit, he still hadn't come to any decision, so he thought it best if he just moved along. After all, he still had one question to ask, so he intended to come back. Maybe by then, he would know whether or not he wanted to pursue a human-elf relationship. A summer wind skated across the plain, rustling the sparse vegetation before tousling Elijah's hair. He sighed, propping his forearms on his knees as he stared at the dancing flame of his campfire. Nearby, he could feel various skittering insects as well as a few lizards who fed on them. In turn, he knew there was a nearby snake waiting to ambush any lizard who happened to cross its path. Above, a hawk screeched, ready to swoop in and capture the snake. And somewhere, something assuredly hunted the hawk as well. That was nature. A constant cycle of conflict and death from which life was both sustained and renewed. Idly, he wondered where he fit in that circle. But one look at the hunk of snake roasting over his fire told him precisely where he stood. For better or worse, he was at the top of the food chain. An alpha predator with few real threats. Yet, Elijah didn't really take joy in his place above the other animals. Instead, he just felt a sense of belonging. He was as much a part of the ecosystem as any other beast. He was just self-aware enough to recognize it. He did wonder about the wider universes, though. There were 9 realms attached to the world tree. And those realms were each host to innumerable universes that, in turn, contained a bevy of planets, many of which were populated. The vastness of those connected universes beggared Elijah's imagination to the point where he couldn't really comprehend it. All he knew was that he was small. Very, very small. Never did he feel that more acutely than when he glanced up at the night sky and saw a blanket of uncountable stars. He sighed, leaning back as he waited for the snake cook. There was peace in knowing his place, even if he was no more important than a single grain of sand. Those thoughts and more flitted through his mind as he stared up at the stars and listened to the sizzling sound of searing meat. The serpent had been a large creature, some form of mutated rattlesnake, he thought, but it had died easily enough to a single swipe from a predator strike-enhanced claw. It had barely even awarded any experience. But that didn't matter. He'd hunted it for food. Not for progression. In any case, it had weighed almost 100 pounds, so, even though he didn't particularly like snake, he had no issues with using the meat to augment his dwindling supplies. Eventually, the snake finished cooking, and he tore through the gamey meat, pairing it with a couple of grove berries and a jug of fresh water. It was a bit wasteful, but he'd grown so attached to the taste of those berries that he often ate more than he should. Soon enough, though, he'd finished his meal. After that, he wrapped the remaining meat in wax paper he'd gotten back in Ironshore, then shoved the parcels into his ghoulhide satchel. Finally, he retrieved the glittering leaf he'd gotten from the branch back in Arvindor. It was called Druidic cultivation, and he hoped it would be precisely what he needed. The librarian had claimed as much, but Elijah wasn't so sure. His class was supposed to be rare, and his archetype even more so. So finding a means of cultivating his soul, which required him to rebuild the pathways that had been dissolved during the initial stage, was something he considered a long shot. When he opened the guide, he realized that his doubt was misplaced. The first bits recounted methods of reaching the first stage of cultivation. However, he was a bit surprised to learn that he'd had it quite a bit easier than most people. Apparently, his grove had assisted him quite a bit. A druid's grove is an incalculable benefit to their cultivation. With it, many of the typical requirements, which can include expensive potions and rare natural treasures, are unnecessary. However, the true benefit of a grove lies with inspiration. Normally, cultivation requires an epiphany. An understanding of the world and one's place in it. Yet, for the first 3 stages of cultivation, a druid needs no such thing, so long as they have their grove. After that, understanding is necessary. It went on to explain that a sufficiently powerful grove could play host to hundreds of druids. Apparently, as the sole druid bonded to the grove indeed, the progenitor of such he gained significantly more powerful benefits than was typically seen. It wasn't multiplicative. In fact, much of that power went to waste. Yet, it still put him in a far better situation than any other cultivator, according to the guide. That made sense. Elijah had long wondered why everyone hadn't reached the first stage of cultivation, at least in one category. Now he understood it. Everyone else needed expensive potions or natural treasures, incredibly dense Ethera, and worst of all, some mental component that Elijah didn't truly understand. As a druid, he needed none of those things for now. He went on to read that the grove was only one part of that. Indeed, the mere fact that he'd been offered the druid archetype in the first place meant that he was more capable of understanding his place in the world than most. Then, the addition of one with nature had hammered that home. Repeatedly. The bond with the grove had sealed those lessons in his mind, internalizing insight on an instinctual level. That advantage would dissipate after the third stage, though that was a long way off, as far as he could tell. According to the guide, after a certain point in their progression, people's priorities tended to shift from gaining levels to seeking insight and proper environments for cultivation. Levels, it said, would come during that journey. Elijah read it all with no small degree of anticipation. The notion of going to wondrous places in pursuit of opportunities certainly appealed to his sense of wanderlust. But he had a long way to go before that would be necessary. For now, he needed to focus on cultivating his soul. And despite his advantages, it looked incredibly complex. The pattern was there, but it wasn't as simple as memorization. Even with his multifaceted quartz mind, it was a daunting prospect. Not only did the pattern look like the world's most complex root system, with microscopic strands twined around one another, but it was also three-dimensional. Because of that, Elijah knew that learning it would be the product of months, rather than the few hours he had originally suspected. In addition, the guide also claimed that some archetypes may require the cultivator to make slight adjustments based on the way everything felt. To put it mildly, it was a much more difficult process than anything else he'd endured. But it was nice to have a goal. So Elijah spent a few hours studying the guide's example until, at last, he decided to get some rest. As he fell unconscious, images of branching root systems occupied his mind. Thankfully, his dreams didn't follow suit, and he awoke the next morning feeling as refreshed as ever. After stripping down and stepping away from his campfire, he cast healing rain and took a shower. In the wilderness, the availability of a shower, even if it was rainwater that would disappear soon after the spell completed, was a nice convenience, and the process of bathing left him feeling even better. So once he'd finished and dressed, he enjoyed a breakfast of leftover snake meat, and set off in the appropriate direction. As he did, one facet of his mind remained occupied by the root pattern. Even with constant thought, Elijah knew it would take quite a lot of time before he would be comfortable enough to try to force himself to take the next step in soul cultivation. But that was okay. There were no timers, after all. He could take however long he needed. Slowly, he covered the ground, his new staff clacking against the dry earth as the hours passed into a few days. His routine remained the same, and though the way was nominally difficult, Elijah had to admit that he enjoyed himself. On the surface, the desert looked lifeless. However, via one with nature, he could tell that that impression couldn't be further from the truth. He felt every insect, every reptile, and every hardy plant he passed. And it gave him more than a small sense of appreciation for how fervently they clung to survival. To him, it felt appropriate. That was the ultimate goal of everything in nature, after all. Survival, both on an individual and a species-wide level, was the most potent driving force behind every creature's behavior. Elijah was so caught up in it that, when he crested a hill, and the area changed, it hit him like a ton of bricks. Suddenly, it felt like he was swimming in a pool of death. He stumbled slightly, then looked around. Everywhere his eyes went, there were corpses, and in an advanced state of decay. Most were naked, but quite a few wore damaged bits of armor. broken weapons, swords and spears, mostly, were scattered all around. Clearly, a battle had been fought in the area. Elijah wasn't certain how long had passed. A week or two, at most. Not more than that, he suspected. And clearly, there were thousands of casualties. As far as he could see, there were dead bodies. Crows and other carrion eaters feasted on the corpses, cawing loudly at one another. It was a disturbing sight, but when Elijah focused on one with nature, he was even more horrified. The level of carnage in the area had stained the very land. If the ambient Ethera in his grove represented nature, then the battlefield was dedicated to death. To conflict. War. Elijah had felt various other flavors of Ethera, especially in the Reaver's Citadel, where two wings had been dedicated to the opposing forces of fire and ice, but nothing could have prepared him for what he experienced standing on the edge of the battlefield. It made his skin crawl, but it also got his blood pumping as his heart raced under the influence of a burst of adrenaline. He could easily imagine that aura pushing other people to greater heights of aggression. One spark and conflict would ignite. Elijah didn't like that one bit. So he crouched, holding his staff upright as he let the ambient Ethera waft over him. It felt wrong. Unnatural. And Elijah knew that, as a druid, he needed to set things right. However, at first, he had no idea how he was meant to do that. Then, it dawned on him. If he removed the evidence of the battle, then perhaps it would curtail the aura from growing even denser. After all, when he focused on each one, they felt like miniature natural treasures, though not the sort that anyone would want to use. They were tainted. Corrupted. They were grotesque. But once the idea had flitted across Elijah's mind, he couldn't abandon it. Besides, people deserved proper burials, didn't they? That was normal. Noble, even. So Elijah girded his loins and gathered his metal before wading in and getting to work. He didn't dare shift into the form of the lamellar ape. It already came with rage issues, and he didn't want to exacerbate that with the aura of conflict. Besides, it felt more respectful to embark on the task as a human. Over the next 3 days, Elijah engaged in the task. He dug a huge, mass grave in the center of the battlefield, then dragged each of the decomposing bodies to the site, then tossed them into the pit. It was traumatizing, and Elijah hated what he was forced to do. However, with every passing hour, he grew more convinced that it was necessary. Eventually, 7 facets of his quartz mind were occupied with preparation for his soul cultivation, while the remaining 2 respectively focused on his environment and the task. Eventually, though, he completed the task, covering hundreds of gathered corpses with the previously excavated dirt. But once it was finished, Elijah knew it wasn't enough. So he went in search of some appropriate seeds. What he found was a Joshua tree only about a mile away, which he thought fit what he had in mind. So, seeds in hand, Elijah retreated back to the grave site, where he planted the seeds in a wide circle. He had no intention of using it as a teleportation point. Rather, he simply wanted to overwhelm the aura of conflict and death with one of nature. So in that pursuit, Elijah cast healing rain, then flared nature's bounty. Over the next few days, he continuously coaxed the seeds to sprout into saplings. As he bathed the area in his own Ethera, which was further reinforced by the juvenile trees, the aura left behind by the battle retreated until it was barely even noticeable. Only then did Elijah step back and consider it a job well done. So once he was certain that his efforts would kick off a cycle of renewal, he moved on, satisfied with his efforts. With a wet squelch, Thor yanked a monstrous leech from his side, then crushed it in his grip. It was both satisfying and grotesque, the way the thing's insides, and the blood it had sucked from him, oozed between his fingers. He tossed the pest aside, where its remains were immediately set upon by the biting fish that were so prevalent within the mire. How anything managed to survive the swamp was a mystery. Only a couple of days after he'd entered the swamp, he'd come upon a helpful alchemist. Well, helpful after he realized that Thor wasn't going to take no for an answer. Regardless, the thin, bearded men with the curious accent had provided him with potions meant to cure him of the myriad ailments that came from trekking through the marsh, and he'd even relayed information that had pointed Thor in the direction of his intended prey. Of course, that meant trudging for long miles to the center of the swamp. Each step was a battle, and when he'd reached the deepest parts of the mire, he'd found nothing but more disease, pain, and battle. But no Druid. Only when he'd resorted to using ancestral hunt did he come to realize that the alchemist had purposefully led him astray. The tendril of Ethera pointed in the opposite direction, which meant that he had a long way yet to go. Fortunately, the alchemist's potions worked to rid Thor of the worst of the swamp's ailments, though the side effects included a tortuously twisted gut and loose bowels. So, when he finally set foot on dry ground, he did so with more than a little relief. Since the world had transformed, Thor had been in all sorts of deadly environments, but none had been nearly as frustrating as the swamp. That was the biggest reason he hadn't gone back to teach the alchemist a lesson. The mere notion of trudging back the way he'd come twisted his stomach into knots, and he hadn't had to think about it long before leaving the swamp behind. Perhaps the swamp wasn't as dangerous as some areas he'd visited. He never felt on the verge of death. But every step was exhausting in a way Thor had never experienced. He was glad to leave it behind. He was even happier to find a stream where he could clean himself. As he washed the muck of weeks' worth of travel and everything else he'd endured at the end of that insidious potion away, Thor found a host of smaller leeches, plenty of biting insects, and even a snake that had wrapped around his ankle. He executed them all with ruthless prejudice, and at last, he was rid of the swamp. One of the other issues he'd faced was that, in the swamp, there was nowhere to rest. As a result, he'd been awake for more than a week. So, the moment he found a bit of dry, protected ground, he curled up and slept for what felt like an eternity. When he finally woke more than 24 hours later, he felt even groggier than before. More, he was stiff to the point of barely being able to move. Finally, his brow was wet with sweat, and the accompanying chills that racked his body told Thor that he was suffering from a fever. So he downed the last of the potion provided by the alchemist and fell asleep. For 3 days, he endured the sickness. Days and nights blurred together, and for a while, he was certain he was going to die. Yet, finally, on the 4th morning, the fever broke. By that point, he felt like a shadow of his former self, and it took a further day before he felt up to trekking back to the stream, and once again, washing the filth from his body. That helped. A little. But with the breaking fever came lucidity, and he couldn't help but wonder how the Druid had managed to cross the swamp. Elijah Hart was below him on the power rankings, so he should have been markedly weaker. It didn't make sense that he could go somewhere Thor could not. Yet he had. The only solace Thor could muster in his heart was that there was a good chance that Elijah Hart had suffered just as much as he. And now, at last, he was free to continue his hunt. So, after bathing, Thor found a different area in which to rest, and a couple of days later, he finally set off across the landscape. The ground was still spongy in places, and he had to watch out for bogs, but he made his way much more quickly than he'd traveled through the swamp. And eventually, he fully left the mire behind. Ancestral hunt had already come off cooldown, but he didn't use it yet. Instead, he followed the landscape in what felt like a natural direction. Surely, if the Druid had come through the area, he wouldn't have veered off the easy path. So it went for quite a few days, and gradually, the terrain transformed into a forested plain. As he traveled, Thor slowly recovered. He killed everything he saw, and even managed to stumble upon a rift, which he conquered. Along the way, he gained levels, passing the threshold into level 74. For all that it frustrated him, the constant war with nature he'd experienced in the swamp had done wonders for Thor's progression. But each time he gained a level, one thing became absolutely certain: if he was going to continue to progress, he would need to find stronger prey. The local wildlife was periodically powerful. Every now and then, he'd stumble upon a stronger-than-normal monster. Yet, he knew that if he wanted to continue at his pace, he would need to enter towers and rifts. Perhaps, he would even visit one of the embattled areas like the frozen wastes. He'd even heard of a region in what was formerly China that had become mired in death and monsters. Or he could simply hunt powerful people. He'd done so before, and the benefits were always astounding. Not only would he gain experience commensurate with their levels, but he'd also get to take whatever treasures they had in their possession. Certainly, it wasn't the traditionally moral thing to do, but in his experience, morality didn't truly exist. It was all relative. One man's atrocity was another man's necessity. So he didn't concern himself with such inconsequential things. Eventually, Thor reached a settlement composed of a huge, white house surrounded by fields of what looked like soybeans, and a nearby collection of quaint buildings. Thor had seen many such settlements before, though most had been abandoned, their former inhabitants either killed by the encroaching wildlife or scattered to the wind. It was further evidence that most of humanity was too weak to survive the new world. Still, he wasn't so disconnected from his roots that he couldn't appreciate a little civilization. Especially because it would give him an opportunity to resupply as well as to sleep in an actual bed for once. Thor prided himself on his ability to survive and even thrive in the harsh wilderness. Yet, he did enjoy the amenities of civilization whenever they were available. Especially after the ordeal he'd endured in the swamp. So, it was with some degree of relief that he trekked toward the village. However, when he finally reached the collection of buildings, he was confronted by a tall man, who said, "Howdy, stranger. What can we do for ya?" The fellow wore a white cowboy hat and mirrored sunglasses, but the first thing Thor noticed was a leather holster at his hip. In the old world it might have held a pistol, but now, it played host to a twisted metal rod that Thor recognized as a wand. He shifted slightly, putting his weight on his back foot. He was ready to spring into motion at the slightest provocation. His experience with the merchant had reminded him that, even if he was more powerful than his opponent, that didn't mean they weren't dangerous. For all he knew, the man in the mirrored sunglasses had a supremely deadly skill that he could only use once a year. If that was the case, Thor would be in trouble. That was the thing he'd let himself forget. The world was full of innumerable classes, some of which were incredibly powerful in very specific situations. Certainly, levels and cultivation could overcome that, but the fact remained that if he wanted to survive, he needed to be wary of putting himself in disadvantageous circumstances. So instead of bowling into the town as he had in the past, he said, "I need a place to rest and resupply. I also require information. Don't mind helpin' with the first two. For a price, of course. With the last, that depends on what sort of information you'll be wantin'," the man said, shifting a bit so as to prevent a slimmer profile. He looked like a gunfighter from a western, and Thor very nearly challenged the man then and there. But he used hunter's eye instead. Name, Raylan Timmons. Archetype, sorcerer. Level, 47. By Thor's count, the man's level put him just outside the top 100. But in reality, he was only 10 levels from cracking the top 10. Most of the power ladder was bunched between levels 50 and 60, so just because the man wasn't one of the world's most powerful people, that didn't mean he was a weakling. And Thor had seen the dangers of fighting people on their own turf. Likely, the town had a few other combatants around who could make his life difficult. So despite the fact that he had almost 30 levels on Raylan Timmons, Thor chose a non-violent path. Besides, he preferred attacking his prey from the shadows. He could fight in a straight battle, but that was a good way to get killed. "I'm looking for a druid," Thor stated. "Elijah Hart. I believe he passed through this town recently." The man took off his hat, then wiped his sleeve across his forehead. Then, he glanced up at the sun before saying, "Don't ring any bells. We get a lot of travelers comin' through here, though. Feel free to ask around. But I'll tell you this once. You cause trouble, and you better be ready to take on everybody here. Big boy like you, with all them levels, you can probably put up a good fight. But you won't win. I can promise you that." "Is that a challenge?" Thor asked, tightening his grip on the spear in his hand. He refused to be talked down to by someone so much weaker than him. "Just a promise. Law and order, son." That's the name of the game. Without that, we're no better 'en beasts. Thor wanted to show the man what a beast he could be, though his previous caution was warranted. So he marshaled his self-control and said, I agree. I will cause no trouble unless someone forces me to do so. Fair enough. In that case, you probably want to stay at the Dragonbound house. Feel free to wander but keep my promise in mind, Raylan Timmons said. After that, Thor moved on. However, as he did so, he felt the man's eyes following his every move. More than that, it felt like wherever he went inside the town, whose name he'd never sought, other people watched him. Clearly, they knew what it meant to host powerful strangers. So he only stayed in the town for one night, though even that was refreshing. At the same time, he had asked around until he found a few disgruntled men in the local saloon. They told him about a curious monument in the forest, so Thor considered that the next stop. Still, when the next morning saw him leaving the town behind, he considered turning back around and laying waste to everything he saw. They had insulted him with their suspicions, and as such, he thought they deserved to be taught a permanent lesson. Yet, the memory of his encounter with the merchant brought him up short. That feeling of weakness he'd experienced in the man's shop still clung to his mind, pushing him toward caution. So, with no small degree of displeasure constricting his thoughts, Thor set off back into the wilderness. As he did so, he couldn't help but hope that he'd finally tracked his prey. Originally, he had nothing against the Druid. However, with every passing day, and with each hardship he'd endured, he'd grown to hate the man. Killing him, he reasoned, would go a long way toward rectifying those feelings. Elijah slithered forward, staying low to the ground. It wasn't strictly necessary. Guise of the unseen was more than sufficient to keep him hidden. Yet, he felt that it helped relieve the burden on the ability. Perhaps it did, but Elijah chose not to play with proverbial fire. After all, he'd been doing things the same way since the very beginning, and he didn't see any reason to try to fix something that wasn't broken. Regardless, neither of the Vox he'd been stalking were aware of his presence. So once he was close enough to the first, he used Predator Strike, then launched himself at the misshapen, red-scaled creature with all the fury he could muster. His jaws clamped down on the monster's neck, crushing it in a single bite. The monster went limp, but before it could fall to the ground, Elijah was already moving. Not with his feet, though. Instead, he used Flicker Step. Flicker Step. Slip into the shadows, emerging behind your opponent. Only usable while under the influence of shape of the predator. Cooldown based on dexterity. Current, 61.2 seconds. He disappeared just before the monster's fellow closed in on him. Then, he appeared directly behind the creature. He used Venom Strike, then leaped upon the creature's back. His foreclaws dug into the thing's shoulders, while his back claws cut the monster's lower back to ribbons. Meanwhile, he clamped his jaws around its shoulder. He'd been aiming for the head, but it moved at the last second, crushing bone as his mouth closed on the hunk of meaty flesh. Then, he ripped it all free before bounding away. Elijah hit a nearby rock, which he used to change direction as the monster sloppily pursued him. It hit the earthen bulwark with a crash, and Elijah darted in, slashing his claws across its legs before he once again broke away. It staggered after him, though with the effects of contagion and Venom Strike, it was barely capable of maintaining its feet. It would have bled out in a few more minutes, so the smart and safe strategy would have been to continue to run circles around the creature. Yet, his attack had more than one goal. In addition to ridding the world of the taint of the Vox's existence, Elijah had set out to test his newest skill. He'd already done so almost a dozen times, but he'd found that it was far more difficult to use than many of his other abilities. The sudden teleportation was disorienting, and it required a very different sort of mindset to use it properly. So, while trekking through the desert wilderness, Elijah had searched for opportunities to practice. That meant he made slower progress in terms of distance traveled each day, but in his opinion, it was worth it. Not regarding experience. He barely got any from these low-level Vox. Instead, he knew he would need to be able to use Flicker Step as well as he used all of his other spells and abilities. And that meant practice. Besides, every day he killed a few of the horrid Vox was a good day. Regardless, he wasn't interested in letting the monster bleed out. Instead, he waited the 60 seconds necessary for Flicker Step to reset, then used it again. He didn't subject it to the same volume of attacks as his first pass, but he did slash his claws across the backs of its legs a few times before darting away. The creature continued to stumble mindlessly after him. He knew it wouldn't last much longer. A minute or so at most. Still, Elijah managed to get one more Flicker Step in before the monster keeled over. With that, he settled down and examined the way his body felt. Using Flicker Step was taxing to his stamina. It wasn't quite as bad as using Iron Scales, which had grown easier as he'd leveled and gained attributes, but it was definitely noticeable. As a result, even if the cooldown allowed for it, he couldn't use it without cost. But that was fine. Elijah had long since accepted that nothing was free. Each of his abilities had a cost that was usually balanced against its cooldown and power. So the fact that Flicker Step was limited was nothing unexpected. And it was powerful. The key to making his Draconid form work for him was mobility. Otherwise, the shape simply wasn't capable of mitigating damage. Sure, it was slightly more durable than his human form, but that was just because of its scales. And given the power of some of the monsters he routinely fought in rifts and towers, if not in the wilderness, meant that the difference counted for nothing. If he was consistently getting hit in either form, he was probably going to die. So having what was effectively a teleport, albeit one with limitations, was a game changer that he hoped would help him further develop his fighting abilities. At worst, it would allow him to load his enemies with even more afflictions. As he shifted back into his human form, he had to admit that he was very happy with his new ability. Yet, he couldn't help but look ahead. Getting new spells was addictive, and though he expected them to become more infrequent at some point, he still very much looked forward to whatever he would get at level 75. And it was just around the corner, too. While he might not have gotten much experience for any individual kill, there were enough of them that the last Vox had given him enough to push him over the edge to level 73. 2 more levels, and he would gain a new spell. It was easy to understand how some people fell into the trap of pursuing progression above all else. He certainly didn't condone killing the wildlife just for a bit of experience, but with every passing level, he'd begun to understand the mindset better. Still, that wasn't a path he could ever walk, not with a clean conscience, at least. Pushing that aside, he continued on his way, leaving the pair of rapidly rotting corpses behind. As he did, most of his mind, 6 of the 9 facets, was focused on memorizing the pattern he intended to use for his soul cultivation. Even after a week, it was still a long way off, but now that he had a goal in mind, it wasn't nearly as frustrating. It did highlight the other issue, though. There was nothing in the guide he'd bought concerning the cultivation of his dragon core. Certainly, there were sections that concerned generic core cultivation. There was even a missive containing information on a nature core. But there was nothing about dragons. Still, he did get some insight that he thought might help. The first step to any core cultivation was cycling. Or, to put it more simply, dragging Ethera into his core until he could hold no more, swirling it around, before expelling it. Over and over, thousands if not millions of times until the quality began to improve. However, it would never do that unless the process was completed in an area with incredibly dense Ethera. Like his cultivation cave. Even his grove might suffice. But regardless, that was only the first step. There was nothing about how to push to the next, either. So he resolved to ask for that specific bit of information when he returned to the Laven city of Arvindor sometime in the future. For now, though, it was all he could handle to focus on traveling through the wilderness while working on memorizing the pattern for his cultivated soul. But it was certainly something to consider. The biggest issue, as far as Elijah was concerned, was ignorance, but not in the way one would think. Instead, he was ignorant of what he didn't know. Often, he was just stumbling around, grasping in the dark. Sometimes, he'd manage to grab hold of something worthwhile, but the fact was that, even with a resource like a branch's knowledge base, he needed to be pointed in the right direction. There were a host of questions he didn't even know to ask. That was where the rest of humanity was supposed to pick up the slack. With thousands of people in one place, surely some of them would stumble upon some necessary bit of information. The law of averages basically demanded it, the presence of librarians notwithstanding. It made one thing abundantly clear: he needed to branch out. He needed to socialize. He needed community. Otherwise, he would always be groping around in the dark. At some point, his ignorance would come back to bite him, he was certain. He needed to get serious about heading that off at the pass. To that end, he finally remembered to turn his attention to the ring of anonymity. More than once, it had gotten him into trouble. So he'd chosen to do something about that. He didn't want to discard the item altogether. It was still potentially useful. And he also didn't want to walk around advertising that he was one of the top 5 most powerful people in the world. That would invite challenge, and it would bring unwanted attention. Elijah intended to avoid that. Fortunately, there was a happy medium that he thought would satisfy his requirements. He'd learned in Velosta that there were some classes that could hide their information, even from people with appropriate skills. In that small town, which saw plenty of travelers, it wasn't even uncommon. So Elijah figured that he could simply use the anonymous option on his ring. He also shorted the displayed name to simply Eli. That would hopefully keep people out of his business. And if not, he had plenty of ways to respond to any challenge. So he continued on through the desert, surprised that the terrain hadn't changed. By his reckoning, he shouldn't have been far from Seattle. And yet, the region was as arid as any desert. In fact, it still looked a lot like the American Southwest, which shouldn't have been possible. Of course, it was explicable the same way everything else was magic. Or Ethera, to be more accurate. The world had transformed, and the terrain had been randomized. As a result, many regions had been set down in completely different environments. But did the area immediately turn to desert? Or did the vegetation slowly die, giving in to the arid climate? The latter didn't seem possible, given that only 4 years had passed. Yet the former wasn't either. So Elijah kept turning back to magic. Without having lived through it, there was no way to know. Perhaps the natives would. Those thoughts occupied him over the next couple of days until, at last, he crested a hill and saw his destination. Elijah had grown up near Seattle, so he knew the skyline extremely well. Even though he hadn't seen the city in years, the time, since the world's transformation notwithstanding, he should have recognized everything. But he didn't. There were landmarks he recognized. The Space Needle still stood. So did a few of the skyscrapers. He even saw Lumen Field, where the Seahawks had once played. But so many other familiar buildings had clearly fallen. And in the center of the city rose a giant mesa. As expected, there was no shoreline in the area. In fact, the humidity had dropped precipitously with every day over the past week. And it had already been a desert. So, it was easily the driest place Elijah had ever been. Still, in the area surrounding the city, there were dozens of huge container ships that had fallen onto their sides. It looked as if the water had simply disappeared, leaving the ships behind. On bare feet, he continued forward at a slight incline of what had once been the seafloor, passing the graveyard of ships with no small degree of caution. But the derelict vessels were clearly abandoned, and the hulls had been used for salvage, with large portions of the thick steel having been cut free. It was an odd sight, though one Elijah should have expected. Ships were treasure troves of salvageable material, and the people of Seattle had had plenty of time to take whatever they needed. Soon, he'd passed through the collection of ships, and he saw a large wall, which had clearly been built from the wreckage of the fallen buildings. About a mile from the city, he found a wide highway which was mostly intact. As Elijah followed it, he saw plenty of abandoned cars. They'd all been stripped of anything worthwhile, as far as he could tell. But he was no mechanic, so he didn't know enough to say for sure. However, as shocking as the area was, Elijah was even more surprised when he saw a black shape zooming toward him. Initially, he thought it was a bird or some other sort of animal, but as it came closer, he saw it for what it was, a commercial drone. His first instinct was to tear it out of the sky with a well-aimed cast of Storm's Fury, but he restrained himself. The thing didn't seem dangerous, and as he'd already established, he didn't want to draw too much attention. So he gave the drone a lazy wave as he continued toward the city. It turned around a few moments later, heading back toward the city. Elijah followed it. "You're anonymous," said the guard, who was wearing all black fatigues that reminded Elijah of SWAT gear he had seen on television. The men even had knee pads, elbow guards, and fingerless gloves, which Elijah thought was a little much. Of course, he was currently wearing a pair of fingerless gloves himself, so he didn't feel like he had a lot of room to criticize other people's fashion choices. At least he had the good sense to keep his hidden, though. The man looked at his partner and said, "I don't know what to do." Me neither," the other stated. "Look, guys, I just want to see my friends in the city," Elijah said with an easy smile that he hoped didn't come off as disingenuous or deranged. "My name is Eli Summerall. I'm level 38. As he spoke, he switched his ring of anonymity to the second option, altering his apparent level as well as his name. Apparently, walking around with an anonymous identity was just as much of a red flag as doing so with his real name visible. He also changed his archetype to show that he was a ranger, which he thought would be more believable than healer. "There. Remove the skill that hid my level and stuff," he said. "Why were you using that?" one of the guards demanded. The only thing he was missing was an automatic rifle. Instead, he wore a sword at his hip, though it looked like it had been made of some sort of odd composite, rather than steel. "Seems suspicious. You know how it is. You're walking around out in the wilderness. Bandits see you're level 38, and they think they can take you, right?" Elijah lied. "Well, they think twice about that kind of thing if they don't know your level. Little travel tip, if you ever want to go venturing out into the forest." Elijah looked back at the barren landscape. "Or desert, I guess. Not the Seattle I remember, I'll tell you that much." "You from here?" asked the first guard. He was young, maybe 20 years old, and built like he knew where to find the nearest gym. "Originally, yeah. Or Easton, I guess. Doesn't seem like it ended up here," Elijah said. It was a lie. He'd grown up a few hours from Seattle, but he figured it was the easiest way to get information out of the guard without asking overt questions about his sister. After all, he was a powerful person, and given what he saw of the city, he didn't think Seattle was run by the best sort of people. And those types might use his family to try to manipulate him in some way. "Never heard of it," the man said. "But I wasn't here when the apocalypse started. My family wandered in after." "He doesn't need to know that, Tommy." "Oh. Right. I guess you can go on through," the guard said, waving him inside, much to the relief of the other people waiting to get in. There weren't many, and most of them looked like they'd been living rough out in the wilderness. So had Elijah, but he had a lot of advantages they clearly didn't, so he looked like he'd been out for a Sunday stroll. "Thanks. Any suggestions where I might find a room to rent for a few days? And a drink, maybe?" "Sure. Try the Dirty Cactus for drinks. Best bar in town. Mostly the right sort of people too, if you know what I mean. As far as a room, there's a couple of hotels in that area. Best one's probably the Holiday Inn," the second guard said. By comparison to his partner, he was tall, with wide shoulders and a bit of a paunch. But he looked like he knew how to handle himself. After getting directions, Elijah thanked the pair, then moved on. However, he did wonder what the guard meant by the right sort of people. He figured he'd find out soon enough. Regardless, as Elijah walked through the town, he was struck by how many modern conveniences there were. The other cities he'd visited had access to electricity in some form or another, though it was heavily rationed. However, after only a few steps into Seattle, Elijah knew that it was different. There were drones flying around everywhere, and when they drew within range of Elijah's one with nature, he could tell that they were powered by a mixture of Ethera and electricity. The few cars he saw were all electric, and there were quite a lot of electric scooters, bikes, and motorcycles around as well. And there were phones in every hand, just like before Earth experienced the touch of the World Tree. It made the city seem almost normal, though that illusion was shattered by the ruins he passed as he entered the city. Buildings had fallen, streets had been destroyed, and there was even a 50-foot wide sinkhole that he had to cross a rope bridge to bypass. It was clear that Seattle had not recovered from the calamity of the World Tree's touch. Elijah didn't know why, either. The other cities and towns he'd seen had all showed that people had the ability to rapidly repair and build sturdy structures. He'd even seen many of those crafters in action when Argos was being repaired in the wake of the tempest. Surely, with their population, Seattle had plenty of people with that same capability. As he traversed the city, following the guards' directions, Elijah saw plenty of other guards, each one wearing what looked like surplus police or military gear. It was such a strange sight, especially given that other cities seemed to have embraced a much more medieval mindset, at least regarding weaponry and armor. Elijah couldn't help but wonder how Kevlar would stand up to his claws. Eventually, he passed Lumen Stadium, and he was surprised to find that only half of the massive building had survived. The other half was simply gone. Elijah didn't know if it had fallen from some structural damage, or if it had been sent somewhere else when the world was transformed. Whatever the case, Elijah couldn't help but stare at the massive monument to humanity's excesses. It was a great example of the lengths to which people had once gone to distract themselves from the world's ills. And he was no different. He'd attended football games in that very stadium, and he'd screamed for the Seahawks alongside all the other fans. There was nothing wrong with that, but even acknowledging that, Elijah wondered where humanity might have turned to replace those distractions. In any case, he eventually moved on, and after a few more blocks, found his way to the appropriate area, which was populated by a half-dozen hotels, at least twice as many bars and nightclubs, and quite a few general stores. Clearly, it was where most travelers were directed, which gave Elijah leave to relax. He obviously didn't belong. Anyone who looked at him would know that. But amidst a crowd of other visitors to the city, he didn't stick out quite as much. Except for his bare feet, which got more than a few curious glances. Still, he found his way to the bar mentioned by the guard. It was called the Dirty Cactus, and stepped inside. The interior was much as one might expect of a dive bar, but Elijah was more than a little excited that it had an actual jukebox. So, before he did anything else, he headed over and, to his dismay, saw that it still took actual quarters. With a disappointed sigh, he headed to the bar and sat on one of the stools. A red-headed bartender wearing pair of jeans and a white t-shirt that was 2 sizes too small asked, "What can I get for you?" Elijah asked, "Have any quarters?" "For what?" she asked, giving him a crooked smile. She was pretty, though on the edge of middle age. She wore it well, though. "The jukebox." "Ah, sure," she said, reaching into her pocket. She slid a couple of quarters across the polished wooden surface of the bar, adding, "Pick something good." He gave her a wink, then retreated to the jukebox. He'd already seen the song he wanted to hear, so he made his selection. The machine came to life, then blared the song. "She's a good girl," Tom Petty sang. "Loves her mama. Loves Jesus and her boyfriend, too." When Elijah returned to the bar, the woman said, "That's certainly a choice. You look a bit young for Tom Petty." "And the Heartbreakers." "And the Heartbreakers," she agreed. "They're a story there." "Do I need one to enjoy Free Fallin'?" he asked with a grin. In reality, it had been in a key scene in one of his father's favorite movies, and Elijah had sort of absorbed the song by osmosis. So, every time he heard it, he experienced a wave of nostalgia, both for the film as well as all the times he'd watched it with his family. "I suppose not." "What can I get you?" she asked. "Beer?" "That I can do," she said, reaching down and grabbing a large glass mug. She put it under a tap, and as it filled, she remarked, "You're not from around here, are you? Grew up close to here, believe it or not. Easton. You ever heard of it?" She nodded. "Of course. My first boyfriend's family lived there," she said with a wistful sigh. "But it's gone. Haven't heard anything about it since the world ended, either." "Changed." "What?" "The world changed. It didn't end. We're still around, right?" he said. "Tell that to all the people who didn't make it," she said sourly. Elijah ran his hand through his hair, then took a sip of his beer. It wasn't good, but it was better than he'd expected. He asked, "Lose people? Haven't we all?" "Sorry. Everyone's sorry." "Doesn't change anything, though," she stated. "So, what brings you here? Riches? Adventure? Get lost in the desert? Little bit of everything, honestly. What's the deal with this city, anyway?" "I've noticed a little tension," Elijah stated. "Same as ever. Powerful people fighting other powerful people and using all of us as pawns," she stated. "Even the apocalypse won't stop them." "Noticed you didn't really answer my question, though. What brings you to Seattle?" Elijah shrugged. "Looking for family, mostly. But I'm also looking for opportunity," he said with far more honesty than he'd originally intended. She leaned forward. "Oh, so you're one of those, are you?" "One of what's?" "Adventurers. I'm not sure what that is." "People who go around trying to beat towers and rifts," she said. "The ones who want to get stronger. The ones who think they can fight their way to immortality." Elijah was about to deny it, but then he thought better of it. That really did describe him. Sure, his overarching goal was to find his family, and he wanted power for his own reasons. But he'd have been lying if he said that he wasn't at least partially driven by the idea of growing stronger. "I guess that pretty much describes me, then," he said. "Well, I hope you have a good team, then. And money. Because the government doesn't let just anyone run their tower," she said. Someone else signaled her, and she said, "Let me know if you need anything else." Elijah nodded, then finished his beer. After that, he didn't feel much like drinking, so he laid a couple of copper Ethereum on the bar, thanked the woman, then headed back into the city. He stopped by a few more bars, gathering information all the while. And he learned a few more things about the state of Seattle. The biggest discovery was that it was a city in constant conflict. At present there was something of a tentative truce, but most of the residents expected the fight to resume at any moment. That explained the lack of development, too. There were 4 major factions vying for control. The first were the remnants of the old government, which were headquartered in and around the old capital. The former Mercer Island, now called Mercer Mesa, was the giant plateau at the center of the city, and most of that island's former residents had formed a second faction, though they mostly kept to themselves. The third faction were located in Lake City, where the tower had risen. They'd used it to develop the most powerful combatants in the city, and from all accounts, they were the strongest fighters around. The last faction were mostly headquartered in Rainier, and they were largely hunters and scavengers who ventured out into the wilderness to close rifts, fight spontaneously manifesting Vox, and provide the city with meat. Because of that, they were the second strongest fighters, and they controlled most of Seattle's food supply. They also played host to a figure known as the gardener, who operated what sounded like a huge greenhouse where most of the city's vegetables and fruits were grown. That was interesting enough, and Elijah intended to investigate that situation. However, by the time he finished gathering information, night had fallen, and after spending so long in the desert, he wanted nothing more than to sleep in an actual bed. So he headed to one of the hotels, an old Hilton that was still standing, and had electricity, where he rented a room for almost as much as he'd spent in the Imperium. A little while later, Elijah had taken a shower and collapsed into his bed for a good night's rest. The mattress was lumpy. None of the plumbing worked. And the whole room somehow managed to smell like bleach and mildew, both at the same time. On top of that, Elijah could feel every creeping, crawling insect in the walls, and he could hear everything that happened in the next room over. Yet, for some reason, he'd slept incredibly well, and when it came time for a shower, he just stepped into the bathroom and summoned healing rain. So, as far as he was concerned, things were looking up. Except for the fact that Easton, according to an overheard conversation between the proprietor of the hotel and a guest, was more than 1,000 miles away. How much more was a bit of a mystery, and even the city's presence was little more than rumor. Still, Elijah would take even the smallest clue that would lead him in his sister's direction. Because as much as he enjoyed trekking through the wilderness and seeing different places, when he thought of his sister, the weight or urgency had settled firmly onto his shoulders. And he knew why, too. Life in their new world was cheap. Even before Earth had felt the touch of the world tree, people died every day. Sometimes it was because of disease. Others because of accidents like the one that had taken his parents. And in other parts of the world, conflict and hunger claimed even more lives. However, the increased danger of the world, coupled with the fact that civilization seemed to have taken a step backward, meant that people had died at a much higher rate. Billions had perished. And Elijah knew that there was more death to come. If the environment didn't do it, people would pick up the slack. The situation in Seattle had made that abundantly clear. So who knew what perils Alyssa, Carmen, and Miguel had faced? And who was to say that they wouldn't find themselves up against a foe they couldn't overcome? Elijah was one of the strongest people in the world, and he'd nearly died more than once. No, life didn't hold the sanctity it once had, and he felt more driven than ever to find his family. That was why he didn't plan on staying in Seattle for very long. A couple of days at most. And then he'd set out for Easton. In the meantime, though, he had a few things he wanted to investigate. The first item on the list was personal. Seattle seemed to have a better handle on how to integrate Ethera and electronics than anywhere he'd yet seen. So he intended to do some shopping so he could bring some modern conveniences back to his grove. Even something as simple as a working computer would do wonders for his organizational skills. His notebook was great, but he couldn't help but think that being able to properly organize all his notes would be beneficial to his plans for cultivation as well as for the development of his island. And that wasn't even considering the potential entertainment options. E-readers, video players, and phones held endless possibilities, and he was eager to see what had survived. As for some of the other potentially useful technology, like drones and cars, he held little interest. He could move through the rough terrain of the expanded wilderness at least as quickly as all but the most rugged vehicles, so he didn't have much use for that sort of thing. And drones just seemed like more trouble than they were worth. Perhaps he would grow to regret that attitude, but for now, he had no desire for such things. The second order of business regarded information. He was woefully ignorant of the rest of humanity, and he wanted to know how everything stood. Seattle was a big place, and from what he'd heard in his previous exploration of the city, it played host to plenty of travelers. As such, they would have a better sense of the world than anywhere else he'd been. And finally, he wanted to visit the so-called gardener. Everything he'd heard pointed to them having some sort of nature-based class, and Elijah had some hopes that he might finally meet another Druid. Regardless, his first stop was to get breakfast, so he found a nearby restaurant where he ordered a couple of breakfast burritos. As it turned out, the meat was all soy-based, which didn't really affect the taste so much. Even if it had, the peppers and onions definitely made up for it. It wasn't the best Elijah had ever tasted, but it was far better than any attempt he'd made at cooking, so of course he had seconds. Unfortunately, the restaurant had no coffee, and he was only given a single bottle of water to drink, and even that cost more than the entire meal. When he asked about it, the server told him that water was scarce, and that the only reliable source was a series of water accumulators the government had bought from the branch's market. That highlighted another item on Elijah's list. He needed to visit the local branch as well. Hopefully, given that it was under government control, that wouldn't prove to be too much of a hassle. After breakfast, Elijah set off through the city. As soon as he left what he'd dubbed Seattle's foreign quarter, he started to notice the divisions he'd heard so much about. Not in the civilians, most of whom looked like normal people, albeit ones who'd been through rough times. Rather, Elijah focused on the clear combatants. The ones associated with the government all wore variations of the gear Elijah had seen from the guards, which meant black fatigues and modern body armor. Most carried swords, but he saw a few crossbows and wands worn on the hip like pistols as well. By contrast, the Lake City militants wore far more eclectic gear in line with what Elijah had seen in other places. Plate armor, chainmail, robes. In the old world, they might have looked like cosplayers. However, Elijah recognized that many of those pieces were crude, or even simple grade, just from the aura of power they emitted. From what Elijah understood, that equipment had likely come from the tower. The final set of people Elijah saw wore far rougher gear. Most of it looked handmade, but some of the pieces were decent enough quality that Elijah could feel the Ethera running through it. Those were the Rainier hunters, whose territory also played host to the city's largest crafting community. It was a symbiotic relationship. The hunters provided materials, and the crafters created equipment. As he explored, Elijah discovered that much of the city had been destroyed, and other buildings had been constructed on the rubble. So he couldn't recognize much of what he saw, and he ended up getting turned around on more than one occasion. Thankfully, there were enough people around that he could simply follow the flow of pedestrians. Eventually, Elijah found his way to a large plaza containing an open-air market, where they sold all the electronics he could ever want. Much of it was broken, and none of it was charged, but Elijah still found a tablet as well as a laptop computer. He also bought an e-reader the merchant claimed held more than 1,000 books. And finally, he spent for silver Ethereum coins on a small generator that converted Ethera to electricity. The conversion rate was terrible, but it would serve to charge the electronics he'd bought, so long as he only did one at a time. Even so, it would take days for it to do the trick, though he supposed that beggars couldn't be choosers. Once all of that was done, Elijah continued on through the city until he reached what was once a large department store. There were 4 burly guards outside, but Elijah suspected they were just for show. None seemed to have particularly high attributes, at least, and they didn't pay much attention to him as he stepped inside. "Welcome to my shop," a woman said with an urbane voice. She sounded like she was trying to emulate the old transatlantic accent that was once so prevalent in Hollywood movies, which immediately put Elijah off. Nobody really talked like that anymore, which meant that the woman, who was in her 50s, with white streaked black hair, was putting on a show. The Covington Emporium has equipment for all archetypes. From martial gear to jewelry, we are. At that very moment, someone buelled past Elijah. Or they tried. With his constitution, it would take quite a bit more force to knock him aside, so the person caromed away before hitting the tile floor and skidding to a stop. A second later, 3 fighters followed, though they didn't hit Elijah. "You little shit," growled one. "You know who you tried to steal from." The man, he was middle-aged, and looked like he was ready for a trip to the country club, though his clothing was ripped and stained, flipped over and tried to scramble away. Meanwhile, one of the burly warriors descended upon him, grabbed him by the collar, and hoisted him aloft. "Penalty for theft is execution," the big, dark-skinned man spat. "May as well do it here. More witnesses." "People need to know not to mess with us," said the second fighter. They were all clearly hunters from Rainier, judging by their rough gear that looked like something out of a post-apocalyptic movie. "Seems that some lessons are hard for these idiots to learn." The old man clutched a bag to his chest, pleading, "We're starving. We just need." At that point, the man holding him aloft spat in his face. "Rich asshole. You think we care if you starve? You all never cared about us, did you? Well, now the shoe's on the other foot, eh? You will not dispense justice in this store," shouted the proprietor. Elijah just watched, and even though he knew it was probably smarter to just stay out of it, he really didn't want to watch someone get executed just because they stole a bit of food. The aggrieved man threw the thief onto the ground, and the impact was enough to daze him. Then, the would-be dispenser of justice slammed his foot onto the man's back and drew a sword from his waist. It was a heavy-bladed thing, the sort most people would use to hack their way through a jungle. He hefted it. But before he could let it fall, Elijah stepped forward and grabbed the man's wrist. "Sorry. I can't let you do this," he said. "The guy's just hungry. Maybe I can pay for whatever he stole, huh? Nobody needs to die here." The man tried to yank his hand free, but Elijah's grip was like iron. "So," he said, "this isn't your business. I'm all for law and order, but killing someone for theft just feels excessive to me. I don't think I could live with myself if I let it happen right in front of me," Elijah responded, his voice calm. He'd felt the man's strength, and it was nothing special. Likely, his other attributes followed suit, so he didn't think he had much to worry about. "Like I said, I'm willing to pay if it means everyone walks away from this." "We don't want your money," growled one of the others. The remaining two had already flanked Elijah, clearly meaning to surround him. "Shut up, Robbie," said the man whose wrist Elijah had in a vice grip. He had some inkling of what Elijah was capable of. "Maybe we can just take his stuff, too." "Serves him right for." "I said to shut up, Robbie," the first man growled. Then, he addressed Elijah, "2 silver. "Seriously?" Elijah said. Then, he rolled his eyes and fished in his satchel for the right coins. It took an awkward second, considering he only had one hand to do the trick, and that had been dedicated to holding his staff. Still, after leaning the dragon-touched staff against the crook of his arm, he managed it. He handed the pair of coins over, then released the man. "Are we good?" He nodded, pocketing the coins. Then he said, "I don't know who you are, but if you run around making trouble on account of this trash, expect to make a lot of enemies." "Noted," Elijah said. Then, the 3 men backed away. The 2 subordinates were obviously upset at having to forego a public execution, but the man in charge silenced them. Elijah kept track of the trio until they'd left the effective radius of one with nature. Then, he turned to the older man and helped him up. "You have my gratitude, stranger," the man stated, knocking the dust from his front. "Those thugs are a menace, but they're strong enough that civilized people can't do anything about them." "I suppose," Elijah said noncommittally. He didn't know if thug was the right word, especially given some of the connotations that came with it. Regardless, he was okay with how things had turned out. A couple of silver coins wasn't a high price to pay if it meant saving someone's life. "How can I repay you?" the man asked. Elijah shrugged. "Not sure I feel right about taking a reward from someone who has to steal food," he said truthfully. "How about we put you up for the night at least?" the man asked. "Safest place in all of Seattle. Please. I insist on paying my debts." Elijah sighed. "Fine," he said, remembering the terrible conditions of the hotel room. "I mean, sure. That would be great. Thanks." By that point, it was already getting late, so Elijah and the men set off in the direction of Mercer Mesa. Mercer Mesa loomed above Elijah, soaring to a height of almost 1,000 feet. From afar, he'd estimated that it only reached an elevation of a few hundred feet, which was huge, considering that the surrounding land was almost perfectly flat, but the closer they came to the enormous edifice, the more he realized how mistaken he had been. "This used to be Mercer Island, right?" Elijah asked his guide. The man grinned broadly, asking a local, "I see. Do you have family on the island?" Elijah shook his head. "No. I grew up a little northeast of the city. Near Mt. Baker," he admitted. "Though I was living in Hawaii when the world changed." "Are the islands near here, then?" "I don't think so. I was actually visiting family when it all happened," Elijah stated, not wanting to give too much away. "Or I was headed that way, at least." "You wouldn't happen to know where Easton ended up, do you?" "Easton? I've actually heard stories about it," the man stated. "Supposed to be far to the east. A bastion of civility, from all accounts. They've managed to preserve a proper society. Some of our people considered setting out in that direction, but alas, there are too many among us who would never survive the journey. The wilds are not safe. Elijah nodded. Then, as they circled the giant plateau, he realized that he hadn't even introduced himself to his guide. "My name's Eli, by the way," he said. Then, looking at the state of the mun, he added, "If anyone in your community needs healing, I have a few spells that might help." "A good Samaritan, then?" "Something like that," Elijah stated. "I was once quite the philanthropist myself. Contributed to a host of charities designed to uplift the less fortunate," the older man explained. "Of course, do they remember that when the tables are turned?" "No. Of course not. Bunch of savages." "Oh, I'm Barry. Barry Brockcurtain." "Good to meet you, Barry," Elijah said, seeing all the red flags the moon was waving. Clearly, he'd been quite wealthy before Earth was touched by the World Tree, but just as obviously, his wealth had counted for very little since everything had changed. Even so, seeing the man's age, Elijah was surprised at how nimbly he picked his way among the rubble. He was likely healthier than he'd been in decades, though his face still bore the weight of his years. Slowly, they circled the mesa until they came to a stop in a seemingly innocuous area. It looked no different from anywhere else, with a wide, empty space that Elijah suspected had once been covered by water. Now, it was just parched earth. A couple 100 feet distant was a berm, atop which were crumbling buildings. Barry pulled a mirror from his pocket, then tilted it so that it would catch the sun. Then, he waved his hand before the reflective surface. It took Elijah a moment to recognize what he was doing, but when he did, he couldn't help but smile. "Morse code," he remarked. "Yes," Barry said with another wide smile, displaying blisteringly white teeth that were far too straight to be real. When he grinned like that, the combination of his tan skin and aristocratic demeanor made Elijah think of country clubs and yachts. "Do you understand it?" That elicited a shake of Elijah's head. "No. My dad taught me and my sister some when we were kids, but the lessons never really stuck," he lied. He remembered it all well enough to know that Barry's message was simply a means of identification combined with a code word. Broccoli. Elijah vowed to remember it in case he needed it for some reason. Once Barry had completed the signal, a few seconds passed before a thick rope descended from above. Initially, Elijah was surprised that they'd found so much cordage, but then he remembered that Seattle had been a port town. That meant there had likely been quite a lot of rope lying around. "That's a long way up. George will take care of it." "Strong as an ox," said Barry, grabbing the rope. It was as big around as his wrist, but there were a couple of harnesses braided onto the end. He stepped into one, then offered another to Elijah. For his part, Elijah had no interest in leashing himself to anyone, so he declined. "I can make my own way up," he said. "Are you certain?" Barry asked, clipping himself into place with a series of metal carabiners. Elijah nodded, then slipped his staff into his ghoul-hide satchel. That elicited a wide-eyed glance that Barry tried to hide a second later, but Elijah wasn't worried about the man's greed. He expected it. If Barry thought he could take Elijah's stuff, then he'd discover the error of his assumptions shortly. Besides, just because the man admired Elijah's satchel, that didn't mean he was going to try to take it. In either case, Elijah slapped his hands together, then did a couple of stretches before saying, "I'll see you up there." Then, he set off, using the mesa's many handholds to easily propel himself forward. With his strength and constitution, not to mention his dexterity, Elijah was capable of a far faster pace than he showed. However, he made sure to keep pace with Barry, who, after hooking himself into the harness, allowed himself to simply be dragged up the face of the cliff. That struck Elijah as a bit humiliating, but he vowed to keep those thoughts to himself. He needed to remember that everyone wasn't blessed with the attributes he took for granted. Either way, the trip only took about 30 minutes, and by the time he crested the lip of the mesa, Elijah could recognize why Barry had said that the top of the plateau was the safest place in Seattle. The trip was trivial with his attributes, but it was easy to see how the steep cliff would prove a sturdy defense against normal people. When he pulled himself over the edge, Elijah was surprised to find a large, dark-skinned man in a pair of overalls waiting for him. The man was at least 6.5 feet tall, bald, and built like an NFL lineman. And he was busy turning a crank, which was attached to a pulley system meant to haul the rope to the top. It reminded Elijah of the old-fashioned systems that had once been used to load ships before mechanized cranes had become widespread. "Hey," Elijah said. "Need some help?" "Nah, boss. I got this," the man said in a deep voice as he continued to turn the crank. Soon enough, Barry was dragged over the lip of the cliff, and as he unfastened the harness, he said, "Thank you, George. Keep an eye out, will you? I was accosted in the city, and those thugs might have followed me." "Aight, boss." After that, Barry led Elijah away from the edge. As he did, Elijah looked back at George, who had assumed a position at the edge of the plateau, where he stood watch. Nearby was a large cudgel that was clearly intended as a weapon. "I know what you're thinking," said Barry, pulling Elijah's attention away. "But George is one of the good ones. His family's been with mine for decades. He knows where his bread's buttered, let me assure you." Elijah remained silent, disliking the vibes he'd gotten from the exchange. Still, he wasn't going to pass judgment based on a single interaction. For all he knew, George was perfectly happy and well compensated for his role, but Barry's demeanor certainly didn't suggest as much. In any case, Elijah wasn't there to right the wrongs of oppression and prejudice. So he pushed that out of mind, instead focusing on the environment. And he had to admit, he was impressed not by the massive mansions, which he'd expected, but rather by the sheer amount of greenery in evidence. There wasn't a single lawn that wasn't covered in thick grass, and there were large oak trees all around. It was such a departure from the surrounding desert that Elijah was temporarily struck speechless. As he followed Barry, eventually stepping onto a paved road that showed only a few signs of wear and tear, Elijah saw that every garden seemed to be in bloom, and some of the houses even hosted fountains and pools in their backyards. The denizens were all clean, wearing lightweight linens, khaki pants, and colorful polo-style shirts. It all struck Elijah as so wrong that he initially didn't know what to say. Finally, though, his mind caught up to the situation, and he asked, "Where's all the water coming from?" "Ah, I knew you were observant," Barry said, walking toward a golf cart. "We have the only permanent source of water in the entire city. It's why everyone attacks us when we go down below." He slipped into the driver's seat, gesturing for Elijah to mount the passenger's seat of the golf cart. He did, and Barry took off, accompanied by the hum of an electric engine. Over the next few minutes, Elijah saw more of the same until, at last, they reached a massive mansion that could have accommodated dozens of people. It was built in the style of an English manor house, complete with ivy covering the brick walls, and an expansive estate that looked like it had never missed a watering session. Like everywhere else on the plateau, every flower was in bloom, filling the air with sweet smells and attracting fat honeybees. "We have a deal with the gardener. We give her water, and she provides one of her acolytes to help us with our horticultural pursuits," Barry explained over the crunch of gravel as they progressed up the long driveway. "We've repeatedly tried to get the other so-called factions on board, but they seem incredibly resistant. They're all plotting against us, you see. Trying to take what's rightfully ours. Even the government, or what's left of it, thinks they're entitled to steal from us. Well, we won't have it. If they want our water, then they need to come to the table with something of value. Like the gardener. She understands." Elijah let the man rant, but he'd already begun to form his opinion of the people atop Mercer Mesa. Perhaps that was colored by Barry's attitude of obvious superiority, or maybe it came from having dealt with people like him back in Hawaii. After all, the islands played host to plenty of wealthy and entitled assholes. Because of those past experiences, Elijah wasn't really willing to give Barry and his people the benefit of the doubt. Still, just because he likely wasn't going to associate with them anymore didn't mean he couldn't take advantage of their hospitality. After all, he'd paid 2 silver Ethereum to save Barry. It was only right that he get something to show for his expenditure. It was that damned, jumped-up community manager that ruined everything, Barry went on to say as he pulled the golf cart around behind the mansion. Isaiah Roberts. Guess he saw a chance to take advantage of the situation. Organized a militia and tried to municipalize necessities. He already took over the electrical grid. Now he wants to take our water. Was he going to pay you for it? Elijah asked. A pittance. Not even enough to consider it a real payment, I say. So we shut everything down. See how they like paying 3 times what we were charging to get water from those inefficient water accumulators, Barry answered as he guided the golf cart to a bay next to a half-dozen others just like it. Inside, there were 3 Hispanic men wearing coveralls. Barry didn't even acknowledge them before hopping out of the cart and saying, "Enough about that. Let me introduce you to the family. I'm sure they'll love to meet a fine, upstanding young man like yourself." "Sure," Elijah said, disembarking from the golf cart and following Barry. As he did, he glanced back to see one of the men in coveralls hooking a cord into the cart's battery, obviously recharging it. There was a subtle sense of Ethera wafting about the area, though Elijah assumed that was simply part of the technology that blended electricity and Ethera. The pair circled the house until they reached a wide, open area containing a pool that looked like it belonged in an upscale resort. Not only were there tiers to it, each one connected by a waterfall that flowed into the next, but there were a bevy of women lounging around wearing bikinis. A few minutes later, Elijah was introduced to all 4 women, and he learned that the eldest, who was only a few years older than him, was Barry's wife. She looked like she'd been on the receiving end of quite a lot of plastic surgery. The other 3 were beautiful women, though they were all a bit younger than Elijah. They were Barry's daughters, though he could infer enough to recognize that they were not children of the man's current marriage. In any case, Elijah struggled to be polite until, at last, he was shown inside. Not by Barry, of course. By a woman in a shapeless gray dress. She didn't even introduce herself, though she did look disapprovingly at Elijah's feet. Not that he cared about that sort of thing anymore. He'd grown mostly immune to people's judgments on his habitually unshod feet. In any case, he was shown to an expansive suite with a massive bedroom that rivaled the Imperium for opulence. It was equipped with a television that actually worked and a stereo system with a collection of CDs. But for the moment, Elijah was more concerned with the shower. He'd bathed only the night before, but the day's exploits trekking through a dusty desert town and climbing a cliff had left him coated in grime. So he headed into the shower, stripped down, and got to work ridding himself of reddish dirt and body odor. Elijah felt his muscles unkink beneath the blisteringly hot stream of water. He hadn't had a proper shower since he'd left Velosta, and even then, the water pressure had left a lot to be desired. However, the mansion's water pressure was just fine, and though Elijah had come to judge the inhabitants of Mercer Mesa poorly, he certainly wasn't above taking advantage of the luxuries they'd amassed. Perhaps he could convince Nerthus to increase the temperature in his shower back home. Or better yet, he could get him to somehow create a hot tub. Maybe he could invite Delilah over. Or Jess. Or perhaps even Kenna, if he felt that adventurous. Sighing, he realized that wasn't going to happen. Not only was he aware that he'd most likely assigned far more importance to those meetings than was probably appropriate, he would come off a bit creepy if he suddenly popped back into their lives and invited them to see his cool hot tub. Still, it was a nice fantasy. Eventually, Elijah tired of the steaming hot shower and stepped out, refreshed and ready for whatever came next. So he was a little surprised to find a woman standing in his room. Specifically, one of Barry's daughters. Victoria, if he remembered right. Fortunately, Elijah had thought to wrap a towel around his waist, which preserved his modesty. For her part, Victoria seemed a bit disappointed about that last part, though that could very well have been Elijah's own vanity intruding on the situation. Father wanted me to invite you to supper," she said in a chirping voice that was just on the edge of annoying. Her eyes played over the scars decorating his torso, then settled onto his right arm. That scarring had grown slightly less pronounced when he'd progressed to the body of stone stage of his cultivation, but it was also somehow more well-defined, and in a way Elijah couldn't quite explain. It was as if the scarring was part of him, and though the marks had faded somewhat, the echo remained, drawing attention from anyone who laid eyes upon them. Right now, that was Victoria. And it made Elijah a little uncomfortable, so he cleared his throat and asked, "Are you going to keep staring while I get dressed?" "I don't mind an audience. I'd just like to know if you're expecting a show." "Depends on the show," she said without a hint of propriety. It sounded silly in that comically high-pitched voice. "I can moonwalk," Elijah said. "Not well, but I can do it. When I was a kid, I could do the Macarena, too. But that gets kind of difficult without the song." "What?" "It's a dance. Popularized in the 90s. I know that's probably before your time. Before mine, too, if I'm honest. But my sister was into all sorts of older music and she went through a phase. It wasn't pretty, made even less so by the fact that her annoying little brother copied her dance moves," Elijah admitted. "In my defense though, well, I don't have much of a defense, other than that I was a stupid kid. And later, a stupid teenager. A dumb 20-something, too. Now that I think about it, revealing the depths of my stupidity is not the defense I thought it was." "What?" she repeated, cocking her head to the side. She also gave a little bounce that brought Elijah's attention to the fact that she was still clad in a skimpy, yellow bikini, with only sheer wrap around her hips to preserve her modesty. Obviously, that was by design. Elijah had never been a Lothario. In fact, he'd always been a bit awkward around women, but he'd participated in enough bar crawls to know when a woman was hitting on him. However, Elijah wasn't so foolish not to recognize her ulterior motives. He wasn't bad-looking, but he was no male model, either. And while he thought of himself as quite a catch, the chances of a beautiful girl he'd only just met throwing herself at him was a bit too far-fetched for him to accept. Especially when it was fairly obvious that she was only doing so at her father's behest. Maybe Barry had sent his daughter in the hopes that she could get her hooks into him. The moon was savvy enough to know that Elijah was strong. And rich, given that he'd dropped 2 silver Ethereum like it was nothing. No, Victoria was a ploy, and not one Elijah intended to fall for. "You don't have to do that, you know," he said. "Do what?" "Act like you're interested in me." "I know you're not," he said, running his hand through his wet hair. "I mean, you're beautiful. I won't deny that. And I'm sure you're perfectly pleasant. But whatever you have in mind here, it isn't going to happen." "Ouch," she said in a more normal tone of voice. "Haven't been rejected like that in forever." "Stings a little." Elijah said, "I got used to rejection a long time ago. My personality can be a bit grating. It used to be not so bad, but years alone can kind of expose the edges, if you know what I mean. But it's not you. It's definitely me." "Again, ouch," Victoria said, sitting on the bed. Elijah couldn't tell if she was actually upset, or if she was still playing a role. Turned down by a barefoot man who carries a purse. "If my friends knew." "It's a satchel." "Huh? It's not a purse. It's a satchel. Indiana Jones carries one. It looks like a purse to me. I mean, back before the world ended, men carrying purses was kind of coming into style, so I guess that's okay. The material is a little odd, though." "What is that, sharkskin?" "It's not a purse," Elijah insisted, skating right over her question about the satchel's composition. He didn't think she wanted to hear that it was made from ghoul skin. Or servitor, he supposed. Either way, it was a bit gross, so he decided to keep that information to himself. Sure. A satchel." "Right," she said with a sigh. Then, she flopped backward, exposing herself in all sorts of interesting ways. As she raised her hands to her head, she said, "Dad's going to be disappointed. He wanted me to bring you into the fold, so to speak. You did something to impress him down there. Frankly, I don't see it, but he's a pretty good judge of character." "Wait, where are you going?" "To get dressed," Elijah said, reaching down to grab the ghoul hide satchel, then his cloak of the Iron Bear. Everything else was in the bag. Then, he disappeared into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. After that, he tossed everything onto the floor and splashed some cold water on his face. That refocused him. A little. At least enough to get dressed in his cleanest set of clothes. The rest, he coated in cleansing powder before shoving everything back into his satchel. Once he'd settled his cloak over his shoulders and grabbed his staff, he opened the door. Thankfully, Victoria had given up by that point, which was both disappointing and a relief. The woman made him uncomfortable, and not in a good way. She wasn't really interested in him, so that made the whole exchange suspect. Regardless, once Elijah was dressed, he headed out of the room and downstairs, where he found the entire family and staff, it appeared, waiting for him. "Ah, all cleaned up, I see," Barry exclaimed with feigned exuberance. "We were just about to have supper. I have to apologize, though we're on a bit of a vegan diet these days." Courtesy of the gardener. "I have meat," he said. "Lots of it. I killed a boar just a couple of days ago, so I've got about 100 pounds of pork in my satchel." Barry asked, in your satchel? Or purse? Whatever. "I'd be happy to share," he said. "Is it safe?" Barry asked. That's when Elijah realized that the objection wasn't to the categorization of his bag. Rather, Barry was worried about food spoilage. So he quickly disabused the man of that notion, telling him that his bag as well as the wax paper he used to wrap it had been created to prevent spoilage. It wasn't perfect, but it extended the shelf life of raw meat by at least a few weeks. Normally, that was plenty for Elijah's purposes, though he had to admit that he'd have rather pawned the snake off on them. The meat wasn't bad. It just wasn't his favorite. Still, he wanted to make a good impression on his hosts, so when he was directed toward the kitchen, which was populated by more servants, he retrieved his wild boar meat and laid it on the counter. The cook, who was a large Pacific Islander, was ecstatic for such a bounty, and he assured Elijah that he knew exactly how to prepare it. After having lived in Hawaii for a few years, Elijah had no doubts about that. So once he'd asked if he could help, getting a firm no in response, Elijah returned to the house's living area, where Barry handed him a glass containing expensive-smelling liquor. "So you've mentioned this gardener a couple of times," Elijah said. "Any chance I can meet them?" "Her? And what's your interest in her?" "She's talented enough but quite plain. Dirt always under her fingernails, smudges on her cheeks, she looks like the help," Barry said haughtily. His wife, who was sitting beside him on the couch, elbowed him in the ribs. He grunted, then asked, "What?" "I'm only telling the truth. If she wanted people to take her more seriously, she would at least clean up a bit. Positively barbaric, the way she traipses around that little garden of hers. It's the size of a football field and 10 stories tall, Dad," the other daughter, whose name Elijah couldn't remember, said. She was practically a clone of her sister, though. Same perfect nose. Same delicate features. It was only when Elijah saw the pair together that he recognized the telltale signs of plastic surgery. It wasn't surprising, really. Lots of young women of a certain income bracket had gone down that route, and though Elijah had nothing against it, he'd never found that sort of artificialness to be attractive. However, it did beg the question of how all those changes would react under the effects of healing or body cultivation. For whatever reason, Elijah didn't think they'd mix all that well. "Mr. Eli." "Huh," he said, realizing that he'd let his mind all 9 facets wander. "Oh, sorry. My mind went a bit blank there for a second. Long day, I guess." "What was the question?" "I asked what your interest in horticulture is," said Victoria. "Mostly berry-related." "What?" "Berries. You know, little fruits that grow on bushes. I grow them back home, and I'm always looking to improve the product. Also coffee trees, though those are berries, too. Or cherries, I guess. Either way, they're close to maturity by this point," he remarked, casting one facet of his mind back to his domain, and seeing that the coffee trees were almost to the stage of bearing fruit. Which meant his coffee-making operation was about to take off. My point is that I have agricultural interests, and I'd love to talk shop. Barry said, I don't see why we couldn't make an introduction. After what you did today, it's the least I could do. Awesome, Elijah said, thinking that his foray into what counted for high society after the apocalypse was going to bear some fruit. After that, the family continued to pepper him with questions, and Elijah answered as vaguely or in as convoluted a manner as possible. Eventually, they started to lose the thread, so it was a good thing that dinner was soon served. The chef apologized that he hadn't been able to slow cook it, but Barry tersely said, I'm sure you did your best, Marcus. Clearly, he didn't mean it. In fact, it was meant as an insult, which rubbed Elijah the wrong way. That kind of followed the pattern he'd noticed since meeting Barry, and he'd long since begun to wonder if he'd made the right choice in saving the mun. Still, he kept his mouth shut mostly as they settled in for the meal. After everyone had eaten, Barry announced that it was time for a movie. Elijah was excited about it until he saw that the film chosen was The Wolf of Wall Street. It wasn't a bad film, in fact, on every technical level, it was great, but he'd found that many people got all the wrong lessons from it. Barry and his family definitely did, seeming to idolize the main character who'd defrauded thousands of people out of millions of dollars. But Elijah watched the film in silence, constantly shifting away from Victoria, who seemed incapable of taking no for an answer. So, it was with no small degree of relief that he headed upstairs and went to bed. He made certain to lock the door, though. A good thing, too, because, via one with nature, he felt Victoria's presence when she tried to sneak into his room. She even had a key, which made his decision to block the door with a chair seem all the smarter. After that, sleep was slow in coming, and when it did, it was much lighter than normal. So, when he woke the next morning, he wasn't in a particularly good mood. Tart flavor burst in Elijah's mouth as he bit down on one of his grove berries. Fortunately, he'd resupplied in his most recent trip back to his island, but still, he'd been gone long enough that his stores were running a little low. That brought to mind the question of his future. Certainly, he knew he was going to set out for Easton soon. The stories he'd heard, which had painted Easton as much more civilized than Seattle, were a great comfort. If it was safe, then so too was his family. Still, it was some distance away, which meant that he had weeks of travel in front of him. So he wondered if he should build a dolmen to create a teleportation point near Seattle. It would certainly give him a little flexibility going forward, and the city was large enough to warrant staying in touch. Yet he hesitated, largely because he only had 3 remaining opportunities to create circles. He'd already put 2 of them incredibly close together, and he wanted to spread them out a little more in the future. In fact, his original plan was to put at least 1,000 miles between each one. Otherwise, it felt like a waste. However, his needs were a little more complex than that, and the presence of the twilight clefts further complicated the issue. He'd yet to make a final decision, but so far, Elijah was leaning toward creating a circle nearby. If he found the right location in the next few days, then he wouldn't hesitate to get to work. In the meantime, though, he needed to deal with Barry and his daughter, Victoria, at least long enough to get an introduction to the mysterious gardener. In addition, Elijah wanted to access the local branch of the World Tree in the hopes that he could see the local map. It was a good plan, so after swallowing his berry, Elijah pushed himself to his feet and headed to the bathroom, where he took care of his business, washed his face, and even combed his unruly hair. It didn't do much good, but it didn't look horrible either. "It's my hobbit look," he muttered to himself. Indeed, it did quite resemble the hair of the short race of people from Lord of the Rings. Adding to that impression was his bare feet. Even his clothing was somewhat similar to the style he'd seen in the movies. But at least he was slightly taller than those heroic, if unassuming, characters. Once Elijah judged himself to be presentable, he removed the heavy chair he'd propped against the door, then headed out. Only a minute or so later, he found himself in the kitchen, where Barry was already up and about. The man offered him a cup of tea, saying, "I do apologize. No coffee. The gardener has a few trees, but it's ungodly expensive, and we can't afford to waste our capital on something so trivial. The tea is nice, though. Bought it from one of the Rainier scavengers. Elijah considered refusing, but after a moment's thought, he took the offered cup. Not only would it have been slightly rude to turn it down, but Elijah felt that he was owed something for having to physically block Victoria from accosting him in the night. However, there was a part of him that had considered letting it happen. He was human, after all, and it had been a while since he'd felt that sort of release. Still, she wasn't precisely willing. Or rather, her motivations were anything but pure. So Elijah felt uncomfortable with the whole situation, and he wanted nothing more than to extricate himself as soon as possible. So he asked Barry about the introduction the older man had promised the night before. Ah, yes. The gardener. She's quite odd, Barry said. An academic by all accounts. Nasty place, academia. So much misinformation and manipulation, all to get the masses riled up. Of course, we donated to the university, but that's just the sort of thing one does. They turned on us the moment the world changed, though. He shook his head sadly. Just like everyone else. I see, Elijah said, deciding not to reveal the fact that he'd once been an academic as well. Of course, he barely considered himself to qualify, what with how apathetic he'd been about the actual science of it all. Still, he didn't like the sound of Barry's views. Or maybe it was just Elijah putting everything he knew about the men into context. Whatever the case, he was eager to go his own way and leave Barry and his family behind. So he drank his tea quickly. It was weak, and a little flavorless, then followed Barry out of the house. Thankfully, Victoria seemed to have gotten the picture, because she was nowhere to be seen. I'll tell you the truth, Eli. I wouldn't mind if you stuck around, Barry said as he drove the golf cart down the driveway. Tori's taken quite a liking to you, and you seem to be quite a capable fellow. We could use someone like you. Elijah said, thank you. I'm flattered. But I'm, attached. My girlfriend lives in Argos. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but I don't think she would be too keen on me entertaining offers from other women. It was a lie, of course. Elijah had simply chosen Delilah as his fictional girlfriend because she was the first person to come to mind. But he thought it was as good an excuse as any for why he didn't want anything to do with Victoria. Maybe if her company wasn't clearly a means of manipulating him, he might have felt differently, but with the situation the way it was, that didn't bear thinking about. Ah, I see, said Barry. Tori will be devastated, I'm sure. In any case, you are still welcome to stay. We need the right sorts of people. Like yourself. Elijah just nodded along, more than ready to simply leave without the promised introduction. But thankfully, Barry was easy enough to tune out. It would be different if the man ever actually said anything worthwhile, but as it turned out, he didn't. So Elijah's contribution to the conversation was limited to nods and the occasional, aha. Like that, the time passed as Barry guided the golf cart through the neighborhoods of Mercer Mesa. Instead of heading toward the southern tip of the plateau, they ended up going in the opposite direction, eventually reaching another pulley operated by yet another burly man. Soon enough, Barry was being lowered to the ground while Elijah climbed down under his own power. He reached the bottom well before his host. Looking around, he saw that it was more of the same. A wide, open area stretched for a few hundred feet before terminating in a rising berm, from which a series of dry and abandoned docks stretched. When Barry joined him, the pair set off to the northwest, eventually climbing the slope and into the ruins of the city. This portion of Seattle was even worse off than the parts Elijah had seen, and it looked like a war zone. Still, even with the apparent destruction, Elijah was surprised to find a huge skeleton that was almost 200 feet long. Is this a crocodile? He asked, recognizing the structure. It was missing quite a few bones, but it was still more or less intact. Ah, yes. When that beast burst forth from the surrounding desert, every available warrior responded, Barry explained. Thousands of people, all working toward one goal. It was the only time they all worked together. We were safe atop the mesa, of course. Most defensible place in the city. Elijah didn't doubt that. However, he had serious issues with the fact that the people of Mercer Mesa didn't seem to care much about anyone else. They'd proven that by hoarding water, and their actions against the giant creature whose skeleton Elijah was staring at was further evidence. If the mesa was truly safe, then they should have offered shelter to the rest of the city's residents. Yet, they clearly had not. Did a lot of people die? Asked Elijah. Yes. Thousands at least. This was a densely populated area, Barry stated. Mostly vagabonds and ne'er-do-wells. A tragic loss, but most wouldn't have made it much longer anyway. I see. After that, Elijah didn't really contribute to the conversation. Barry didn't seem to notice much, he was so focused on traversing the landscape. He was clearly more capable than his age would suggest, but he still struggled climbing over some of the larger obstacles. Even so, it was only an hour or so before they finally passed into occupied territory. Judging by the people and their attire, it was not the best part of town. No one looked malnourished, but the residents were dirty, and with ragged clothing. Not surprising, really. Life in the desert was harsh, and water was too precious to use on something so trivial as taking a shower. Even so, Elijah longed to share his jugs of water with the first group of dirty children he saw. They were playing soccer in the street, so they weren't in poor condition. Still, he could imagine how tough their lives were. Elijah and Barry didn't pass unnoticed, and along the way, they garnered plenty of attention, usually from rough-looking men and women wearing leather armor that looked like it had come from some sort of reptile. It wasn't until Elijah looked closer that he made the connection between the giant crocodile skeleton he'd seen and the scaly armor. Still, none of those people accosted them, so they made their way without delay. And eventually, Elijah saw their destination. Wow, he said aloud as he looked at the structure. It was at least 10 stories tall, and it was all made of glass. Inside, Elijah could see row upon row of greenery. How big is it? Big enough that it's the single largest contributor to Seattle's food supply, Barry said. The gardener's political stance might be a bit suspect, but no one can deny the effectiveness of her methods. Elijah couldn't disagree with the last part. Indeed, he could feel the Ethera wafting off of the building. It wasn't nearly as dense as the atmosphere on his island or in Ironshore, but it was at least as thick as anywhere else he'd been. He didn't wait on Barry to lead him forward. Instead, Elijah continued on, with the older man hurrying to catch up. Finally, he reached the front gate, which was huge, metal, and guarded by a dozen armed warriors. Judging by what Elijah felt, they were decently strong, too, though he couldn't tell their exact levels. "You're not on the schedule," said the leader. He was middling height, but with the kind of muscular physique that suggested a history of athletics. "I brought someone to meet the gardener," Barry stated. "This isn't the botanical gardens," the man responded. "We're not giving tours." "I understand," Barry said. "But I'm certain that the gardener would want to meet this young man. He is well-traveled." "Ah." The man didn't immediately say anything else. Instead, he pulled a radio receiver, which was attached to a block of electronics at his waist, from his shoulder, then said, "Got a visitor that wants to see her." 10-4 came the crackling reply. Elijah looked at the radio. For some reason, he'd assumed that such means of communication wouldn't remain operational. However, upon further thought, he couldn't see any reason they wouldn't. Internal combustion engines didn't work, but that was only because fuels like gasoline were no longer as volatile as they'd once been. They still burned, just not as violently as they once had. As a result, they were incapable of doing the job of pushing pistons. But electronics were fine. Suddenly, Elijah wanted to check to see if he could get any use out of a CB radio. He wasn't sure exactly how they worked, but there was a chance they could still be useful. In any case, he gave it some thought as they waited. It only took a couple of minutes before the gate opened, revealing a woman in a pair of coveralls. She was flanked by a man wearing scaled armor and carrying a sword. Their guide and a guard, it seemed. The woman, who was brunette and mostly unremarkable, save for sharp chin, asked, "This the guy?" The outside guard confirmed that Elijah was, indeed, the guy. Then, the woman motioned for him to follow. So he and Barry did, and when Elijah stepped inside the giant greenhouse, he couldn't help but take a deep breath of the thick Ethera and the sense of nature. However, when he passed the plants, Elijah thought they seemed perfectly normal. Maybe a little bigger than they should have been, especially the ones bearing fruit, but they clearly weren't on the same level as the flora on his island. Still, it was impressive. After a couple of minutes, Elijah and Barry were escorted to the center of a field of wheat, where they found a tall, slender woman wearing a pair of shorts and a tank top. Upon her head was a wide-brimmed straw hat, and she wore a pair of thick glasses. At the moment, she was kneeling next to a curious contraption that looked like a tall, metal cylinder. She didn't look up when they approached. Instead, she leaned closer to the machine, which was open, as she said, "You're not on the schedule, Barry. If you need more food, you know the deal." "Ah, it's not that. I wanted to introduce you to my friend, Eli." She looked up, then. That's when she said, "Elijah. What are you doing here?" "Aw shit," Elijah said, rubbing the back of his neck. He had no idea how he hadn't recognized her. In retrospect, he should have. It wasn't as if she'd really changed that much since high school. In fact, she looked remarkably similar, given that it had been nearly 10 years, and an apocalypse since the last time he'd seen her. Still, Elijah knew he should have recognized his first serious girlfriend. "Wow. That happy to see me, huh?" "Shit. Sorry. Hey, Lucy. How have you been? Apocalypse treating you all right?" She laughed, letting out a small snort that she tried to cut short. It didn't work, which clearly distressed her. "You really haven't changed, have you?" she said, pushing herself to her full height. She was about an inch taller than Elijah, which meant that she was reasonable tall for a woman. And in those shorts, she looked like she was 90% leg. "More than you can imagine," he said. "I heard you had cancer," she stated. "Didn't really take. Saved by the apocalypse," he admitted. "How about you? Last I checked, you were an engineer, not a botanist." Whatever the case, he felt certain that she wasn't a fellow Druid. He didn't know how he knew that, but every fiber of his being told him that he would know for certain if he met another person of his archetype. "How do you think I made all this work? Engineering's all about solving problems, even when we're using Ethera instead of electricity," she said. Then, she glanced toward Barry and said, "You can go. You'll get your shipment on time." "But come with me," Lucy said, grabbing Elijah's upper arm. She tugged on him, but he didn't move at first. That brought a curious glance, but Elijah didn't resist further. Instead, he let himself be dragged away from Barry. Once they were out of earshot, Lucy said, "Didn't think I'd see you hanging out with the likes of Barry Brock-Curtin." "We weren't hanging out. I happened to help him out, and he offered to put me up for the night," Elijah said. "He tried to push one of his daughters on you." Which one?" "I bet it was Tori. She's the eldest." "Of course, he's tried that with every man of intermediate power in the city. Some of them have even fallen for it," Lucy said, leading him through the giant greenhouse. "Super sleazy, but I guess he's working with the tools he has." "Did you just refer to a person as a tool?" Elijah asked. "I could use worse words," she pointed out. "Like slut. Or whore. Harlot's a good one, too. And believe me, those girls have earned that and worse. Even before the world changed, they were, social climbers." Dana, the youngest, slept with half the Seahawks' defensive backfield, including the backups. That's when they reached a door that led to a small office. Upon entry, Elijah noted that it looked just like any other blue-collar office he'd ever seen. There were tools lying on the metal desk, and the entire back wall was filled with a series of wooden cubbies that held rolled-up blueprints. She sat on the edge of the desk, saying, "All right. Spill it." What are you doing here? Last I heard, you were dying in Hawaii. Seriously? That's kind of a tactless way of putting it. Lucy rolled her eyes. Like you care. Come on. Tell me why you're here, she said. With anyone else except for Alyssa or Carmen, maybe Elijah would have been hesitant to reveal too much. However, he and Lucy had too much history for him to treat her like anybody else. They'd started going out in middle school, and that relationship had lasted all the way until Elijah's senior year in high school. The only reason it hadn't continued was because, after his parents' death, he'd pulled away from everyone. Lucy had tried to make it work, but back then, Elijah was far more interested in wallowing in self-pity to let her be there for him. As a result, they'd broken up, he'd left for Hawaii the next fall, and he hadn't spoken to her since then. But the bond remained. Just seeing her alive had filled him with such potent relief that it was hard to even quantify it. So, without hesitation, Elijah told Lucy everything. He didn't hold anything back. Not his archetype. Not his class. He even told her about his grove and the panther, which turned out to elicit a lot more of an emotional response than he'd thought possible. Clearly, he'd kept things bottled up, and now that he had the benefit of a listener he trusted, he couldn't stop himself from letting loose with his burdens. For her part, Lucy listened with an implacable expression. She didn't judge him, however, and when he finally admitted to what he'd done upon finding the hunters, she frowned. Elijah quickly moved on, telling her about his code, then explained everything that had happened since then. And here I am, he said. The explanation had taken more than an hour, but Lucy hadn't really moved. By comparison, Elijah had paced back and forth, gesturing as he told the story. Once he was finished, he stopped and asked, "Thoughts? Top 5. Huh? You're in the top 5. You know, I never even look at the rankings." Most people don't, Lucy admitted. I knew they were there, but I've always had way too much going on to pay attention to it. But if I'd just looked, I would have known you were alive. Elijah fidgeted a bit as he said, "Well, I wasn't even on the list for the longest time. The first year on the island was just me trying to survive. You know, only killing things when I needed food. The panther killed anything strong enough to actually hurt me, so it took a long time for me to even get a level. It wasn't until I started hunting Vox that I started really leveling. Since then, I've run multiple towers and I'm still losing ground on the top people. And your sister's wife is on the power rankings too?" Lucy asked. "That's quite a coincidence." Elijah shrugged. "Carmen was always exceptional. More than me. I just got lucky," he admitted. "Good class. A powerful guardian to protect me while I got my feet under me. That sort of thing." "Don't sell yourself short," Lucy said, pushing her glasses up to her nose. "I doubt most people would have survived what you've described." "Maybe. What about you?" he asked. "The mysterious and powerful gardener." "I expected another druid." "Nope. I took tradesman," she said. "Then ethereal engineer. I wouldn't have gotten nearly as far if it wasn't for my husband, though. He took scholar, which didn't seem all that useful at first. But then he got a class called Ethericist. It let him map the flow of Ethera and predict how it would react to certain stimuli. Together, and with the help of a bunch of other tradesmen, we built the garden. I notice a lot of past tense there." "What happened?" "Same thing that happened to most of the world. A lot of people died," she said. "But Sean passed after a freak accident. A beam collapsed on top of him. There weren't any healers around, so..." She sniffed, wiping a tear from her cheek. "How long ago?" 2 years last month." "I'm sorry," Elijah said, stepping forward. He wrapped his arms around her, saying, "I wish I was here." "Me too." The pair remained like that for a few more minutes until, finally, Lucy pulled away, wiped her eyes, and said, "You're looking for Easton, right? I've heard it's to the east." It is. I've had that confirmed. Somewhere between 700 and 1,000 miles away, she said. I've seen it on maps. Then, she went on to reveal that the people of Seattle hadn't been completely idle. Instead, they'd spent the last few years steadily exploring the area around the city and compiling maps. More, there were apparently some efforts underway to create a new worldwide government, though distance and the complications of communication had stymied those efforts. Still, it was nice to know that people hadn't completely descended into anarchy. So, do you want me to help out? I can probably spend a week or so in here and triple your output, Elijah said. Maybe even more. I don't know. With the framework you have in place, it might be a lot more. I think. A knock at the door cut her off. Before she could respond, the door swung open. At the same time, Elijah stepped in front of Lucy, shielding her from danger. It was a good thing, too, because 3 armored fighters stepped through a second later. The one in the center was a dark-skinned man with a military haircut, and the crisp mannerisms that went with it. He wore the same black fatigues Elijah had seen from the guards at the city's gates. The other 2, a man and a woman, were dressed in identical gear. When most people knock on a door, they wait for an answer before they barge in, Elijah said, planting the butt of his staff on the floor. It hit with a metallic clang. Kind of rude. A bit dangerous, too. That's the kind of thing that causes all sorts of accidents. This the guy, the man in the middle asked. Matches the description, said the woman. Taller than they said, though. Not much, but still. You're looking for me? Elijah asked, ignoring the quip about his height. He was average. Not short. He just wished people would recognize that. We are, said the man. My name is Isaiah Roberts, and I'm the lord of this city. Kind of presumptuous to call yourself that, Elijah remarked. Boys. Stop, Lucy said, grabbing Elijah's shoulder. He very nearly reacted to that, and not in a way that would make him any friends. However, he managed to corral his instincts just enough to keep himself in check. Still, it was evidence of how tightly he was wound. Lucy noticed, probably because every muscle in his body had contracted the second she'd touched him. Relax, Elijah. Isaiah is a good man. I am relaxed, Elijah lied, his eyes never leaving Isaiah. What do you want from me? I haven't killed anyone since coming into town. In fact, I wasted 2 silver to keep from having to do that. So, I can't imagine why you're here. You're top 5. I'd have to be an idiot not to want to meet you, Isaiah said. I'm just a level 30. Your skill or item doesn't work on a lord. You keep saying that like I know what it means. Not that I care much about titles, Elijah was quick to add. I'm a system-sanctioned lord, Isaiah revealed. One of the benefits of the path I rook is that I can see through most identity-obfuscating skills and items. It doesn't come for free, but you were odd enough that I thought it was warranted. I'm not that odd. You came strolling out of the desert like you didn't have a care in the world. You're wearing no less than 4 items that are at least simple grade. Including your purse of all things. And satchel. What? I can't believe I have to keep pointing this out. It's a satchel. Not a purse. Indiana Jones uses one, Elijah said. It seemed like an important distinction, and he didn't understand why people kept making the same mistake. I feel like I've heard that before, one of Isaiah's guards said. It doesn't matter, the Lord said. My point is that you were clearly powerful. So I used an ability, and I found out who you are. That's why I'm here. That doesn't explain anything. Do you want my help with something? Or is this just a meet and greet? Because I was trying to catch up with an old friend, he said. I'm concerned. What relationship do you have with Mercer Mesa? None that matters. Would you be willing to work against them? Asked Isaiah. Elijah shrugged. I don't particularly like them, if that's what you're asking. But I'm not staying in this city for much longer. So, I have no intention of getting involved in whatever it is you're about to propose. As far as Elijah was concerned, there was only one reason a city's leader would approach him. He needed Elijah's strength, probably to get a leg up on his competition. And while Elijah wasn't necessarily opposed to putting someone like Barry in his place, he was more concerned with getting to Easton. I see. And what if we gave you unfettered access to our branch? And the tower we have under our control? Isaiah asked. Do you happen to have a librarian? We do. She's low-leveled, but we could make her services available to you. That was even more tempting. Still, Elijah said, I can't get tied up here. I'm searching for something. When I find it, I may come back. If I do, there's a chance I might help. Assuming you're not some sort of tyrant. You're not, are you? I just want to help the people of this city, the man stated. That's why your answer is so disappointing. Is this where you try to force my hand? Of course not. We aren't the bad guys here. If you change your mind, come to the capital. Chances are, this conflict won't soon end. All right. Then, the man turned on his heel and marched away. His flunkies followed, the last one out closing the door with some degree of force. That went well, Elijah said, glancing back at Lucy. So, what's his deal? He's a good man, Lucy said. Former Marine. Before the world changed, he won an election as a city councilman. He ended up taking everything over after everyone else died or shrank away from the challenge. Thousands of people owe their lives to Isaiah Roberts. Ah. Then I'm glad we didn't get into a fight, Elijah said. So those maps you were talking about? You happen to have one you can lend me? The wind whipped the dust storm into a frenzy, but Miguel just wrapped the cloth more tightly around his face and hunched his shoulders against the furious windstorm. Using his spear as a walking stick, he followed Miss Teresa, doing his best to keep an eye on everything around him. There was nothing visible but a thick wall of dust, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. After everything he'd seen in his young life, he knew just how quickly the world could turn on him. He'd learned that lesson the day after the world had transformed, and each day since then had served to hammer home that lesson. Idly, he found himself wondering about his old friends. Had any of them made it far into the apocalypse? He didn't think so. If they had, someone would have found them. But it was easy to forget about them, to see those days like they'd been nothing but a dream. The new world seemed far more real. More consequential. Certainly, more dangerous. His mother's death had served to highlight that, and the years had been filled with furious training, bouts of anger, and more tears than he wanted to admit. Colt always cautioned him to feel those emotions, but not to let them rule his life. And Miguel tried. He truly did. Some things just seemed impossible. The sadness was easy to ignore. All he needed to do was keep busy, and his devotion to training satisfied that requirement. But the rage. That was far more difficult to abandon. It was with him at all times, pushing him forward at a frightening rate. In that way, it was easy to look at it as a benefit, but that was just an illusion. It held him back in ways he wasn't quite ready to confront. That didn't mean he should abandon the idea of killing Roman. It remained a worthy goal. But he needed to be cold. Detached. He needed to focus on the task at hand, not the fury that seemed to hang from his shoulders like a thick cloak. So, to combat that, he had turned to the meditative exercises Colt had taught him. Those worked. What's more, they were necessary to becoming the best swordsman, or any other sort of fighter he could be. The trick was remaining aware of his surroundings while he entered what Colt referred to as the sword trance. He wasn't perfect at it, but it helped center his thoughts. Like that, he continued on until, suddenly, Miss Teresa stopped. He stepped up and shouted over the wind, "What's going on?" She shook her head, then shrugged. They'd left the forest behind almost a week before, and they'd been traveling through the desert ever since. However, it wasn't until the past couple of days that the storm had come, and in the wide-open desert, there hadn't been anywhere to take shelter. Like Teresa, he waited until the next person in line signaled for them to follow. And soon, it became clear why they'd briefly stopped. Someone, probably Colt, had found a cave where they could find solace from the howling wind and abrasive sand. Once inside, Miguel let his face covering fall away, then planted himself at the mouth of the cave. He couldn't see anything, but he wasn't going to let that stop him from guarding the lone point of entry. If something wanted to get to his mom, or the others, it would have to go through him. Like that, he stood sentry until, a half-hour later, he felt a familiar hand on his shoulder. "Go get some food and water," Colt said. "I got this for now, kid." Miguel looked back at his mentor. He looked much the same as always, though like everyone else in the party, he'd made a few concessions to the desert climate and the sandstorm. The most notable among those was that he'd wrapped a cloth around his head, the last bit of which he'd been using as a mask. It now hung free, revealing a week's worth of salt and pepper stubble. Nodding, Miguel assured the men that he would be back. Then, he stepped deeper into the cave where the others were huddled around a small fire. A spit was suspended over the flames, spearing through one of the desert lizards that seemed so pervasive. They were venomous, but everyone in the party aside from Miguel had enough constitution to endure it. That highlighted how ready he was to get his archetype. Then, he could begin to develop himself in earnest. Until then, the effects of his training were minimal. He could practice with weapons all day, but if he fought someone with even a few levels, he would stand no chance. He couldn't even use anything better than crude-grade equipment to narrow the gap. No, he'd learned his lesson the day Trace had taken him, and he'd taken it to heart. Theirs was a world of levels, and without power, he would inevitably become a victim. The next few minutes saw him taking a hunk of lizard. The tail alone had nearly 10 pounds of meat, so he didn't have to worry about rationing and settling in to eat. Not long after he sat, his mother joined him. "Are you okay, Mijo?" she asked. "Don't call me that. It makes me seem like a little kid." She sighed, then leaned her head against the rocky wall. Facing him, she said, "Nice deflection. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," he stated, tearing a piece of gamey meat with his teeth. And he was. Compared to the people they'd already lost, at least. So many had fallen prey to the Sidhi. Miss Rebecca. Mr. Almonds. Leaf. Miss Michaels. Janet. And that wasn't even considering all the people who'd died before reaching Eber. Or the ones who'd been killed during the rebellion. Miguel hadn't seen all of them fall, but he knew they were gone. "We're going to find somewhere safe," she said. "Sure. I'm serious." "Does anywhere like that exist?" he asked. I don't know. I think so. There has to be somewhere." He shrugged, then went back to his meal. For her part, his mother fell into silence before she stood and walked toward Colt, who stood guard at the cave's entrance. Miguel truly didn't believe anywhere was safe. So he vowed to create his own safety. Before he could do that, though, he needed to get stronger. He needed to gain an archetype. And then, the work would really begin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "He's holding up," Colt said, not looking back as Carmen approached. "I know you hate how this is now. You want to let him be a kid. But that ain't possible anymore. Best we can do for him is give him the tools to succeed." "I guess," she said, eyeing the sandstorm. Night had begun to fall, cutting visibility down to nothing. "When do you think he'll get an archetype?" "Soon. If it's more than 6 months, I'll be surprised." "I hope so," she said. Regardless of what he picked, the chance to level and gain attributes would give him the tools to survive. At present, that was all she could hope to achieve. "When the storm dies, I'll start scouting," Colt said. "Katie find any water?" Katie was one of the surviving members of the party, and she had the geologist class. As such, she had an ability that had proven useful in finding water, a necessity in the desert. Without her, they never would have chanced the terrain. Instead, they would have followed the forest. Even with that ability to help out, Carmen had wondered if they'd made the right choice. But it was too late to turn back now. A little, she said. Enough for a couple of days. Over the next few hours, the storm continued to rage until, suddenly, the wind fell away. The sudden cessation of noise was odd. Eerie. But true to his word, Colt immediately set out to see if he could find some sort of civilization. While he was gone, Carmen took his place at the head of the cave, with Miguel joining her sometime around midnight. They didn't speak. Instead, they simply watched. That was how, just before dawn, Colt found them. "There's a town about 2 miles away," he said. "Decent size. Maybe big enough for a few thousand people." "The residents?" Carmen asked. "None." "None?" "It's a ghost town," Colt stated. "Not a bit of movement. I looked around a bit and there's nobody there. But I think we should search the place, see if there's anything there we can use." "You think we could settle there?" "Maybe," he said. "But I don't think so. There's a reason it's abandoned. I found a few bodies. They're old. Months dead. Lots of claw marks." He didn't need to say anything else. Carmen knew what he meant. If there was something around that could cause 1,000 or more people to desert a town, then they wouldn't stand any chance against it. But as he'd said, they could scavenge for supplies. After that, they established a plan to shelter in place for a day. They'd been going non-stop for some time, and even with augmented attributes, they were all exhausted. So they rested for the rest of the day, recovering their strength until the next morning, when they set out just before dawn. The desert sky was completely clear, and the illumination from the moon and stars was more than enough to light their way. Still, they were all on guard for any threats. The desert seemed empty, but there were thousands of deadly animals, ranging from reptiles to massive scorpions, that posed plenty of threat. As luck would have it, they made it to the town without issue. And it was much as Colt had described, though Carmen suspected that it had housed quite a few more people than he'd originally estimated. Without hesitation, they set about searching the area. By that point, they were all expert scavengers, so they made good time as they scoured one building after another. Still, there were more than 100 structures, so it was late afternoon before they found something worthwhile. "Maps," Carmen said to herself, sorting through the scattered papers. Some of them had deteriorated a little, but they were still legible. "I think this place is called Farwood," she mumbled, pointing to what she suspected was their current location. Then, her breath caught in her throat. Seattle. Indeed, it was clearly labeled on the map, and if her estimates were correct, the city was only 100 or so miles away. She looked up as Colt walked in, but before she could speak, he said, "We need to get out of here. Now." "What's wrong?" "Monsters," he said. "Saw them from the wall. Maybe 2 miles away. Group of 10. They're some kind of bipedal creatures with dog-like heads. They weren't wearing clothes or armor, but they carried primitive weapons. Do you think that's what drove the local population away?" "If I was a bettin' man, I'd say yes." "Shit. Gather everyone. Find anything?" "I hope so. Seattle's northwest of here. I think that's our best bet. If it's still standing." "It's our best shot," he said. Then, he set off. As he left, Carmen gathered the maps, as well as the few bits of supplies she'd scavenged. After that, she joined Colt and the others outside. They'd found precious little. The people who'd once lived there had taken nearly everything of value. But they'd still scavenged a couple of weapons, a few sacks, and even a leather breastplate that had been given to Miguel. Carmen told everyone what was going on, and to their credit, they didn't even bat an eyelash at the threat posed by the nearby monsters. After everything they'd experienced, that wasn't enough to alarm them. They accepted the danger as a matter of course. After that, they set off toward the city they hoped would be their salvation. Fried squash. Elijah asked, gazing at the meal with no small degree of appreciation. And fried chicken. Mashed potatoes. Wow. Just wow. Tell me again why we didn't get married. Lucy rolled her eyes, saying, because we were barely more than children. Yeah. I know. Other than that, though. You disappeared and ran away to Hawaii to play with fish. Oh. Right. Not my best decision, Elijah said with a grin. He knew Lucy didn't take him seriously. If anyone knew his odd sense of humor, it was her. I should have put a ring on it. Is that what the kids say these days? I'm over 30 now, so I'm way out of touch. She laughed. You were always out of touch. And nobody's said that for 2 decades, she said, grabbing the spoon and serving herself a helping of squash. But no. Not fried chicken. What is it, then? Elijah asked, helping himself. It certainly looked like fried chicken. We call them sand monitors, Lucy said. They taste a bit like chicken, especially fried by a decent cook. But more importantly, they're everywhere out in the desert. Huh. I didn't see any. I did eat a snake the other day, though. How in the world did you not see any sand monitors? They're incredibly aggressive and very territorial. And like I said, they're everywhere in the desert. Elijah took a bite. It did taste a bit like chicken, though with a bit more tang to it. It was also slightly fattier. Whatever the case, it tasted fine, so he didn't think twice about digging in. As he chewed, he said, most animals leave me alone. He swallowed, then continued, monsters are different, though. And how guardians react is based on how much of a threat you are to their treasure. I think. I'm still trying to figure out how all of it works, honestly. Is it your class? My archetype, I think. I'm pretty close to nature. Interesting, she said. Do you think you can stay for a couple of days? I can set up a greenhouse where we can test your spell out. Maybe it won't affect the balance too much. And there's a chance I can figure out how it works and... I've already told you. I need to find Alyssa. I've already gotten distracted way too many times, he said. But once I find them and make sure they're safe, sure. I'll come back and you can have me for however long you want me. She rolled her eyes. Was that innuendo? Do you want it to be? He asked. You drop into town and you immediately want to jump into bed, she asked. What kind of girl do you think I am? The kind who can use a friend. Elijah guessed. He hadn't missed the tension in her eyes. The tightness in her shoulders. Look, I'm going to be serious for a second. If you need a friend, I'm here. I'll listen. I'll be a shoulder for you to cry on. You know that, right? I might joke about the other thing, but at the end of the day, we're friends. There's too much history here for anything else. Elijah Hart. Being serious. I never thought I'd see the day. I can be serious when I need to be, he said. Before the world had changed, or really, before his cancer diagnosis that was probably a lie. But things were different now. He'd learned to be the person he needed to be when necessary. I guess everyone's changed, huh? I guess so, Elijah agreed. So. You want to talk? And she did. As they shared a meal, Elijah listened to Lucy's story. It wasn't really much different from so many he'd already heard in other places, but it hit harder when it was someone he'd grown up with. Someone he'd once loved, at least as much as an awkward teenager with no life experience could love anyone. In the end, nothing happened except for two friends catching up. Perhaps they could take things further when they met again. In any case, Elijah went to bed alone, and despite the comfortable accommodations of Lucy's guest bedroom, he slept poorly. The next morning, Elijah broke his fast with a couple of pears grown in Lucy's greenhouse, then set out for the capital. He didn't like how things had ended between him and Isaiah, so he wanted to mend that relationship. Soon after arriving at the large building, which looked almost the same as it had before Earth was touched by the world tree. Certainly, the grounds were no longer green, and the fountain was dry, but the rest looked undamaged. At least that was the case with the domed legislative building. However, most of the structures on the rest of the campus had been destroyed, and their rubble cleared away. The air above the building was abuzz with drones. Most looked just like the one Elijah had seen just outside the city, but there were a few much larger machines that emitted far stronger ethereal signatures. Elijah guessed they were weaponized in some way, a frightening proposition, but one he felt he could combat fairly easily. One cast of Storm's fury could bring them down, and if he used Calamity, they'd all fall. Regardless, he wasn't there to pick a fight. Instead, he wanted to meet the man in charge, so he pushed forward, and after climbing the stairs, entered the building. There he found himself facing a trio of guards. "Hey, fellas. Is the boss in?" he asked with a little wave. "And who are you?" "A friend," Elijah replied. "No? I guess Isaiah doesn't have a lot of those, right?" "No, probably not. Either way, he'll want to see me." "What is your name?" "Oh. Shit. Sorry. I just figured all of you had those weird identification skills." "My name is Elijah." "Tell him I want to see him. He'll know what it means." Yeah. That probably doesn't really fit there. But I always wanted to say it, you know. Like I know an inside joke. I don't, though. Barely know the guy. But he really will want to see me. That seemed to confuse two of the three guards, but the other followed just fine. His radio crackled, and he explained the situation. Someone on the other side told him to escort Elijah inside. "See? Told you," Elijah gloated as he followed the man into the building. As he did, he was impressed by the appearance of so much activity. The place was a hive of productivity, though Elijah couldn't help but wonder how many of them were actually busy, as opposed to simply appearing to be so. From his experience, a government building was probably host to more of the latter than the former. In any event, Elijah soon found himself being led into an office. Inside was a large desk, but the office was otherwise unadorned, save for a couple of landscape paintings and a huge map on the wall. The latter was even more detailed than one he'd gotten from Lucy. Behind the desk was Isaiah, who was staring at a computer screen. "You can leave him here," the man said. The guard saluted, then turned on his heel and strode away. Elijah started to speak, but Isaiah held up a single finger, asking him to wait. He typed for a few more moments, then let out a tired sigh before closing the laptop. Looking up, he asked, "What can I do for you, Mr. Hart?" "I wanted to let you know that I'm going to help you," Elijah stated without preamble. "I don't know the whole situation here, but from what I've seen, those people up on Mercer Mesa are the bad guys. If it was any other commodity, I probably wouldn't care, but it's water. People are dying because of their greed. I won't stand aside and let that continue." "I see. What changed your mind?" "Mostly a whim," Elijah said. "But also, I'm not a complete dick. That said, I can't help you right now. I know you have a responsibility to your people, and I respect that. But I have family out there. I can't afford to get distracted here. If it came down to it, I'd let everyone in Seattle die if it was them or my family. They're all I have left." "I understand." "Do you?" "I do. We've all lost people, Mr. Hart. I can respect a man who wants to protect his family. But you don't like it," Elijah guessed. "It doesn't matter what I like," Isaiah stated. "You know good and well that I can't make you help me. So I have no choice but to take whatever assistance you are willing to give. I just hope it doesn't come too late. This city is a powder keg. It will explode. The only questions are when and who will survive the conflict. You should know that your friend will be one of the first targets. Anyone who wants to rule this city will need to control the gardener." That crossed my mind. And yet you still intend to leave. I do. Isaiah sighed, then reached into one of his desk drawers. He placed an item on the desk, then slid it forward. Is that a walkie-talkie? Elijah asked. A radio powered by Ethera, Isaiah answered. It's good within 1,000 miles of Seattle. It would go a long way toward engendering trust if you took this radio with you. And perhaps, when our time of need arises, you will respond to our call. I won't make any promises. I want to help, but we've already established your priorities. I would still like for you to take the radio. Elijah shrugged. Fine, he said, looking forward to examining the machine. Perhaps he could take it back to Ironshore and let some of the tradesmen inspect it. He retrieved the item, then shoved it in his satchel. I'm heading toward Easton. Hopefully, I'll find my family there, then come back this way. I understand. Good luck. After that, Elijah saw no reason to stick around. So he turned and left the office, looking forward to continuing what he hoped would turn out to be the last leg of his journey. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. With mixed emotions gripping his heart, Isaiah watched the strange man leave his office. On the one hand, Elijah's heart was clearly trouble. He displayed issues with authority, a flippant attitude, and an unpredictable nature. However, he was just as obviously powerful. He could face down some of the most powerful warriors in the city and feel no fear. As was appropriate for someone in the top 5 most powerful people in the world. But even that designation didn't tell the whole story. The latter only measured levels. Isaiah knew there was far more to a person's power than the number in their status. Cultivation and class were just as important, and in those realms, Elijah's heart was head and shoulders above anyone Isaiah had ever seen. He opened his laptop, studying the readout on the screen. It was the result of his drone scan, and it laid bare Hart's entire status, including his advanced progression on the path of cultivation. More, though, it told him how rare the man's class was. And on Earth it was unique, which meant that it was probably powerful. The combination of his levels, cultivation, and class meant that Elijah's heart was incredibly dangerous, which was why Isaiah wanted the man on his side. He sighed, leaning back in his chair. The world was so different. It felt like only yesterday that he'd been separated from the Air Force, where he'd served as a drone pilot. Having done his duty, he'd fully intended to serve his community as well. That was how his political career had started, and to his surprise, his success had garnered quite a lot of attention from national power brokers. They'd been grooming him for a congressional run when the world had changed. After that, he'd taken the scholar archetype, thinking he could leverage his brain to help people survive. Initially, that had seemed like a mistake. The new world was not a peaceful one, and as a result, he was at a disadvantage. Still, his military training served him well, and he managed to survive. Many had not. Then, everything had changed when he received his class, Technomancer. According to all the guides he'd seen, it was a rare class, and a hybrid between 3 archetypes. Scholar, for the knowledge he'd need. Tradesman, to put that knowledge into action. And sorcerer, for ethereal control. It allowed him to integrate Ethera into drones, or other machine-based golems, giving him the ability to enforce order on Seattle. But there was resistance, and he was still fighting to get everything under control. With another sigh, he leaned forward, massaging his thigh. That was the other benefit of his class. It had given him the tools to replace his normal prosthetic with something far more durable, powerful, and useful. Unless he pulled the hem of his pants up, most people couldn't even tell that it wasn't flesh and bone. As miraculous as his creation was, it still ached though. He'd lost his leg in a car accident during his time in the Air Force. It was funny, actually. He'd chosen the Air Force at least in part because of how often he'd seen soldiers and Marines coming back from the front lines missing limbs. He didn't want to experience that, so he'd gone the safe route. And then, he'd gotten into a normal car accident that had ended with his leg needing to be amputated. But at least he'd managed to survive, and there were quite a few other people who wouldn't have without his efforts. That was gratifying, even if he knew the entire city was poised on the brink. Unless something changed soon, things were going to descend into anarchy, and he felt that heart represented the only real chance to avoid that fate. For the time being, though, Isaiah intended to keep doing his best. In his experience, the answer to any problem was hard work. So, with that in mind, he called his assistant in and said, "Set up a meeting with Rogers. We need to continue the dialogue." "Yes, sir," the man boy really said. And just like that, Isaiah pushed heart from his mind and focused on doing his job. Thor yanked his spear from the Voxian monster's body, sending a spray of black blood to splatter on his pants. He frowned, then spat on the creature. Then, he looked around at the other corpses. There were 5 of them, a full 3 of which were capable of healing. The other 2 had been durable, with thick scales and a dearth of dexterity. The result was that it had taken Thor many frustrating hours to finish them off. But he had won, as was right and proper. And he'd already gained the reward he'd sought ever since he'd left those hellish canyons behind. He looked at his status with no small degree of pride. Name: Thor Gunderson. Level: 75. Archetype: Ranger. Class: Ancestral Hunter. Specialization: Not applicable. Alignment: Not applicable. Strength: 144. Dexterity: 158. Constitution: 109. Ethera: 44. Regeneration: 78. Attunement: Conflict. Cultivation stage, not applicable. Body: Core. Mind. Soul. Wood: Not applicable. Not applicable. Not applicable. As always, the bulk of his attributes had been automatically assigned to strength, dexterity, and constitution. From what he'd seen, the sheer number he was awarded for each level was uncommon, with 2 being allocated into strength and dexterity, while 1 went into constitution. In addition, he received 4 free points each level. Though he wanted to believe that his talent was responsible for his rapid rise, and he would tell anyone who'd listen that that was the case, Thor was well aware that his rare class was the largest contributor to his power. Without it, he wouldn't have had such a wide range of useful skills, or the weight of his attributes on his side. It was why he was always so frustrated with towers and rifts. They scaled to his level, which sometimes made him feel like he'd actually lost ground with every step forward on his path. However, when he encountered other people or wild beasts, he was reassured of his own power. He was one of the strongest people in the world, and he didn't like to be made to feel inferior, even if he knew it was a contrived scenario meant to push him to his limits. A silver box appeared before him, and when he opened it, he saw a shimmering vial full of yellow liquid. The notification that came with it told him what it was. Congratulations! By closing a minor dimensional rift, you have done a great service to your world. Thus, you have earned a reward. Lesser cleansing potion awarded. Where was this when I was going through that damnable swamp? He demanded, grabbing hold of the potion. It was a powerful concoction that had 3 functions. The first was that it immediately cured the imbiber of most ongoing ailments. That alone was extremely useful, but the second feature, which was to apply a low-level heal over time, really separated it from any alchemist-created potion. But the third function made it an invaluable part of any toolkit. Once he drank it, the potion would remain in his system for the next half hour, pulsing every 30 seconds to cleanse him of any afflictions. He'd received such a potion once before, and he'd been forced to use it in his very first tower. Otherwise, he would have ended up like his companions, a withered husk, defenseless against the spider monsters who inhabited that tower. As it happened, he was the only survivor, which meant that he'd received quite a lot of experience for clearing the nest of monstrous arachnids. So he knew the value of what he held, and he suddenly felt much better about the rift. But more importantly, Thor was interested in his newest ability. Ancestral Clone. Create an independent clone to act according to your will. Level of clone dependent on dexterity. Current, 58. Duration dependent on Ethera. Current, 1.23 minutes. Cooldown dependent on regeneration. Current, 7.3 days. Interesting, he said, though he was a little irritated at the restrictions. Not only did it have a low duration, but the potential clone was only going to be level 58. Presumably, that would affect its attributes as well. However, the real irritant was that it had such a long cooldown. More than a week meant that it was only usable in emergencies. That also meant that he couldn't afford to test it out, because as he stepped out of the rift, he knew he was getting close to his prey. The surrounding desert was much the same as it had been when he'd found the rift, though night had fallen. He didn't care about that. He could push forward without rest easily enough, and as he'd found throughout his time in the canyons, as well as the desert beyond, finding somewhere safe was almost impossible. More than once, he'd gone to sleep in a cave only to awake to find some venomous monster clamping down on one of his limbs. In a lot of ways, it was just as bad as the swamp that had driven him to his absolute limits. Though at least he didn't have to worry about those damnable leeches. Regardless, Thor wouldn't dare to rest for more than an hour or two every couple of days, and it would remain that way until he reached civilization. So, after sitting down and eating a meal of dried meat that had come from some sort of enormous lizard that had made the mistake of trying to attack him on his first day in the desert, he rested for about an hour. Then, he pushed himself to his feet, and set off in the direction that had been revealed the last time he had used Ancestral Hunt. Since leaving the last town, he'd found a strange pond that was surrounded by immense concrete statues. Like the other circle he'd found outside of Argos, it was completely impervious to his every attack. So he'd moved on, following Ancestral Hunt until he found an area marred by hundreds of deep canyons. He'd spent weeks wandering through them, even having to battle some primitive, dog-headed humanoids. They had not been powerful, but there were quite a lot of them. As a result, he'd spent a long time fighting the creatures, and for very little in the way of reward. So he was grateful when they finally gave up and fled his presence. After that, though, Thor had been incredibly aware that eyes were upon him. He couldn't see any of the Watchers, but he knew they were there. As a result, his trip through the canyons was one characterized by unease. So when he finally found his way through, Thor was very grateful. Nearly a week later, he had found the rift, which he'd challenged eagerly, if only for an opportunity to see something other than the bleak desert landscape. Through the night, he progressed through the waterless wastes until he saw something on the horizon. At first, he thought it was an oasis, but when he finally reached it, he found no water. Instead, it was just a circle of oddly twisted trees. But that wasn't what concerned him. Instead, an irrational anger suffused his mind. He wanted nothing more than to rip those trees out of the ground, but he mastered his fury long enough to examine the origin of the emotion. And what he found was as troubling as it was surprising. A blanket of nature hung over the area, thick and seemingly impenetrable. However, as Thor stood there, he felt something else far beneath it. Thor's first impression was as if someone had painted over a masterpiece, covering it with a child's finger painting. Beneath that cloyingly profane blanket of nature was a roiling pit of conflict and rage that, at first, he couldn't identify. Then, he remembered the line on his status. Attunement. Conflict. For the longest time, he'd ignored it. As far as he could tell, it was useless. Or merely informative, like his name. Yet, with what he felt beneath that thin veneer of nature, he suddenly understood that it was far more important than he'd ever realized. Instinctively, he mentally reached out for whatever he felt, but he found himself coming up short. No matter how he tried, it was impossible to grasp. And that made him angry. He lashed out with his spear, cutting through the first tree. It splintered pleasingly, which only spurred his anger. So Thor continued his tirade, ripping the trees apart with every swing. And each attack pushed him further until his mind went white with fury. When he finally came back to himself some indeterminate time later, he was surrounded by a series of low stumps and splintered tree trunks. That felt good, even if it didn't solve the problem. That aura of conflict remained out of reach. But at least he'd tipped the balance a little. Perhaps one day, conflict would overcome the disgustingly wholesome aura of nature. Soon after, Thor moved on, crossing the desert with renewed purpose. Destroying the trees had been therapeutic, after a fashion. However, it was a poor salve. He needed to vent his anger on something that could feel it. He needed to find his prey. So, it was with conflict roiling in his heart that, 4 days later, Thor finally came into sight of a city. From the maps he possessed, he expected it to be the formerly American city of Seattle. Surely, given the transient nature of humanity after the world's transformation, there were plenty of other nationalities that now called it home, though. It still bore the stink of the former superpower. Never was that more apparent than when he saw a mechanical drone cutting through the sky in his direction. For some reason, that angered him even further, and when it came close, he reared back and threw his spear at the thing. The weapon flew through the air with deadly precision, and when it hit the drone, a brief blue light flashed before the thing exploded into 100 pieces. Thor used the weapon's ability, which allowed him to return it to his hand, so long as it was within a few 100 feet. Then, rearmed, he proceeded toward the city's gates. The guards didn't dare impede his entry, and as he strode into the city, he was appalled by the decrepit state of the once mighty metropolis. Crumbling buildings abounded, the place smelled like a sewer, and worst of all, the people were all low-leveled trash. Animals, he muttered, feeling an urge to simply enslave the lot of them. They would at least serve a purpose, then. However, that thought only lasted for a moment before he realized that it would be more trouble than it was worth. Let lesser men corral the unwashed masses. He had better things to do. With that, he found a secluded alley where he was forced to ignore the smells emanating from the trash heaped on the other end, and used ancestral hunt. Predictably, the spirit that responded to his call made a snide remark about the filth, but when it became clear that Thor had no intention of rising to the insulting tone, the thing sent its tendrils of Ethera in every direction. A few moments later, all but one had dissipated, and judging by the solidity of it, his prey was close. So, it was with no small degree of anticipation that Thor set off through the city. Fortunately, the path led him to another gate and back into the desert. As much as he hated the arid terrain, he was grateful to be away from such a filthy place. He set off, following the trail for another hour until he saw a speck on the horizon. He didn't even need to use hunter's eye. He knew he'd finally found his prey. The moon was still more than a mile distant, and he clearly hadn't noticed Thor. So he took a circuitous route, which sent him around a great hulk of a container ship, and to a rock formation in the distance. The Druid was taking his time, looking around like a tourist, so it wasn't difficult for Thor to get ahead of him. As he waited, poised to attack, he couldn't help but mutter, "Got you." Elijah leaned forward, sniffing the air as he stuck his head through the huge gash in the ship's hull. The air inside was musty, and odd as it seemed in the middle of a desert, almost humid. He knew it was an illusion. He could feel the colony of snakes inside, and he could intuit that they were the source of the strange feeling. It was a potent hunting method, waving a moist environment in front of the parched desert denizens, but it wasn't one Elijah would fall for. But if he hadn't had one with nature on his side, he might have gone exploring. And while he hoped he could stand up to whatever other deadly hunting techniques the snakes could bring to bear, he wasn't entirely sure that would be the case. So, after assuring himself that there wasn't anything more interesting than a clever predator inside, he pulled away. The snakes shifted a little, probably in annoyance that their potential prey hadn't fallen for their trap, but otherwise, they didn't react. Elijah sighed, then stepped away from the hulking container ship. He'd already inspected a few of them, and unsurprisingly, they'd all been picked clean. Sure, there was plenty of metal inside, but it probably was too mundane to be truly valuable. Still, he marked the graveyard of ships in his mind, just in case he ever needed a ready source of thousands of tons of steel. The latest ship was no different than the rest, though, so he felt content to leave it alone. Besides, he had somewhere he needed to be. He'd only just begun the last leg of his journey, and already, he'd allowed himself to grow distracted. Hopefully, his will would prove stronger the next time he encountered something moderately interesting. Or someone in trouble, which seemed the more likely possibility, given his past experiences. He stretched a bit, then looked at the sky. It wasn't much past midday, so he still had plenty of time to cover ground before nightfall. Still, he was tempted to shift into his draconid form to speed his progress, but ultimately, he made the same choice he usually did, and remained in his human form. His bestial shapes were incredibly useful and extremely powerful, but they both came with a shift of mindset that would overwhelm him if he wasn't careful. It had nearly happened in the primordial forest, and since then, Elijah had vowed not to lean too heavily on his animal forms. Certainly, they were his most potent weapon in combat, but for something as simple as travel, they were only slightly better than his natural form. And that minor improvement in speed wasn't worth risking a descent into a more primitive mindset. So on his own 2 feet, he set forward, using his staff as a walking stick. Thankfully, his cloak of the Iron Bear prevented him from growing overheated, but the attributes it provided were minimal. One day, he'd find his way to a much colder environment where the item could really shine. But for now, he was grateful for the temperate trait, which kept him cool even in the blisteringly hot desert sun. Leaving the ship behind, he strode through the desert. His gait was that of a determined walk, though he moved at a speed appropriate for an Olympic sprinter. That pace was evidence of just how large the world was. Even as quickly as he could cover ground, he'd barely seen a fraction of a percent of the new and improved Earth. In a way, it was intimidating, but it was also incredibly exciting. With how much everything had changed, there were untold wonders out there for him to explore. He only had to find them, which he intended to do once he'd found his family and ushered them to safety. Those thoughts occupied his mind as he passed a large pillar of rock. It was only at the last second that he recognized the danger bearing down on him, and even that was only because he could see his attacker via one with nature. However, the moon was moving so quickly that the spell, and the haste from Sash of the Whirlwind, only gave Elijah a moment's worth of warning. That was barely enough to give him the opportunity to fling himself to the side, narrowly avoiding a descending spear. He rolled to his feet, leveling his staff in the man's direction. And he was more than a little surprised at what he saw. His attacker was enormous. At least 7 feet tall, and with the body of an elite athlete, he had long, blonde hair and a matching beard. His facial hair had been braided and tied off with a leather thong, giving him the appearance of a fierce Viking. His armor followed the same theme, and was composed of chain mail and hardened leather. The spear that had nearly impaled Elijah was more primal in appearance, with a white haft and red tassels just below the long, leaf-shaped blade. "You forgot the horned helmet," Elijah said, pushing himself to his feet as his opponent yanked his spear from where it had become embedded in the ground. "What?" the man asked in a curiously accented voice. "You're a Viking, right?" "You need a horny helmet," Elijah stated, using the man's confusion to adjust his buffs. At level 70, he'd gained yet another slot, so he used Essence of the Boar, Aura of Renewal, Essence of the Monkey, Essence of the Lion, as well as Essence of the Wolf and One with Nature. The last 2 didn't take up his buff slots, which he suspected was due to the fact that they were impossible to cast on anyone else. "That is a myth," the man growled, stepping forward. Elijah mirrored his movement, taking a step backward. "Only ignorant Americans believe Vikings actually wore horned helmets." "Guilty, I guess," Elijah said. "The American part, I mean. Though I guess ignorant applies, too. We're all ignorant about something. For instance, did you know that sharks are covered in tiny teeth called dermal denticles? That's why their skin feels like sandpaper." By that point, Elijah had finished adjusting his buffs, so he held his opening salvo just on the edge of casting. It took quite a lot of concentration to do so, but he had mind facets to spare. "What are you babbling about?" demanded the Viking. "Why did you attack me?" Elijah asked, wanting to avoid a fight if he could. The moon was obviously powerful, with high attributes. More, Elijah could feel the Ethera wafting off of him. Given that, he wasn't certain he could win any ensuing battle. But more than that, he didn't want to kill anyone unless there was no other choice. I am a hunter, the moon spat. And you are prey. A slight twitch was the only warning Elijah got before the moon exploded into motion. Fortunately, that was all he needed. The first spell he cast as he dove to the side was Snaring Roots. Then, he followed it up with Storm's Fury. Neither worked as well as he'd hoped. Brown roots erupted from the ground, wrapping around the Viking's legs. However, the moon was far too strong for them to do more than slow him down. Still, that was enough to ease Elijah's aim, and a bolt of lightning descended from above, slamming into his chest. For a brief moment, his muscles went out of control, and he stumbled slightly. That allowed the roots to snake around him, wrapping around his arms, legs, and torso a dozen times in the space of a second. Elijah cast Calamity. The sky broke apart, and the earth trembled as sharp blades of wind descended upon the prone giant. Send rode upon the wave of wind, obscuring all vision. Elijah used that to his advantage, casting Swarm. 1,000 scarabs burst forth from the sand, burying the men beneath a tide of tiny, biting beetles. Elijah was just patting himself on the back when he sensed another presence nearby. He whipped around to see another identical Viking descending upon him. His spear glowed with menacing red light that elicited a flinch from Elijah. Fortunately, he had plenty of time to slap the weapon aside with his staff. He cast Soothe, anticipating that he wasn't going to make it through the fight without being injured. Then, finally, he shifted into the lamellar ape form. It was just in time, too, because the warrior that had been tangled in the roots finally recovered enough to rip free of the bindings. And with a roar, he threw himself at Elijah, his own spear shimmering with identical red energy. Elijah snapped out a backhand that, shockingly, the man managed to block. Then, in a deft bit of spear work, he reversed the weapon and swept Elijah's feet out from under him. Even as he felt, Elijah knew he'd found a deadly foe. The only question was whether or not he could endure what was coming. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thor's insides were on fire. The biting insects had inflicted upon him some sort of caustic venom that he suspected would have turned his muscles to mush if it weren't for his incredible constitution. But he was far too strong to succumb to mere insects, and he'd shrugged the attacks off. Still, he knew that if the fight went on for too long, he'd have to do something about it. Which was why he'd used Ancestral Clone to turn the tide of battle. It had worked incredibly well, too, distracting the Druid long enough for Thor to tear free of the frustratingly restrictive vines. Now he aimed to end the fight quickly and efficiently, charging forward with his spear held before him. However, he nearly blanched when he saw the man transform into some sort of creature from Nightmare. At first, Thor thought he faced one of the Vox, but he quickly noticed a few major differences. First, while the Druid's new form was reptilian, it wasn't, for lack of a better word, wrong. The Vox were alien, and that was always evident from their appearance. The new form of the Druid felt far more natural. Still, it was clearly not of Earth. In a way, it resembled a gorilla, though with black scales instead of fur, and a head like a spiny lizard. Its teeth were sharp and plentiful, and its thick, stubby claws seemed perfect for ripping. In short, it was a monster built for murder, not unlike hundreds of others Thor had hunted. All of that flashed through his mind as he bore down on the man-turned monster. He lashed out with his spear, using Fury of the Stalker to augment his attack. His clone did the same, though the other figure moved much more slowly than the real thing. That was fine, though. It had already served its primary purpose, and anything else it could offer was a bonus. The Druid tried to react, backhanding the clone. However, the doppelganger managed to raise his spear, slapping the attack aside. By that point, Thor arrived, thrusting his spear at the monstrous figure. It hit the thing in the ribs, though the sound of metal on metal announced the futility of the strike. Thor panicked, bounding backward in shock. The clone wasn't so quick, and the monster grabbed hold of the fake Thor's arm, and wrenched it out of socket. The clone managed to slip away, but not before his arm was rendered useless. Thor recovered his wits and used Bite of the Hunter. It was a limited ability, and one that had a significant cooldown. Usually, he used it as an opener, taking advantage of surprise to guarantee a hit. He'd suspected that the Druid had some way of detecting his presence, though, so he'd foregone its use in the initial ambush. That had turned out to be a smart choice, because Elijah Hart had managed to avoid the blow entirely. He wouldn't this time, though. The blade of Thor's spear blazed with green light as he shoved Ethera into the ability. Bite of the Hunter. Infuse a weapon with Ethera, bypassing defensive abilities for a single strike. Efficacy and cooldown based on dexterity. Current, 7.3 hours. Thor knew that the ability was contingent on his dexterity being higher than his foes. Otherwise, it would have poor returns based on the gap. That was why he'd spent so many of his free points augmenting that attribute. It was one of the major reasons he'd been able to kill so many powerful enemies, and he knew it wouldn't fail him in this instance. He'd seen the monstrous Druid move, and there was no chance that he was equipped with dexterity on the level of Thor's. More than that, he had no chance of dodging the blow. The spear's blade hit the Druid in the chest, biting deep as it parted the monstrous man's scales. Less than an instant later, the clone's own version of Bite of the Hunter rammed into the Druid's back, though to far less effect than Thor's. The monster howled in pain as Thor ripped his spear free. Blood gushed from the wound, telling the hunter that he'd hit either an artery or the creature's overlarge heart. The creature stumbled to his knees, but before Thor's eyes, the wound ceased bleeding. Then the scales grew back together. And the monster shook its head, refocusing. It was at that moment that Thor felt a tremble of fear coursing up his spine. "You shouldn't have done that," the monstrous Druid growled. Then, with bestial fury flashing in those reptilian eyes, it threw itself in his direction. Even as Elijah felt Guardian's renewal mend his broken body, he growled, "You shouldn't have done that." Then, he threw himself at the Viking who'd injured him. The spear strike had cut right through iron scales and Elijah's dense constitution, ripping his heart to shreds. Even Soothe, which was still active, was incapable of healing it before he bled out. So, without any other choice, he'd used Guardian's renewal. It had worked, though for the second time since gaining the ability, it had struggled with the task. Clearly, the ability's description wasn't meant to be taken literally. Guardian's renewal. Instantly and completely regenerate. Cooldown affected by regeneration attribute. Current, once per 6.65 days. Elijah could only think that the Viking had used some sort of skill that limited his healing. Guardian's renewal had overpowered it, but only just. It was just further confirmation that he couldn't allow himself to become complacent. Even his most powerful ability could be overcome, given the right counter. But for now, he couldn't afford to give it any further thought. Instead, the fight before him required the entirety of his focus. He crashed into the Viking like an out-of-control train, but to his absolute surprise, he didn't trample the enormous man. Instead, the hunter caught him, skidding backward across the desert for a few yards before leveraging his own strength to bring Elijah's momentum to a stop. His hands clamped around Elijah's wrists, squeezing with incomparable might. In response, Elijah snapped out with his jaws, but the Viking managed to shift just enough to avoid having his face ripped off. So Elijah kept going, over and over as he attempted to overpower the man. Like that, they struggled to a stalemate for a few tense seconds. Until the second, weaker version of the Viking stabbed him in the back. His spear didn't get far past Elijah's thick scales, but it was enough of a distraction to give the stronger doppelganger an advantage. And the man was more than capable of exploiting any advantage he found. Suddenly, Elijah found himself being shoved backward and into the other twin's spear. It pushed further into his lower back. He growled, continuing to snap at the man. But it was useless. He'd lost the advantage of leverage, and now, it was only a matter of time before he was overcome. He needed to change the paradigm, or he stood a good chance of dying. So he made a sacrifice. He let his limbs go limp, and the big man was briefly overbalanced. Elijah ripped his wrists free of the man's grip, but his maneuver meant that the other spear went even deeper into his back, nicking his kidney before scraping against his spine. Pain erupted inside of him, but he shunted it into its own facet of his quartz mind. With clarity of thought that belied his delicate condition, Elijah rolled away, using the brief opening to shift into his draconid form. As soon as 4 feet hit the ground, he sprinted away. The Viking tried to follow, and for a few moments, he kept pace. However, when Elijah reached the nearby container ship, he slipped inside the rent in the hull. A dozen snakes snapped out in an attempt to inject their venom, but his sudden arrival had surprised them. As a result, they were incapable of bringing their fangs to bear. Elijah bounded past the snakes and through an open hatch. He hit the painted steel floor, sliding past on legs weakened by blood loss, and colliding with the bulkhead. He righted himself, then sprinted down the corridor. Just before he turned a corner, the Viking entered the range of one with nature, which meant he'd just arrived in the room with the snakes. This time, they were not surprised. Before Elijah went out of range, he was happy to see that at least one of the creatures had latched onto his attacker and injected its venom. But as much as Elijah wanted to go back and continue the fight, he knew that was the worst choice. So, after turning a few more corners, he shifted into his human form and cast Soothe. Then, he used Touch of Nature, channeling as much Ethera as he could to quickly heal the wound. It took almost a minute, during which he continued through the maze-like halls of the ship. However, the bleeding stopped after the first 15 seconds, which meant he wasn't leaving such an easy trail to follow. He used that to his advantage, varying his pattern, doubling back, and doing whatever he could to lay a false trail. In the meantime, he continued to heal himself until the wound finally closed. That highlighted an issue he'd come to recognize. As he grew more powerful, his healing spells had become less effective. It was more complicated than that, but he suspected that it had to do with the fact that it took far stronger attacks to hurt him. It was almost like his life was a bucket full of water. As he leveled, the bucket grew larger. Each attack against him took some of the water, which he could restore with healing spells. Yet, his healing spells could only restore a certain amount. So, even though they continued to heal the same as always, they felt relatively weaker. Or something like that. Elijah wasn't sure how to adequately describe it except to say that stronger people took more healing than weaker people. Perhaps there was a better explanation out there, but he was in no position to ponder that position. Maybe he could find another librarian, and ask sometime in the future. In the meantime, once he'd healed himself, Elijah shifted into his draconid form, then used Guise of the Unseen. Only then did he allow himself to relax. It was the first alternate shape he'd gained, and in combat, the predator form was still his most comfortable. And because of that, he knew precisely how to proceed. With that in mind, he slipped into the shadows and stalked the hunter. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thor gripped his spear with white knuckles, resisting the urge to let out a frustrated roar. He'd had the Druid. He was stronger. Faster. He could kill him. But somehow, the slippery Dritsek had managed to turn the tables and escape. Then, the coward had disappeared into the bowels of a ship. Still, Thor would have caught up if it hadn't been for that nest of desert vipers. He'd killed them all, but not before they had injected him with potent venom. That had combined with the afflictions inflicted by the Druid to slow him considerably. As a result, he'd had no choice but to imbibe his recently acquired lesser cleansing potion. It had done its job, removing the ailments while healing the damage they'd already wrought. Meanwhile, it would protect him from any future afflictions, though only for a short time. That meant he was on a timer. So he forged ahead, ready to finish the monstrous man off. Seeing him shift into a scaly beast had been a surprise, to be sure, but Thor wouldn't let himself be deterred. Instead, he stalked forward, hunching his great form beneath the ship's low ceilings as he followed the trail of blood. Suddenly, something flashed out of the darkness, slicing through his hamstring before disappearing. Thor had never even heard it. Nor was he certain where it had gone. More importantly, even as he stumbled, he felt an affliction take hold. It wasn't powerful, but the brief moment it existed before being cured by the potion's ongoing effect told him that it would be a problem. Fortunately, Thor's constitution was high enough that the attack wasn't much more than a scratch. Once he regained his balance, he wheeled around, searching for his attacker. But he found nothing. Then, something hit him again, targeting his ankle. The thing's claw sliced through his boot with ease, then into his Achilles tendon. It didn't rip through it, but it definitely did more damage than the previous attack. He stumbled again. Then another attack hit him from behind. Thor swept his spear in a backhanded attack, but he found nothing but air. His potion only had a few more seconds left on it. Then, he'd be far more vulnerable. He knew he needed to act decisively. So, without further hesitation, he used Mirror Trap. Mirror Trap. Channel the power of your ancestors to create an illusory copy. At the same time, you will appear at the enemy's rear, unseen and unnoticed. Without a visible target, Thor simply faded from sight. Meanwhile, he saw his copy, which was indistinguishable from his own form. His clone had already fallen apart back in the room with the snakes, so he was starting to run low on cards to play. In fact, he only had one more before things would begin to grow desperate. Hopefully, he could fool his attacker. He backed away, still unseen, and ready to slaughter the foolish creature. He suspected it was the Druid, but it could have just as easily been some other monster. Regardless, he intended to destroy them. As he crouched, coiled like a serpent, he could practically taste the experience. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. From the shadows and cloaked in guise of the unseen, Elijah studied the odd scene before him. In the center of the corridor was the Viking, his eyes darting around in terror as he stabbed at the darkness. It was a convincing illusion, and Elijah would have been fooled if it wasn't for one simple factor. Using one with nature, he could sense the true hunter only a dozen feet away, his muscles tense as he prepared to spring the trap. It was almost comical, or it would have been if Elijah hadn't already seen the man's resilience. Not only had he shrugged off Elijah's attacks, but he'd also ignored the host of afflictions both from the previous swarm, as well as contagion and venom strike that had been inflicted upon him. He was an absolute tank. Which meant that Elijah needed to adjust his method of attack. Hit and run tactics wouldn't work. Instead, he needed to bring his considerable strength to bear. Even in his draconid form, it had reached an impressive level, and that was further magnified by his crocodilian jaws. Elijah knew he wouldn't get a better chance. The man was completely stationary. So, if he wanted to decisively end the fight, then he knew what he had to do. With that in mind, he stalked forward, staying low to the ground. The illusion continued its pantomime, which Elijah ignored as he positioned himself behind the hunter. Then, after using Predator Strike and Venom Strike, he pounced. The Viking sensed his presence at the last possible moment, so instead of clamping his jaws on the man's skull, he wrapped his teeth around the hunter's thick shoulder. Knowing he needed to make the most of even that, Elijah flexed his jaw. Bones crunched and blood gushed. The spear clattered to the floor while the hunter shouted in pain. To Elijah's surprise, the man grabbed hold of his snout, then wrenched his jaws apart. Then, before Elijah could react, he threw Elijah down the hall. He flew through the illusion, making it flicker. But before he hit the wall, which would have almost assuredly broken bones, he initiated a transformation into his lamellar ape form. Then, at the last second, he embraced iron scales, lessening the damage of the impact by 90%. Still, when he hit, the metal bulkhead dented, and the ship creaked in protest as he caromed off the wall and hit the floor with a deep thud. Elijah was only stunned for a brief moment before he shook his head and pushed himself to his feet. Across the corridor, maybe 40 feet away, was the hunter. The man tipped the contents of a shimmering red vial into his mouth before he tossed the glass tube aside. It shattered. But Elijah was more concerned with the fact that the man's wound had already stopped bleeding. Clearly, as grisly as the wound was, the fight was far from over. In the shape of the Guardian, Elijah faced off against the hunter. He still didn't know the Viking's identity, so he grunted, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" "I am Thor Gunderson, the most powerful man in the world, and you are the fuel of my ascension," the blonde giant spat. Suddenly, it made perfect sense why the fight had been so difficult. The last time Elijah had checked, he was number 2 on the power rankings. In the past, Elijah had expected that his advanced progress along the path of cultivation would have given him an advantage against anyone near his level. However, that clearly wasn't true. He could hold his own against Thor, and he might have even been a bit stronger in the form of the lamellar ape. But it was close enough that they might as well have been in a dead heat. Clearly, Elijah's class and the versatility it offered meant that he couldn't stand toe-to-toe with other, more specialized combatants. It was only because of his cultivation that he'd even managed to stand on the same stage. Which was a little frustrating until he realized that it was also a strength. After all, Thor might have been stronger in terms of pure attributes. But he couldn't heal. And Elijah could bring all sorts of abilities to bear. Most importantly, he could heal himself. Thor could not, aside from the potion he'd just imbibed. And those were limited, Elijah knew. If someone took more than one in close succession, each subsequent potion would be far less effective until, eventually, they wouldn't work at all. After that, they would actively poison the user. So Thor had taken one potion already. Maybe more than that, given his ability to endure Elijah's afflictions. Because of that, Elijah knew he had the upper hand. He merely had to take advantage of his unique abilities. For now, though, that meant pummeling the men like an angry gorilla lizard. Without further conversation, Elijah threw himself forward in a leaping sprint that let him cover the ground between him and his foe in an instant. Thor was ready for it, though, planting his recovered spear in the ground in an effort to impale Elijah like a charging boar. However, Elijah was no dumb beast, and he twisted at the last second, hitting the wall and using it to redirect himself. With a leaping strike, he brought his hand down on Thor's shoulder. The wound had healed, but not completely. As a result, the Viking was a little slow to respond. Elijah's balled fist fell upon the man's arm with bone-breaking force. Thor screamed in agony as his shoulder was wrenched out of socket. But he was a veteran warrior, and he used his experience to great effect, ignoring his pain as he twisted away. Elijah stumbled past, and a second later, felt the bite of the hunter's spear. It slipped into his flesh, parting his scales. However, it lacked the effect it had before, so it didn't go much deeper than an inch or two. A second later, Elijah felt an icy hand latch onto his leg. A second later, that frigid cold went up his limb to pervade his entire body. And with it came a weakness Elijah could not explain. It was as if he'd lost dozens of attribute points in the space of a moment. It was so shocking that he only narrowly managed to dodge the hunter's next attack. Though that might have been a mischaracterization of his actual response. He didn't truly dodge. Instead, he flopped to the ground, struggling to move his own weight. Everything felt wrong. He wasn't just weak. He was also uncoordinated. A brief look at his attributes told him that he'd lost nearly 50 strength and dexterity. He scrambled away, unsure of what was happening. Clearly, the hunter had used some sort of ability. But Elijah had no idea how long it would last. He needed to stall for time. So he shifted into his human form and flipped over to find a spear descending in his direction. Panicked, he knocked it aside just before it could stab him through the chest. Instead, it hit his shoulder, shaving a chunk of meat away before the blade cut into the metal floor. Roaring, the hunter kicked Elijah in the ribs, sending him skidding away. Thankfully, Elijah's constitution hadn't been affected by the devouring skill. Otherwise, his chest would have been caved in. As it was, the impact broke a few ribs. Elijah cast Soothe on himself as he slid across the floor. Then, before Thor could follow, he used snaring roots, tripping the men up. A quick pulse of touch of nature brought Elijah back to perfect health, but by that point, Thor was ripping free of the roots. So, Elijah cast Storm's Fury. A bolt of lightning descended from the ceiling, striking his raised spear, and sending his body into convulsions. It was only temporary, Elijah knew. But he just needed to buy time, which meant he quickly cast snaring roots once again. As he did, he backed away, summoning healing rain to accompany soothe. Fortunately, he'd long since learned that the efficacy of his spells was based on perception. If he viewed someone as an enemy, then they would be unaffected by beneficial spells. The same could be said for allies and detrimental abilities. Because he wanted to keep plenty of Ethera in reserve for healing and transformations, Elijah chose not to use Swarm. After all, he'd used it once before, and it had been entirely ineffective. So he didn't want to waste his energy. Instead, he continued to back away, peppering the Viking with snaring roots and Storm's fury. It slowed the man down, but it also infuriated him. And that, in turn, lent him strength. Certainly, it wasn't quantified in attributes. Rather, it was the sort of power that came from raging adrenaline, and the hunter used it well, ripping free of the thorny vines almost the moment Elijah conjured them. It also made him reckless, though, which Elijah intended to use to his advantage. So it went for a long couple of minutes, with Elijah frustrating the barbaric hunter as much as he could manage. Thor shouted insults, roared, and even threw his spear a few times. But Elijah had taken the man's measure, so he was ready for whatever he could bring to the table. The same wasn't true of Thor, though Elijah was certain the hunter expected that to be the case. Gradually, Elijah slowed his casting, wanting to give the impression that he was running low on Ethera. That wasn't so far from the truth, but his quartz mind was hard at work dragging plenty of energy back into his soul, then sending it into his core. As a result, he could keep going for some time. But he needed Thor to think he had the upper hand. He wanted him to believe he could win. Which he could. But not if he reacted the way Elijah expected. The man charged, and with his back against a wall, Elijah smiled. He shifted into his draconid form. It almost took him too long. But he managed it just before Thor reached him. He used Flicker Step, disappearing and reappearing behind the hunter. Thor smashed into the wall, embedding his spear up to the shaft in the metal bulkhead. Elijah used Venom Strike, then leaped upon Thor's back. His claws latched onto the man's shoulders, and his head darted forward. Even as his jaws clamped onto Thor's skull, the man went wild. But the weakness had already run its course, and Elijah's strength and dexterity had returned to normal. He flexed his jaw, bringing tons of pressure to bear on the Viking's skull. It resisted, but Elijah persisted. Meanwhile, his back claws raked against Thor's flesh, ripping it to ribbons. The wounds were superficial, but every attack brought with it another instance of contagion. He also continuously used Venom Strike, stringing it together, one after another, inflicting even more afflictions upon the man. In seconds, they had begun to pile up. Yet, Thor was sturdy enough that he didn't immediately give in. In fact, his skull remained stubbornly unbroken, and he recovered enough to throw himself backward into another wall, breaking a few of Elijah's comparatively delicate bones. However, he was still under the effect of Soothe and Healing Rain, so while the damage wasn't immediately mended, the worst of it was healed almost as soon as it was inflicted. Meanwhile, Elijah continued to flex his jaws and rake his claws across the man's increasingly vulnerable flesh. Thor reached back, trying to wrench Elijah loose, but his fingers had already begun to tremble, and his muscles had started to weaken. Black goo leaked from his ears and mouth, and his eyes had turned bloodshot. Still, he fought on. So did Elijah. Even after Soothe and Healing Rain had run their course, and his broken bones ceased to mend, he kept it up. He knew that he needed to finish the fight, or he would never get another chance. The man would down a potion. Or use some other ability. Elijah had no idea what Thor could do, but it was safe to assume that the second highest person on the power rankings had a few unplayed aces up his sleeve. Elijah refused to let him turn to those. And after another few minutes, during which Elijah endured a dozen broken bones, many of which were in his back legs, preventing him from continuing that method of attack, Thor's skull finally gave way. At first it was only a small crack that presented as a slight give in the bone, but after only a second it shattered completely. Brain and bone gushed into Elijah's mouth, but miraculously, Thor fought on for a second or two before his body realized that it no longer had an intact brain. Then, the moon collapsed and Elijah was flooded with experience. Despite the notifications he received in the wake of that wave of kill energy, Elijah couldn't focus on that. Instead, he arduously shifted to his human form, then spat out a mouthful of gore. He pulsed touch of nature, but he quickly found a serious issue. His legs weren't just broken. They'd been shattered. Normally, if the breaks weren't too bad, a simple use of his spells, and they would set themselves. But it wasn't unprecedented for him to have to set the bones. Now though, the issue was that his femur had been broken in 6 places, with shards of the bone having erupted from the skin. And his ankle, with all those delicate bones, was in even worse condition. In that case, there was nothing to set. It was just a collection of pieces that he wasn't certain he could ever piece back together. It was an overwhelming task, and one that he knew would end up being one of the most agonizing experiences he'd ever endured. Yet, there was nothing for it but to do it. So, after pulling a bit of leather from his ghoul-hide satchel, Elijah shoved it between his teeth, bit down, and got to work. And it was worse than he could have imagined. For the femur, it was a simple act of shifting the bones into the proper position, then healing them. However, because it was a compound fracture, with the bone exposed, that meant getting his hands bloody and jamming things back where they belonged. Once that was accomplished, Elijah used touch of nature to get the healing started. Yet, he didn't dare finish the task, lest the residual healing make the rest of it harder. The last thing he wanted was for the bones to heal out of place. If that happened, he'd have to break them again, then start the process back over. So, with tears in his eyes, Elijah continued to work. And after a few agonizing minutes, he slumped against the wall, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He'd managed to complete the task with the femur, but it was still incredibly weak. He doubted it would even hold his weight. But for now, everything was where it was supposed to be. Which meant that the real work was still ahead. His ankle and the attached foot was a mess. But he remembered enough of anatomy that he knew where all those tiny bones were supposed to be. So he used that knowledge along with an incredible tolerance for torment to slowly piece that portion of his lower leg back together. To call it an arduous process would have been an understatement. And without Ethera, Elijah knew the foot would have needed to be amputated. However, with his magical abilities bridging the gap, he saved the foot. It took him an agonizing hour of torturous tedium, but he did it. And when he finally slumped against the wall and used soothe as well as healing rain, he could force himself to remain conscious no longer. So he slipped into that welcoming darkness, hopeful that nothing would attack him while his recovery commenced. As luck would have it, he remained completely unmolested. Either there were no scavengers around, or they simply lacked a taste for half-dead druid or slain hunter. Whatever the case, over the next 3 days, Elijah slowly recovered. More than once, he had to reset his bones. The job he'd initially done was good enough, but it wasn't perfect. So, to keep things from healing out of place, he was forced to adjust. And it hurt enough that he considered simply going through life with a limp. Yet, he persisted, and by the time the 3rd night fell, he was as healthy as he'd been before the fight with the hunter. Only then did he allow himself to check his notifications. And when he did, he couldn't keep the smile from his face. Roman stood on the balcony, looking out over the city. In the wake of his campaign of conquest, which had swept through 7 city-states over the past year, Easton had changed so much as to be almost unrecognizable. There was nothing left of its humble origins. No more hastily constructed buildings. No eyesore of a wall made of random debris. And no more rebels. No, the city was a metropolis that blended both old and new, with a loyal population that knew precisely how lucky they really were. There were a few pockets of dissidents, but they were rare. More importantly, Roman's people knew exactly where to find them. If they progressed past a few muttered complaints, he wouldn't hesitate to use them as fuel for his army's progression. In any case, Roman wasn't concerned with that. The system currently ran like a well-oiled machine, churning through those malcontents to push his loyal soldiers to new heights of power. Of course, there were limits. Killing prisoners, no matter how strong they were, wouldn't help any of them progress past level 35. Fighting the undead minions of the necromancer was a little better in that slaughtering those abominations came with no arbitrary limitations. Yet, even that wasn't a perfect situation. Each kill only gave a whisper of experience, which meant that thousands needed to be slaughtered for every potential level. Most of the time, it would be more trouble than it was worth, but there were two reasons the program continued. First, the situation down there had gotten a little out of control. Unless they continuously called the creatures, there was a chance that the necromancer's minions would break free and overrun the city. They'd even stopped throwing bodies down there for a while, but the men simply reanimated the slain creatures that were already down there. Roman had considered sending his people in to kill the vile former gravedigger, but the tunnels were far too dangerous for that. It would require thousands of men, and even that could prove insufficient. So in the end, he'd chosen to forego that strategy. The second reason he hadn't stopped the program was that it still provided a steady trickle of experience that he hoped, over time, would set his people apart. It wasn't the backbone of his training program, but it provided his people with experience, and not the kind that came from killing monsters, which was invaluable. After all, if they could stand up to an undead horde, they wouldn't flinch before living soldiers. Still, he had plans in place to deal with the necromancer if he ever escaped his lair. Most of it hinged on the authority that he hoped would come with his ascension into lordship. He'd had one of the scholars do some research for him, so he knew that it would come with what it referred to as a limited sphere of authority. At the lowest level of lordship, it would only give him the ability to enforce his will in his capital city, and even that was limited based on the relative power. If someone was stronger than him, then it wouldn't be nearly as effective as well as time. The latter was there because the system seemed uninterested in letting a weakling with a title bully a truly powerful person. Still, the nature of the title was such that it would help even against some of the monsters at the top of the power ladder. Plus, by the time Roman actually acquired the title, he would be strong enough to stand among them. After all, the quest required it. Congratulations! You have met the requirements to embark on a quest to become an official ruler under the system. Complete the following quests to solidify your rule. 1. Conquer an enemy and hear their oath of fealty. Complete. 2. Become an arbiter of justice. Complete. 3. Expand your territory until you rule over 1 million people. Current, 723,411. 4. Reach the top 10 on the planetary power rankings, Earth current rank, 98. The first step had been the easiest step to complete, and he'd managed it after defeating Arbor's army. The second had occurred after his first public execution, a performance he'd repeated each week over the past few months. Aside from satisfying the terms of his quest, it was also a great reminder that Easton was a city of law and order, and one where dissension would not be tolerated. And it worked. People not only accepted it, but they showed up in droves to see justice meted out. They jeered and insulted the prisoners, and they cheered when Roman killed them. It was a grim reminder of how barbaric and tribal people could be, but it served Roman's purposes quite well. Even if he no longer got experience from the executions. No, if he wanted to continue his progression, he'd need to venture into the local tower and put his skills to use. He'd even put together a team of some of the most powerful and loyal members of his army to do just that. However, he'd so far found himself hesitating because he knew from experience just how quickly loyalty could be turned on its head. After all, Alyssa had been loyal right up until she'd made it clear that she opposed him. Sure, she pretended she was his friend. But he knew the truth. Without her, the rebellion had been mostly toothless, which only proved that he'd made the right choice. He pushed those thoughts out of mind. The population under his control had grown by leaps and bounds, but he knew that continued expansion was contingent on further conquest. There were plenty of options, too. The only issue was that his army was becoming quite spread out. Trying to rule an empire that spanned thousands of miles, even with some of the transportation advances his tradesmen had come up with, was incredibly difficult. At present, he was dependent on much of those city-states' old power structure to run the cities. And he knew how dangerous that was. At any moment they could turn on him. But for now, they were under control, and he could only hope to hold on long enough to meet the terms of his quest. Thankfully, his policies usually resulted in a better life for the population. Food was no longer an issue. Safety ceased to be a concern. And he gave the local fighters a means of growing stronger. Certainly, it came with harsh penalties for anyone who rebelled, and the situation wasn't great for the worthless vagabonds who lacked drive. Those people gave nothing to society, so they got nothing in return. But they didn't matter. Anyone with power looked upon his system with favor, and theirs were the only opinions that Roman truly cared about. Although, even that was only true insofar as they played their roles and submitted to his authority. "What do you want?" Roman asked, sensing Fiona behind him. That was his latest ability, called Assassin's Awareness, and it gave him some sense of his surroundings up to a radius of around 10 feet. It wasn't perfect, but it was useful enough that he didn't feel it was a wasted ability. "The name change has been approved by the council," she said. At least she had ceased trying to climb into his bed. "Good," Roman said, not bothering to face the woman. Instead, he remained standing on the balcony, his hands behind his back as he stared out at his city. The notion that the council could have refused his motion was laughable. They knew better than to oppose his wishes. "What do you think of the city's new name?" "It is proper. The city deserves a majestic name." Roman agreed. Easton had always been a small name for a small town. So now that his kingdom had grown to encompass a huge population across multiple cities, he'd taken that as an opportunity to adopt a more fitting moniker for the capital of his budding empire. Valoria, he said. That was the name he'd chosen for the city, and his kingdom, and he felt that it fit well. It had gravitas that Easton never would. "Inform the council that I approve. Then, make plans for a celebration of the formation of our new kingdom. We need games. Feasts. We need the people to feel pride in their homes." "Yes, Your Majesty," Fiona said. "It will be as you command." Indeed it would. As was proper for a man who'd been chosen by the divine system as Earth's savior. ******. The smell of death filled the air, pervading Benedict Emerson's nostrils, but it was a smell he preferred to the rotting aroma of the city above. Certainly, it wasn't literal. By all accounts, Easton was a clean enough city. Yet, he could smell the societal and cultural rot all the same. He was used to it, though. It had been present in the old world, and nothing had really changed in the wake of the apocalypse. Sure, the setting was different. Monsters and magic now existed. But for him, it was just more of the same. That was why he'd always preferred the company of corpses. After medical school, he'd taken a job as a medical examiner so that he wouldn't have to deal with the living. He'd even worked the night shift to avoid social interaction as much as possible. Not because he had some psychological issue that made him uncomfortable. No, he was fine with company. His issue was that other people were also disappointingly petty, judgmental, and small. For most of his life, he'd been the victim of bullying, largely because he didn't fit the mold of what they deemed acceptable. It had only gotten worse as he grew older, culminating in him becoming an outcast. He didn't mind it, either. In fact, he preferred to simply be left alone. So his status as a social pariah had become a boon. Even so, he didn't forget his history, and his heart was filled with hatred he rarely acknowledged. So, when the apocalypse hit, he saw his opportunity to take revenge, especially when his sorcerer archetype had led to his powerful class. Name: Benedict Emerson. Level: 51. Archetype: Sorcerer. Class: Warlock. Specialization: Not applicable. Alignment: Not applicable. Strength: 22. Dexterity: 29. Constitution: 70:25. Ethera. 144. Regeneration. 21:122. Attunement. Control. Cultivation stage, not applicable. Body. Core. Mind. Soul. Wood. Not applicable. Opal. Neophyte. Those first few levels had been difficult, especially when he was forced to lob ethereal bolts at monsters in order to level. However, he'd made it work, and he'd taken revenge on more than a few of his old bullies. And their families. Some neighbors, too. When he'd finally acquired his warlock class and the signature ability, which was called animate, those bullies had joined his army. He gained experience just by keeping them around. However, doing so came at the cost of his regeneration. The more he maintained, the bigger the detriment. It had taken him a long time to establish the formula for cost versus reward, but he'd figured out the optimal balance. That had been further changed when he'd found the natural treasure, a hunk of rock that radiated Ethera. The guardian that had stood sentry over it had slaughtered all but one of Benedict's army, but in the end he'd been victorious. And he'd used that natural treasure to fuel his first steps along the path of cultivation, establishing his opal mind. In his moment of weakness, though, he'd been accosted and captured by Easton soldiers. He'd been incapable of resisting, and having seen him in action, they knew the scope of his abilities. After that, they'd thrown him in a dungeon to take advantage of his unique skills. He could have escaped. He intended to once he'd met his goals. But for now, he was content with biding his time and growing stronger. Because for his purposes, there wasn't a better situation. The mere act of keeping his minions empowered gave him a trickle of experience, and he got even more on the occasions when they managed to kill one of the soldiers. The only issue was that he felt every blow against his minions. Each death felt like his own. And every wound came with significant pain. Over the months since his imprisonment had begun, he had learned to endure, though. And just as he'd taken revenge on his bullies, he intended to make his tormentors pay. That would wait until he'd wrung every level he could out of them, though. Elijah sat cross-legged on the desert floor, staring at the items arrayed in front of him. There were 3 of them, though the most outwardly impressive was Thor's spear, which was scaled to fit the man's immense frame, with a haft of carved bone, and a sizable blade that could have doubled as a dwarf's short sword. However, looks could be deceptive, and he was far more interested in the other 2 items. One was a simple necklace made of twine from which dangled 3 large fangs. Elijah had no idea what it did, but he could sense that it was no ordinary item. Maybe it would be useful, but even if it wasn't something he would use, it would at least net him a few extra coins. Magical gear was always in demand, and Elijah had expenses. He wasn't poor by any stretch of the imagination, but with how much information he intended to extract from the knowledge base, he knew he would need as much money as he could acquire. More than that, though, he felt that Earth's economy would eventually normalize. When that happened, more luxuries would become available. And though Elijah had never considered himself to be particularly materialistic, he wasn't above treating himself either. So, while he didn't really need much money as of yet, he expected that to change as Earth developed. As a result, he wouldn't turn down any source of wealth. In any case, the 3rd item was the most immediately useful. He had no idea what it was called, but the canteen was unique in that it didn't require binding. More, despite being a normal-looking container, it held hundreds of gallons of pure, clean water. Thankfully, it worked differently than his ghoul hide satchel, because even with his bag's weight reduction, which was around 10%, if he had to guess, that much water would have been incredibly heavy. However, the canteen weighed no more than any other container its size. So, even if it wasn't particularly flashy, the item was far more useful than any new weapon could be. But as excited as he was about his loot, Elijah was far more interested in the other rewards from his fight with Thor. So he finally allowed himself to look at his status. Name: Elijah Hart. Level: 76. Archetype: Druid. Class: Animist. Specialization. Not applicable. Alignment. Not applicable. Strength. 87. Dexterity. 79. Constitution. 87. Ethera. 85. Regeneration. 99, 79. Attunement. Nature. Cultivation stage, cultivator. Body. Core. Mind. Soul. Stone. Hatchling. Quartz. Neophyte. He'd shot past the level 75 threshold, which, on the surface, didn't make a lot of sense. Back in the Battle of Ironshore, he'd killed hundreds of orcs, all of which carried with them a decent level, and he'd only leveled a couple of times. One kill shouldn't have been so impactful. Yet, it had been, which led Elijah to believe that the system took more into account than simple levels. But he hadn't understood how it all worked, even from the very beginning. That made trying to optimize leveling a pain. So, it was a good thing that Elijah had never really focused on leveling, rather, he tended to concentrate on other goals. Like completing a tower. Or protecting Ironshore. Killing Vox. It wasn't like he had much room to completely curate his experience, so he rarely thought about it. Perhaps a scholar could make sense of how it all worked. Regardless, the levels themselves, while useful because of the extra attribute points they brought with them, weren't nearly as important as the next two notifications he'd received after killing Thor. In some ways, the first was predictable. Yet, it was even more impactful than seeing the numbers on his status. Planetary Power Rankings, Earth. 1. Elijah Hart, level 76. 2. Oscar Ramirez, level 76. 3. Sadie Song, level 74. 4. Hu Shui, level 72. 5. Nico Song, level 67. 6. Davu Adibowale, level 65. 7. Anupriya Pandey, level 62. 8. Ram Khandu, level 59. 9. Gunnar Lindstrom, level 58. 10. 11. 12. Numero uno, he said to himself. He and Oscar Ramirez, who'd been at the top since the very beginning, were the same level. Yet, Elijah had taken the position of primacy. He could only assume that it was because of his advanced level of cultivation. However, it could have been alphabetical, too. Either way, Elijah would take it as an immense victory. When the power rankings had first appeared, Elijah hadn't even been on the list. Yet, now he was on top. The most powerful person in the world. It was a good feeling, and one that came with more satisfaction than he would have expected. Elijah wasn't really dependent on outside approval, but it was impossible to look at that and not feel a sense of gratification for all the breaks that had gone his way. For all the lucky encounters. For meeting Nerthus. For washing ashore on his island. For the panther. There were so many coincidences that if even one would have gone in a different direction, he would have died. Only a handful of years before, he'd made peace with his own impending death. That familiarity with his own mortality had persisted, but he no longer expected to die at any moment. In fact, according to everything he knew, he now stood to live longer than anyone on Earth ever had. There were hundreds of years stretched out before him. Maybe even millennia, if he managed to continue his progression. And avoid getting killed by hulking Vikings. Though Elijah had won the fight, it had pushed him as far as anything since the Orcish warlord. Maybe even further. Certainly, it had been more painful, and without any of his advantages, he would have failed. His survival was the culmination of 1,000 other decisions and victories, so he knew that if he intended to make it through the next challenge, he would need to continue along his path, wherever it might take him. Thankfully, he had a brand new tool to help speed him along his way. Elijah looked at his newest spell. Shape of the Sky. Take on the form of an airborne hunter, increasing dexterity attribute. Spell casting is suspended while Shape of the Sky is active. Elijah stared at the spell. On the surface, it didn't seem as impactful as Shape of the Guardian or Shape of the Predator. There were no vast attribute increases. And it didn't come with a passive ability like Shape of the Predator. Yet, Elijah didn't care about any of that, because he was too focused on one word, airborne. It seemed that he'd finally received the ability to fly. Upon seeing that notification for the first time, Elijah had wanted to leap to his feet and immediately try it out. However, he'd forced himself to save the best for last. Otherwise, he had a feeling that he'd have ignored everything else. Even his healing and gathering loot, the latter of which was usually his favorite part of post-fight activities, even if he never actually knew what he was looting until he had it appraised. But compared to the ability to fly, none of that really mattered. It was one thing to shift into a terrestrial animal. As magical as that was, it was easy to accept. After all, he'd spent his whole life on the ground. However, the notion that he could transform into a flying creature was truly miraculous, and he couldn't wait to try it out. And now that he'd taken care of everything else he needed to do, there was no more reason to delay. So, after shoving everything into his ghoulhide satchel, Elijah took a deep breath, then cast Shape of the Sky. As always, the transformation took a second or so, but soon enough he'd shifted. His arms transformed, growing much longer, with a thin membrane stretching into leathery wings. The rest of his body remained much the same size, but the shape was quite different, though he couldn't really inspect himself properly. As was the case with all of his transformations, he was, of course, quite scaly. Once the transformation had completed, Elijah waddled, that was the only way he could describe it, toward the large pool of water he'd poured into a depression while testing the canteen. There he saw his blurry reflection. His head looked a lot like it did in his draconid form, though his neck was quite a bit longer. Maybe 3 feet total, and around a foot in diameter, ending in a sinuous body. A long, snake-like tail extended for a dozen feet behind him. In short, he was shaped like a mixture of a bat, a lizard, and a snake, and when he stretched his wings to their full extent, they reached a span of more than 24 feet, which was probably twice his total length. However, he was a little surprised to see how colorful his scales were. Both the draconid and lamellar ape forms were slightly subdued in terms of coloration. That could not be said of the Shape of the Sky. It was as colorful as any tropical bird, with a body of forest green, and wings that transitioned to blue, then deep red at the tips. The tail followed a similar pattern, though with hints of yellow thrown in for good measure. To Elijah, the effect was mesmerizing. But it highlighted one thing: the form wasn't meant to be a stealthy hunter. He could feel the strength in his claws, which told him that if he was going to hunt in that form, he would need to use similar tactics to an eagle. Dive, snatch, and carry away. And given his size, he suspected that he could hunt some very large beasts in that manner. After all, some species of eagle had been known to carry away livestock and children. Given that his wingspan was at least double that of the largest eagle to ever live, not to mention his inflated attributes, Elijah thought it was reasonable to expect quite a bit better performance from the Shape of the Sky. But before he could get to that point, Elijah needed to test his wings out. After all, his instincts were sufficient to make running on 4 legs easy enough, but that was probably due to the fact that it wasn't a huge deviation from things he'd done in the past. Crawling around wasn't so different from moving around on 4 legs. The same could not be said for flying. Still, Elijah was more than eager to give it a shot. So, without further ado, he launched himself into the air and flapped his wings. And for a moment it worked. He soared into the sky without much difficulty. But that didn't last long, and he quickly lost his rhythm and plummeted right back to the parched ground of the desert, kicking up quite a lot of dust in the process. Fortunately, he didn't break anything. So he tried again. And again after that. Elijah kept going until, hours later, he had mastered the art of taking off. He knew that without the instincts that had come with the form, it would have taken months to even get that far. Regardless, he spent another few hours learning to glide, to climb, and to dive. However, the biggest hurdle was learning how to land. The first attempt actually broke one of his legs. The second attempt undertaken after using Sooth to heal the fracture went slightly better, but he still ended up twisting his knee out of socket. The third time was not the charm, and he experienced much the same result. In the end, it took him more than a week to reach even intermediate mastery of flight, but even then, his landings were more than a little rough. He could only resolve to get better. Practice, as they said, made perfect, and Elijah was determined to reach that level. Because flying was intoxicating. More than once, he found himself simply reveling in the act of soaring high above the planet's surface. And then there was the speed. Elijah had no real way to gauge, but he suspected that his top airspeed was at least 150 miles an hour, which meant that he could cover some serious ground. That practical detail was secondary to the sensation of flying, though, and his focus on the latter was what got him into trouble. He was approaching one of the large pillars of rock that stood near the twilight clefts when he heard a voluminous screech. A second later, something enormous hit him in the back, ripping through his scales and sending him plummeting toward the ground. He twisted, lashing out with his claws as he used everything he'd learned to correct his flight path. He managed to level out just before he would have hit the ground, and as he skimmed across the rocky terrain, he craned his long neck backward to see an enormous raptor. It looked a bit like an eagle, but with a bright red coloring that marked it as unique circling the pillar. Thankfully, it didn't pursue, hinting to Elijah that its intention was to protect what was probably its nest. So he flew away, landing after a couple of miles to see to his wounds. He was just healing when something interrupted his intended flying practice. The radio in his ghoul hide satchel crackled to life. He could barely hear it, but when he retrieved the contraption, a familiar voice came through. Elijah Hart. If you can hear me, please respond. It was Lucy. He pressed the button, then said, "What's going on?" Over. Oh, thank God. I've been trying to contact you for over a day, she said breathlessly. Sorry. I was busy. Do you need something? You need to get back to Seattle. Someone's here looking for you. Elijah immediately thought about Thor. Perhaps he wasn't alone. So he asked, "Who is it? And who even knows I was in Seattle?" It's a long story, but it's Carmen. Your sister-in-law is here. That was all Elijah needed to hear. He told Lucy that he was on his way, then shoved the radio back into his satchel before shifting into shape of the sky. He was speeding towards Seattle a moment later. Carmen paced back and forth, keenly aware of the 3 guards standing near the door. More importantly, she could feel the cameras pointed at her, and she knew the dangers they represented. After all, it had only been a day since she'd felt the bite of Seattle's war machinery. Upon reaching the city, she and her companions had been so relieved. At last, they'd reached civilization, and not a moment too soon. Their water reserves had run out the day before, and they'd exhausted the majority of the medicinal flesh of the cacti that Teresa had gathered. Without them, they would have long since succumbed to the bites from the huge lizards that seemed so common in the desert. In short, they were on their last legs, and if they hadn't spotted the enormous mesa in the distance, the weaker members of the group, including Miguel, would have fallen. So they'd approached the city with no small degree of relief, only to be accosted by a group of hunters. The men and women had seen them as easy prey, not the battle-hardened survivors the refugees had become, and they'd quickly shown the hunters the error of their ways. Even with their thirst-induced weakness, the survivors had managed to fight the bandits to a standstill that was only broken up by a swarm of weaponized drones swooping in and firing a barrage of stunning nets upon the combatants. Carmen had fought free, but that only brought more attention from the flying menaces. And eventually, she'd been captured, just like all the rest. That should have been the end of it. If there was any justice in the world, at least. But as it turned out, it was her word against that of the attackers, and on top of that, there were some sort of politics at play. So it was far more complicated than it should have been, and even though they'd been the victims, Carmen and her companions had been detained. That's when Lucy had come into the picture. She barely knew the woman, except from Alyssa's stories of her childhood. However, Lucy somehow knew Carmen, and after a brief meeting, she'd been working on the group's behalf. That was probably the only reason they hadn't been executed. Carmen knew that. It would have been much easier for the city's leadership to simply rid themselves of the problem. And in a lot of ways, Carmen wished they would get on with it. She was tired. Exhausted, really. And she was fed up with living minute to minute, assailed by one horror after another, with no solace on the horizon. So she preferred for something to happen, rather than waiting, stuck in limbo while the powers that be figured out what to do. Of course, on the heels of that came guilt. She knew that desire was false. She would keep going through however many hardships she was forced to endure, so long as her son survived. She'd already tried to talk her way free, but that hadn't worked. So she had no other option but to wait. And she'd never been great at that. So when the door finally opened, Carmen's mood had long since soured. But it all disappeared the moment she saw the person in the doorway. Elijah? He looked different. The last time Carmen had seen her brother-in-law, he'd been knocking on death's door as he battled terminal cancer. It was only a video call on Alyssa's laptop, but even then, he'd been a shadow of his former self. Now he looked like he was on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. He wasn't just healthy. He was strong, with an aura of vitality and Ethera wafting off of him with every breath. It was like standing in the presence of a natural treasure, and his mere presence took her breath away. As Carmen took a deep breath, she catalogued his other features. He hadn't shaved in months, and his blonde beard was both bushy and unkempt, like he'd spent all that time in the wilderness. His curly hair wasn't all that better, though it looked like he'd at least run a comb through it sometime in the past week or two. He wore oddly cut clothing that reminded Carmen of a Renaissance fair, though her experience with crafting told her that they were at least crude grade. Maybe even better. His other equipment: a red sash around his waist, a couple of rings on his fingers, an iron-shod staff, and even the purse at his waist glowed with far more power. He was as well geared as anyone she had ever seen. But that was probably appropriate, given his placement on the power rankings. Being in the top 3 obviously came with many opportunities for loot. Then there were the scars. The most obvious were located on his hand, and those looked like the result of severe burns. They were a little faded but still extremely obvious. Carmen only saw hints of other scars, like a pair that peeked out from beneath his tunic, or a few that were visible below the mid-calf hem of his pants, but they all coalesced to suggest that her hardships were not unique. In fact, it was obvious that Elijah had endured plenty of his own. "Carmen," he said, his voice cracking with emotion. He stepped forward notably, the guards didn't even try to stop him, and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. "You have no idea how long I've been looking for you." For her part, Carmen couldn't stop the tears from falling down her cheeks, as she buried her face in his shoulder. Part of it was simple relief. She'd never fancied herself a damsel in distress, but Elijah's sudden presence felt like a rescue, and in all the best ways. After a long embrace, Elijah pulled away, and he asked the obvious question, "Where's Alyssa? And Miguel?" It's a long story," Carmen said, noticing that Elijah had shed a few tears of his own. She glanced at the guards, then at the camera, saying, "And not one I'm going to tell here." "I understand," he said. After that, he turned to the guards and stated, "I'm leaving. Don't try to stop me." "And we're taking the others with us," Carmen said. She and the rest of the refugees had been separated and placed in different cells. Carmen didn't even know where the others were being held. She then explained as much to Elijah. He reacted predictably, telling the guards, "Get her friends. Now." "But do it," came a voice over an unseen intercom system. "Give him what he wants. Except the swordsman. He stays." That was just as predictable as Elijah's reaction. Colt had killed 3 men, and in full view of the drones. Clearly, that came with consequences. Carmen didn't intend to abandon her friend, but she could read the room well enough to recognize that arguing would do nothing to help Colt. Instead, she wanted to get Miguel to safety before she worried about Colt's situation. He would do the same thing if their situations were reversed. So over the next few minutes, Carmen and Elijah waited as one of the guards went to fetch the others. When the remaining refugees including Miguel arrived, Carmen was happy to see that they were in decent condition, but she couldn't stop herself from ensuring that Miguel was unhurt. They'd been fed and watered at least. That was as good of treatment as she could have expected. Upon seeing Miguel, Elijah smiled wryly and said, "Last time I saw you, you were only this tall." To accentuate his point, he held his hand at about waist height. "Are you okay?" Miguel gave him a firm nod, but refrained from speaking. It wasn't the time for a family reunion, after all, and Miguel was aware enough to recognize that. After that, the guards escorted them out of the building, which turned out to be some sort of law enforcement hub. Along the way, she saw plenty of black-clad guards, each one looking overworked and more than a little fed up with their situations. Keeping the peace in a city populated by people with superhuman powers had to be a thankless proposition. Regardless, no one stopped them as they were shown to the door and freed. Elijah told the guard, "Inform your boss that we're not done. I appreciate him accommodating me, but I intend to see the other one freed as well. So, after I get these people settled, Isaiah and I are going to have a long conversation." "I understand," came a male voice from overhead. Carmen looked up to see a drone hovering silently above them. Other than a simple nod, Elijah didn't acknowledge the statement. Instead, he turned and led Carmen and the others through the city. Her first trip into the city had been short. The building, where they'd been housed, was right next to the wall, so Carmen hadn't had the chance to see much of Seattle. Because of that, she was more than a little surprised at the state of the city. It looked nothing like Easton. Roman City was clean, with mostly new buildings that were laid out in a perfectly organized grid. Seattle, on the other hand, was haphazard, and many of the buildings had clearly been constructed from the remnants of the old city. Some of the landmarks remained, but for the most part, it looked as if the city was in the midst of a post-war rebuild. The people were an odd collection of old and new, with various ether-fueled electronics right alongside swords, staves, and axes. Most of the people wore modern clothing in various states of degradation, but there were plenty of residents wearing armor and robes. It made for a unique atmosphere that wasn't present somewhere like Easton, where people had fully embraced the differences that had come with Earth's transformation. Carmen wasn't certain which way was better. On the one hand, Easton was clearly more advanced in terms of quality of life. However, Seattle's use of electronics seemed like a worthy route to integrating Earth's past into its future. Regardless, that wasn't really what occupied most of Carmen's thoughts. Instead, she was almost entirely focused on how she was going to tell Elijah that his sister was gone. It wasn't an easy conversation, made even more difficult by the circumstances surrounding Alyssa's death. And Carmen knew that if she told Elijah everything at once, he would tear off across the world and kill Roman. Because that's what she wanted to do. If it was just her, she'd have done as much the moment she'd discovered the truth. Certainly, she would have failed. She couldn't stand up to Roman and the institutions of power with which he'd surrounded himself. She would have thrown her life away, and at the time, she would have been fine with that. However, she'd reined herself in because she didn't only have her own life to protect. Miguel depended on her. So did Colt. And the other refugees. Due to that, she couldn't afford to act selfishly. And Elijah was in the same situation. Perhaps he had a better chance of success. Carmen had no idea how much power he held. Yet, she needed him. So did Miguel. He obviously held sway with the Seattle government, and more, he knew how to survive. If her exile had taught her anything, it was that that was the most important thing in the new world. She and the others wouldn't make it much longer on their own. Finally, with those thoughts dancing in her mind, Carmen and the others followed Elijah to a huge, glass building. They didn't go inside, though. Instead, they found their way to a nearby structure that had once been a small apartment building. There were men in leather armor standing outside, but Elijah paid them no mind as he entered. That's when Carmen saw Lucy. The leggy and bespectacled blonde welcomed them to her home, and another woman escorted the others further inside, presumably so they could get cleaned up, fed, and settled into sleep. Meanwhile, Lucy herself led Elijah, Carmen, and Miguel to the second floor, which had been set up as an enormous suite that was clearly Lucy's private residence. "Nice place," Carmen said, impressed as she looked around. Like the rest of the city, it was a mix of old and new, though the place had all the amenities of a stylish modern apartment. Lucy thanked her for the compliment, then offered them food and drink. Elijah accepted the offer, so Carmen and Miguel did the same. Soon enough, they each had plates of fresh fruit and vegetables along with huge bottles of water. Finally, once they were settled and Lucy had left them alone to get reacquainted, Elijah said, "I think it's time for that long story." Carmen shook her head. "It's not a good one," she warned. "I figured that out." "Where's my sister?" She's gone," Carmen said. "She died more than 2 years ago." The armrest of the couch shattered under Elijah's grip. The moment he had seen that Carmen was alone, he knew what she would say. But some part of him had refused to accept it until those fatal words left his sister-in-law's mouth. She's gone," Carmen's words echoed in every facet of Elijah's mind, playing over and over again. For once, he regretted his cultivation. She died almost 2 years ago. 100 regrets washed over Elijah, and they went back to the very beginning. Upon washing ashore, he had been content to simply survive. Gaining levels had been a side effect of continuing to live another day. He'd only killed when absolutely necessary, and even then, only the weakest creatures around. That meant that, when he finally started to take leveling seriously, he'd been fighting from behind. Since then, he'd let one distraction after another direct his course. If he'd been more focused, perhaps he could have found Alyssa in time. "How?" he asked, his voice barely audible as he stared at the floor, completely unseeing. "A tower," Carmen answered, her own voice quivering with emotion. "She went in so she could protect Easton, but..." "But what?" he asked. People dying in towers wasn't uncommon. It took preparation as well as a very specific mindset for most people to survive the system's challenges. Elijah had managed it, but he knew that few others would have the skill set necessary to repeat his feat. He'd learned that from escorting Ironshore's fighters through the tower in his domain, and that reality had been further established when the elves had nearly died in his most recent run through the Magister's estate. Still, Elijah felt that there was more to the story. Carmen shook her head and asked, "Do you really want to know?" "It's going to change everything. We need you right now, Elijah. I don't know your story. I don't know how you've survived. But you're decked out in a fortune's worth of gear, and you're in the top 5 on the power rankings. I need you. Miguel needs you. Not top 5. Top 1, came a voice from nearby. He's the most powerful person in the world, now. Elijah glanced toward Lucy, who'd brought another platter of fruit with her. She didn't stand around, though. Instead, she left the fruit behind and vacated the room, giving Elijah's shoulder a squeeze on her way out. "Someone killed her, didn't they?" Elijah asked, trying to keep his tone even. But inside, it felt like someone had wrapped barbed wire around his heart. His insides had twisted into knots, and his mind roiled with the reality of his sister's demise. It had always been a possibility. In the most rational parts of his mind, he'd known that from the very beginning. There was a reason many people referred to Earth being touched by the World Tree as the apocalypse. Billions had died, and that death toll continued to rise each day. But he'd never even considered that Alyssa might have fallen. Not consciously, at least. "Yes," Carmen answered. "Who?" "Someone she thought was a friend," Carmen said. "You know how she was. She always gave people the benefit of the doubt." Then, she told Elijah everything she knew about Alyssa's death. About how they'd struggled to survive in the wake of the World Tree's touch, how Roman had risen to a position of leadership within the budding community, and how Alyssa had opposed the man's potentially disastrous policies. When it came time to combat the tower, Carmen went on. There was never any question of whether or not Alyssa would go. She was the strongest person in town, and she felt that it was her duty to protect everyone. I warned her against it. I tried to get her to see the dangers Roman represented. But she trusted him. All she saw was the friend he'd been before the apocalypse. I knew what kind of person he was, though. I saw it before, and it only got worse the more power he attained. So he killed her in the tower, Elijah guessed, a numb rage pervading his mind. The only reason he hadn't immediately set off to kill the moon was because of the words that had preceded Carmen's explanation. She needed him. So did Miguel. And they were the only family he had left. He wouldn't abandon them on a quest for revenge, not until he could guarantee their safety. Not alone, Carmen answered. He had help. They're all dead now. You killed them? One of them. I lost control when I found out, Carmen said, clenching her fist and looking down at her knuckles. What happened after? He asked, keeping his rage from his voice. Still, there was a slight quiver. A tremble that betrayed the fact that he was barely holding on. Finding out that Alyssa was gone was bad enough, but discovering that she had been killed by some would-be despot. It very nearly pushed him over the edge. As images of ripping some faceless man limb from limb danced in Elijah's mind, Carmen explained the failed rebellion that sounded like it had never really gotten off the ground. Then, she told him the story of Miguel's kidnapping, then the warlord's betrayal, before ending with the deal Roman had offered. Carmen continued to look down at her hands as she said, I should have tried to kill him. I wanted to. But Miggy was right there. I couldn't run the risk that he'd get caught in the crossfire. So, I took his deal. I made his sword, and we were exiled. Then, she went on to recount their harrowing journey through the wilderness, telling him about their encounters with bandits, life-sucking Sidhi, and lake monsters, in addition to more mundane creatures that had tried to kill them. Finally, she explained how they'd ended up in the holding cells in which he'd found them. The last part he already knew from his conversation with Isaiah, who very much hadn't wanted to give up his prisoners. Elijah had been forced to make some promises about rendering aid in the coming conflict with the people of Mercer Mesa, though he'd already resolved to do that, so he didn't feel as if he'd really given anything up. Regardless, he wasn't thinking about that. Instead, in the wake of Carmen's tale, Elijah found himself staring at his sister-in-law. She had changed. Once she'd been quite bulky, owing to many hours in the gym. However, now she looked like she'd lost at least 20 pounds, probably due to a lack of proper nutrition, and the rigors of traveling through such hostile territory. That, as much as anything, cooled his ire. It didn't obliterate it. He was still just as angry as ever. Yet, Elijah knew that he needed to adopt a less reactive attitude, if for no other reason than because his only remaining family needed that from him. He would have been a terrible person indeed, if he ignored those responsibilities in favor of seeking revenge. What do you intend to do? Carmen asked. In the long term. Or right now, he asked, far more calmly than he truly felt. His tears had dried, leaving behind only a numb realization that he would never see his sister again. Both? Elijah sighed. I don't know. I'm going to kill him. I know that. I'm still debating whether or not I want to kill everyone else in that city, too, he admitted. There are also questions of how much I want him to suffer. That's the thing about healing. I can take a leg off, then heal him to keep him from bleeding out. I could take him apart, piece by piece. I know all the ways to make it hurt, too. He stood, feeling a frigid lack of remorse spreading through his mind. But this guy really loves his position, right? He likes being in charge. Maybe I'll just take that apart first. From what you've said, that would probably hurt more than losing a few limbs, right? Elijah said. Turning back to Carmen, who was looking at him like she had no idea who he was. She was right to think that. Elijah had changed. At times, he still felt like the easygoing, often slacking, and always apathetic biologist. But he was a killer. He'd proven that so many times that he'd lost count of all the ways he'd become a different person. Once I let a bully stay in power. He sent some people after me, and I let a friend convince me to just leave, rather than show that man the error of his ways. I regret that now, but at the time, I thought that keeping him in charge was better for the people who lived in his city. That's not true though, is it? I don't know, Carmen admitted. Without Roman, a lot of people would have died. Because of him, one person who didn't deserve it did die. Do you think I don't know that? I've lived with that every day for the past 2 years, Carmen spat. Then, she glanced at Miguel, who'd remained silent the entire time. I know, Elijah said. My point is that I can't afford to act without thinking. I want this man to suffer. And he will. The only question is how many people get caught in the crossfire. And what about the short term? Carmen asked. Do you live around here? No, Elijah said. I live a long way from here. Thousands of miles, I think. But that's not important. As soon as we get your friend released, I intend to take you all home with me. Or those that want to come, at least. I won't force anybody to do anything they don't want to do. We just spent months in the wilderness, Carmen stated. I don't think anyone will want to spend months more in the... They won't have to. I need a couple of weeks. Maybe a month. Then, we'll be in my grove. Nobody will have to spend more than a few days outside the city, he said. How? He forced a smile he didn't feel. He feared that it came off more as a snarl. Or at best, a grimace. Regardless, he answered with as truthful an explanation as he was willing to give outside of his own grove. He trusted Lucy, but Isaiah had proven that he had ears everywhere in Seattle. So he said, teleportation. It's a bit limited, but I can manage to get you all back home. I have some other cities I could take your friends, one in particular, but I want you and Miguel to come home with me. It's safe. Indeed, he didn't mind bringing Carmen's other companions to his grove, but he didn't intend to let anyone but family live there. They could settle in Ironshore, though. After that, he excused himself, swinging by the kitchen to ask Lucy to help get Carmen and Miguel settled. Do you want to talk about it? She asked. I know how close you and Alyssa were. Elijah shook his head. Not now. Maybe not for a while, he said. I still haven't processed it yet. You know I'm here for you, right? She said. You don't have to confront this alone. I know. You've tried that before, remember, she went on. I do, he said. And I know better, now. But I'll tell you right now, I'm going to get Carmen and Miguel somewhere safe, then I'm going after her killer. So I probably won't be around for a while. Just so you don't withdraw completely, Lucy responded. I am here for you, but all I really care about is that you have someone. If it's Carmen, that's fine. Or someone else, if you have friends that can fill that role. I don't know. But no man is an island, Elijah. We all need other people. I can be that for you. We've always been friends, right? I know, Elijah stated. And I appreciate it, Lucy. Once I wrap my head around it, I might take you up on the offer. For now, though, I need to talk to Isaiah and get him to release Carmen's friend. He killed 3 men, Lucy said. I've killed a lot more than that, Elijah said. It was only partially true. He hadn't killed many actual people. Only a handful. But if he counted orcs and tower denizens, that number skyrocketed. Nobody's trying to put me in jail. If Isaiah knows what's best for him, he'll let the guy go. If he doesn't, then, well, I don't want to think about that. After that, Elijah left Lucy's quarters, then the building where they were housed. Soon enough, he'd crossed the city and found himself standing before the Capitol building. He didn't get past the fountain in the center of the grounds before he saw Isaiah limping in his direction. The man's infirmity wasn't immediately noticeable, but to Elijah, who'd felt the curious amalgamation of Ethera and machinery in Isaiah's leg, it was obvious. "I know what you want," Isaiah stated when he reached Elijah, who'd stalked beside the dry fountain. It was filled with sand and old coins. "Okay. I can't just let him go. He killed 3 people," the leader of Seattle said. "He's going free," Elijah stated evenly without looking at Isaiah. "The question is whether or not I become an enemy in the process." "You'd go back on the deal?" "For one man." "Who is he to you?" "I've never even met him," Elijah answered, turning his gaze on Isaiah. "But he's important to someone I care about." "I don't have many of those. People I care about, I mean. And I just found out that one less made it through the apocalypse. So you can imagine that I'm pretty committed to helping the ones I have left. That means you need to release the man you have in custody. Or I'll take him. It's your choice." A clearly unhappy Isaiah sighed. "Fine. He'll be at the gardener's compound in an hour," he said. "Good. And Isaiah? I hope he's not hurt. I'll have the healers look him over." "Thank you," Elijah said. Then, without another word, he strode away, only one facet of his mind on the conversation he'd just carried out. The rest was still wrestling with the fact that his sister was gone. He felt that wouldn't change anytime soon. Elijah sat next to a fire, sipping water from his new canteen. It hadn't even occurred to him to have his loot identified back in Seattle. He had far too much on his mind. Even after his previous resolution to keep his priorities in order, it had taken every bit of self-control he possessed to keep himself from taking on the shape of the sky and flying toward Easton. He could have reached the city in a couple of days, and then, he could get on with the business of exacting revenge for his sister's murder. Yet, the moment he'd laid eyes on Miguel and Carmen, he'd remembered why he had made the choices he had made. First, he needed to get them to safety. Then, he would help them to get their lives back on track. Maybe that meant settling them into Iron Shore. Carmen was a blacksmith, after all. She could surely find a place in the mining town. And there were other children in Iron Shore. Miguel could make friends his own age. It was a good plan, though Elijah wasn't certain that Miguel would ever fully recover from the things he'd experienced. They had changed him, and irrevocably. The only question was whether or not he would embrace that change, and use it to his advantage, or if he would let it cripple him. It wasn't that simple, Elijah knew. The human psyche was a fragile thing, and healing it wasn't as simple as mending broken bones. At best, Miguel would be scarred for years to come. At worst, he would have post-traumatic stress disorder. As callous as it was, Elijah hoped for the former, if only because those scars could become potent armor for life in a world that was as far from safe as humanity had ever experienced. In any case, Elijah felt obligated to keep the only family he had left as safe as he could manage. So he hadn't taken off for Easton. Not immediately. Though his rage remained just as potent as ever, he'd shunted it into its own facet of his quartz mind, where it could roil as much as it needed. Every now and then, he focused on it. It was almost a form of torture, and it kept the pain fresh, but he felt that he needed that reminder. It was a means to keep him from forgetting that he had another duty. Because eventually, vengeance would come. Elijah didn't look over as Carmen settled in beside him. She, Miguel, and the tall, slender swordsman whose freedom Elijah had negotiated, had insisted on coming with him as he scouted out a new location for a dolmen. It slowed him down considerably, but he didn't have the heart to refuse them. The other refugees had remained with Lucy to recover before embarking on their new lives. "You know what's weird," he said, still staring at the fire. "I don't remember her face." "Not really. I remember events. I remember that stupid sweater she wore the last time I came home for Christmas. But I can't remember her face." "I do," Carmen said, sitting with her forearms on her knees. "I remember all those best memories in perfect detail. I even remember the last time I saw her. She was wearing the armor I made for her. Carrying the spear I'd forged. And she seemed so hopeful, like she intended to use the time in the tower to mend the breaking relationship she had with the man who'd once been her friend. Her mentor, really. I sometimes wonder if she had that attitude right up until they murdered her. I wish I had memories like that, Elijah admitted. I was talking to her on a video call when the world changed. I had no idea that would be the last time I'd ever see her. Then he glanced at Carmen, asking, "You don't have any pictures or anything, do you?" Carmen shook her head, her face illuminated by the firelight. Elijah could see tears glistening from her cheeks. She did that a lot, lately. It was as if finally finding Elijah had reignited her grief. For his part, he'd shed plenty of his own tears, though most of them had come in seclusion. He wasn't ashamed of it or anything. Crying was a normal reaction to loss. However, he wasn't the sort of person who took solace in company. For better or worse, he was a loner, and his time since the World Tree's touch had descended upon Earth had only accentuated that. So he usually wept alone, just like he did everything else with only himself for company. No, Carmen answered. Before everything happened, most everything was digital. We had some family photos in the house, but when we left, we prioritized supplies. By the time we came back, everything had been destroyed. After that, I just never thought to get anything new made. There were a couple of artists in Easton, but I guess I just thought we had more time. She sighed. I thought I saw it coming, she admitted. I even warned her. But I didn't really think he'd go that far. We were all friends. We had neighborhood barbecues. They worked together for years. In retrospect, I should have seen the signs. His wife was terrified of him. I don't think he was ever abusive, not physically, at least, but, well, knowing what I know now, it should have been obvious that he'd go down this road. Maybe, Elijah said. I've killed people, you know. Not many, but there was one just a few days ago. I don't know why he attacked me, either. He was at the top of the power rankings. Higher level than me. But when it came time, I didn't hesitate to do what needed to be done. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you to understand that that was me when I didn't really have anything against the guy, other than that he attacked me, Elijah said. I crushed his skull. But this is going to be different. I know, she said softly. It was telling that she didn't try to dissuade him. Carmen wanted Roman dead as much as anyone, but it seemed that she had accepted her own limitations. For the next hour, they both remained in place, staring at the fire. As they did, the sun slowly rose above the horizon, casting the sky in blue and orange. It was a beautiful sight, but neither were in the right frame of mind to appreciate it. Still, the rising sun brought with it a pair of wakeful companions. Colt pushed himself to his feet, then stretched a few times before silently joining them by the fire. Miguel mimicked the swordsman. What are we doing out here? Asked Carmen. Elijah answered, I need to find an appropriate spot for a dolmen. What's that? Asked Miguel. It's like a monument. Think of Stonehenge, Carmen answered, clearly putting her educational background as a historian to good use. Then, she asked, why though? Is it, like, a memorial site? Elijah shook his head, saying, no. Not really. I assume there's one of those back in Easton, right? There is. No body, though, Carmen said. Then, she quietly added, just a marker. Elijah's fingers tightened into a fist, but he didn't immediately respond to that piece of information. Instead, he took a deep breath before saying, this dolmen is special. It's part of a spell. Once I've finished it, I'll be able to teleport back home. There are limitations, so it might take an extra week after that, but that's something we'll figure out later. For now, though, we're searching for the perfect spot. How will you know it? Elijah shrugged. I don't know. It's more of a feeling than anything. Or if I find a natural treasure, he said. But this close to Seattle, I doubt there's anything around. After that, he shared some of his grove berries among the group, but he got a bit of a shock when Miguel passed out after a single bite. It only lasted a few frantic seconds, and when he rose, he eagerly asked for more while wearing a mile-wide grin across his face. Carmen nixed that idea, and Elijah tended to agree. From what he'd felt, the boy hadn't actually been hurt by the berry. He'd just been overloaded by Ethera and vitality, which both seemed like good things. Regardless, he wasn't going to go against a mother's wishes regarding her child, so he handed over some dried meat instead. Carmen and Colt had no issues with the berries, though. It was, in fact, the opposite, and even that small meal left the both of them looking a little healthier and far more energetic. That left Elijah to look forward to what his coffee would do, once he got around to harvesting his trees and roasting the beans. In any case, after they finished their breakfast, they smothered the fire and set off across the desert. To Elijah's surprise, the others were decent enough with their woodcraft, but he found plenty of opportunities to point out one thing or another, especially to Miguel, who took to the lessons with verve. He seemed especially interested when Elijah grabbed one of the big desert monitors and let the boy touch it. The reptile wasn't particularly happy about being manhandled, but because of Elijah's long experience in the wilderness, and most likely, his archetype, the creature tolerated it. Still, when Elijah released the 4-foot-long lizard, it scurried away and disappeared into the desert. Like that, they continued for 3 more days until, at last, Elijah sensed something nearby. He couldn't figure out what, precisely, it was, but he recognized the feeling as similar to what he felt outside of Argos. Before, that sensation had led him to the site of the Dragon Circle, so he didn't hesitate to follow the ephemeral trail. When it ended, he couldn't help but gasp at what he found. It was a small pond, maybe 100 feet across and surrounded by greenery. More importantly, when Elijah approached alone, he sensed that the pond played host to a guardian. He pulled a hunk of meat from his satchel as he stepped into the tiny oasis, and at first, he didn't see the creature he sensed. However, it only took a moment before he saw the bulge of a giant shell cutting through the water. Elijah tossed the still bloody hunk of meat into the water. Or at least that was where its arc should have taken it. Instead, a giant turtle snapped out, catching the chunk in its beak. "Easy there," Elijah said, his voice steady as he held out his hand. "I'm not here to hurt you or take your treasure." Elijah wasn't even certain there was a treasure to take. He didn't feel one. But in his experience, one usually came with the other. It didn't matter, though. He wasn't some ravening devourer hellbent on harvesting everything that could be of use. He only wanted to build his dolmen, though he needed to make peace with the giant turtle before he committed to that. Thankfully, animals were fairly predictable. Part of that was clearly his archetype's influence. One with nature could be taken literally, and wildlife, whether that meant animals or the more advanced guardians, tended to accept him far more easily than they did other people. So the creature was already predisposed to accepting him, which meant that it only took a few hours of feeding to get it on his side. Still, when Carmen, Miguel, and Colt finally approached to see him scratching the creature's chin, its head was at least 2 feet across, and the rest of its body matched that size. It let out a low rumble. To which Elijah responded with a simple no. Its growl didn't cease until Elijah fed it another hunk of meat. After that, it went silent, even allowing Miguel to approach. He seemed to delight in the turtle's presence, which the thing picked up on. Apparently, giant oasis turtles could read a person's mood. Either way, that lasted a few more hours before Elijah was willing to leave the others in the oasis while he searched the area for proper materials. At first Carmen insisted on accompanying him, but he only responded by saying, "You'll just slow me down. I need to cover a lot of ground. You can help when I'm toting rocks across the desert, though." After that, he cast Shape of the Sky, eliciting 3 gasps of surprise. He said, "Relax. It's still me. This is my secret. Just go with it." Then, he launched himself into the air, and though he wobbled a bit, he still wasn't completely accustomed to the mechanics of flight. He quickly found himself soaring high into the skies. Once there, he circled a few times before activating Eyes of the Eagle. From so high up, and with his vision magnified, he could see for dozens of miles in every direction. Still, it took a few more hours before he found a sandstone pillar that was surrounded by dozens of appropriately sized boulders. It was almost 40 miles away from the oasis, which meant that he was in for a significant hardship getting everything into place. However, if there was one thing he was accustomed to, it was hard work. So he landed, shifted into the form of the lamellar ape, then hefted the largest stone. A moment later, he was trudging across the desert, once again carrying a multi-ton boulder on his back. "See, I have to carve these little holes in the stone so the structure won't tip over the first time a storm comes through," Elijah said, pointing to the intended location of the first of many mortise holes. "And the piece that goes on top will have protrusions that fit into the holes." "Like Legos," Miguel responded with a nod. "Exactly. I thought the same thing," Elijah said. Then, he shifted into his lamellar ape form, adding in his growly voice, "I have to have 9 sets of 2 heel stones. Those are the bases. Then, I'll fit 9 capstones on top of them." As Elijah got to work carving the first mortise hole, Miguel narrowed his eyes and asked, "Wouldn't it be easier if you had some tools? I bet Mom could make you a real chisel." Maybe. Indeed, that made a lot of sense. With each of his other dolmens, he'd worked almost exclusively with his own claws. They were as hard as any metal he'd found, and the increased attributes that came with them made everything that much easier. Still, he felt a little silly that he'd never even thought of buying a proper chisel. It would have to be at least crude grade, though, Miguel guessed, running his hand along the sandstone. To the young man's credit, he hadn't reacted with horror upon seeing Elijah transform into his other forms. In fact, he'd taken it in stride, which Elijah attributed to a host of traumas that had numbed Miguel to magical things. Still, it was gratifying that his nephew was actually impressed by Elijah's bestial forms. The same couldn't be said for Carmen or Colt, who, even after a couple of days, looked at those shapes with narrow-eyed suspicion. They had accepted him, but it was clear that they were conflicted about it. Hopefully, they would come around. Even so, they'd both proved helpful with the construction of the dolmen. As he'd toted the boulders back to the oasis, they, along with Miguel, had dug the holes that would accommodate the structure's foundations. And they'd done a better job than Elijah ever could have, owing to Carmen's archetype as a tradesman. It was a good thing, too, because with the pond so close, and with the porous nature of the earth surrounding the oasis, water had a habit of seeping through. Carmen had fixed that with a generous application of her skills as a crafter. That was when she was at her best. Because when Carmen wasn't busy, the weight of everything she'd been through settled onto her shoulders. And as strong as she was, it was more than she could bear. Often, those times would find her simply staring off toward the horizon, looking for something that clearly wasn't there. Elijah could sympathize, though with his quartz mind, he could shunt those unhelpful emotions into their own facet where he could ignore them. Mostly. He knew it wasn't entirely healthy, just as he recognized that keeping the fires of his rage stoked in another facet was a bad coping mechanism. But he couldn't afford to deal with those problems at present. Because he needed to ensure his family's safety. That was the responsibility that superseded everything else, even if he was forced to constantly remind himself to adhere to his plan, instead of flying off toward Easton to exact revenge. So he worked. And he tried to convey his process to Miguel. Much of it was instinctive. In the past, outside of building the basic structure of his dolmens, he hadn't consciously guided the process. However, now that he tried to teach Miguel what he was doing, it was like a door had opened in Elijah's mind. Suddenly, he paid attention to the swirls of Ethera all around him. They'd been there before, but it took conscious thought to acknowledge them. "I guess it's part of my archetype," he admitted when Miguel asked about it. "I'm a druid, and I have a spell called One with Nature. Up until now, I just thought it gave me a small boost to my attributes, and let me feel everything around me. But I think it might be a lot more than that." "What does it feel like?" asked the boy. "No, young man." He was only an inch shorter than Elijah, which meant that he would almost assuredly grow even taller than his uncle. Given Carmen's short stature, Elijah could only assume that Miguel got his height from his biological sire. Or maybe Carmen had some taller ancestors, and the genes had simply skipped her generation. It was even possible that the influx of Ethera was responsible. After all, it had influenced everything else about Earth's environment. From the flora to the fauna, and even the very sandstone with which he was currently working, the entire planet had been changed. Who was to say that Ethera wouldn't affect human development too? Perhaps a scholar would know. Regardless, Elijah sensed nothing amiss with the young man. He was perfectly healthy, even if he hadn't quite recovered from the rigors of trekking through the wilderness without proper nutrition. But those hardships had also shaped him into something far more resilient than any 14-year-old had a right to be. All of that flashed through one facet of Elijah's mind before he said, "It's overwhelming. Without my mind cultivation, there's no way I could handle it all. I can sense all the life around me, right down to the tiniest organism. That gives me a picture of the inorganic world, too. And some sense of the Ethera. I think that connection influences me. It makes me more sympathetic to wildlife. They feel more real. And I believe animals can sense that. Especially guardians like the tortoise. Snappy. Huh? His name is Snappy. Did he tell you that?" asked Elijah, looking up from his work. Miguel rolled his eyes. "Of course not," he stated. "I had a pet turtle when I was little. That was his name." "And the new Snappy reminds you of your pet?" "Not really," Miguel admitted. "I mean, look at him. I don't think turtles are supposed to have shells that sparkly." Indeed, Snappy was a clearly magical creature, with a shell that looked like it was made of jagged quartz that sparkled with Ethera. He was also larger even than the giant tortoises on the Galapagos Islands. In fact, Snappy was the size of a Toyota Camry, and probably significantly heavier. "Fair enough," Elijah said. "I once had most of my side bitten off by a sea turtle. I'm pretty sure Snappy is a tortoise, though. Mostly land-based. Turtles generally have much sleeker shells, and are primarily aquatic. Technically, all tortoises are turtles, though all turtles aren't tortoises, so unless someone is being incredibly pedantic, you can refer to Snappy as either. It's a magic turtle. I don't think it matters." Elijah started to respond, but then thought better of it. The reality was that old classifications didn't really matter anymore. After all, they didn't account for the rapid transformation of most creatures. Idly, Elijah wondered if someone would embark on an effort to adjust science to the new reality. It probably wouldn't be very useful in the short term, after all. Everything was still changing as Earth's Ethera levels continued to rise, but eventually, someone could probably make a good living classifying beasts, monsters, and guardians into a bestiary that included known weaknesses and abilities. That could prove invaluable to anyone who ventured into the wilderness. That seemed like the job for a scholar, though, and one with far more patience than Elijah could muster. He loved experiencing nature, but he'd grown far too restless to spend days cataloging wild creatures. Even before the world had changed, he'd found that part of his job to be tedious, which was probably why he'd come to realize how ill-suited he was to his former profession. Deep down, he'd always known he was no true scientist. He didn't have the proper temperament. But Earth's transformation had mercilessly hammered that knowledge home. He had the curiosity, but not the patience to see it through to anything useful. In any case, he said, "Yeah. You're probably right." After that, he turned the majority of his attention to the task at hand. He could finish the project without full focus, but he knew the product would suffer. As he worked, Elijah continuously flared nature's bounty, which was a great boon for the oasis flora, for which Snappy seemed incredibly happy. He was clearly an omnivore, because he would greedily chomp down on any bits of meat Elijah threw his way, but his diet consisted primarily of the vegetation around the oasis. Though he also seemed to love eating the birds that would periodically land near the pond. And insects. A few large frogs. Basically anything that came into his territory was fair game. Except Elijah. And Miguel, oddly enough. Once the young man had been introduced to the large tortoise, Snappy had become more than tolerant of his presence. The same couldn't be said for Carmen or Colt, both of which drew low growls when they ventured too close to the pond. Thankfully, Elijah's dolmen ringed the oasis, which meant that none of them had to get too close to the water. Gradually, the structure began to take shape, and Elijah was more than a little impressed with Carmen's great strength. She wasn't as strong as he was in his lamellar ape form, but she was nearly his human shape's equal. Though her other attributes clearly lagged far behind, as far as Elijah could tell. In any case, she was very helpful when it came to arranging the large stones. She also proved incredibly useful when it came time to placing the capstones. The system of mortise holes and tenons was sufficient to hold everything in place, but she had an ability that fused the sandstone together, making it far sturdier than it otherwise would have been. In addition, she used an ability that she called strengthen to augment the durability of the normally brittle sandstone. When she was done, it was harder than limestone. But as had been the case with his previous dolmens, simply assembling the monuments wasn't the end of the work. Instead, Elijah focused his continued efforts on carving designs into the sandstone. At first, he just let his imagination drive his creativity, but over that first day, the designs began to take what, in hindsight, was a predictable shape. After their reunion, Elijah had asked Carmen a host of questions about his sister, and over time, he'd developed some idea as to how she had reacted to the touch of the world tree. She had become a protector and a hero, with a spear as her preferred weapon. Even her class Dragon Lancer had reflected that. And that knowledge along with his grief for his sister shaped his designs. Slowly, the first one took its final form, and Elijah stepped back to see the results. It was a spear, following the description Carmen had given him of his sister's favored weapon. Snaking around the weapon was a serpentine, Chinese-style dragon. "I didn't know you were an artist," Carmen remarked, clearly impressed. "I'm not," Elijah said, his hands on his hips. 17 more. "Those are powerful enchantments," Carmen stated. "But they're different than anything I've seen so far." She shook her head. "Every time I think I've got a handle on how everything works, this system throws me a curveball. Seeing this, it tells me how much I don't know." "What do you mean?" "Enchantments aren't constrained by the simple designs I know," she answered. "Until now, I thought they had to use the symbols I've found in guides. But that's not the case. Or not the whole case, at least. I feel like meaning and belief play a part. I don't know. It's more complex than that. Form matters. But so do the other pieces. Though I think your class lets you skip some steps with this." Elijah's hand found his chin. Interesting. He didn't really know much about crafting. He was completely beholden to his instincts when it came to creating anything like his dolmens, staves, or soap. Carmen clearly had more control over her creations, though she didn't have the benefits that let him craft things far beyond his meager skills. Those creations usually came with restrictions. For instance, his staves turned out however they wanted regardless of his intent, and were only usable by him. So Carmen had far more freedom and likely potential while Elijah's methods were more intuitive and unpredictable. "Can I add something?" asked Carmen. "Just some enchantments of my own. It should help." Normally, Elijah would have refused. He knew the dolmens required a delicate balance, even if he didn't quite understand what that truly meant. However, given the subject of the carvings and Carmen's earnest request, Elijah could not refuse. So he just nodded. After that, Elijah continued with his task, carving the dragon spears into each heel stone. Every now and again, he'd glance toward Carmen, who was hard at work with a chisel she'd somehow manifested. Ethera swirled around her, suggesting that she was using more than one ability as well. The product was clearly far more elaborate than a few simple enchantments, though, even when her additions covered the rest of the heel stone, Elijah didn't object. It wasn't just art. Nor was it only an expression of practical necessity. The act was therapeutic. And as they worked, Elijah recognized that it was, at its core, necessary. Not just for the dolmen, but also as a monument to his sister's life. To the life of Carmen's partner. As they worked, Miguel worked with Colt, practicing swordplay with a pair of sticks Carmen had shaped into practice weapons. From time to time, Miguel would approach the pond and feed Snappy. A few times, he even climbed atop the giant tortoise's shell and rode the creature as it circled the pond. Snappy seemed to enjoy it almost as much as it delighted Miguel. Elijah could feel that much, which was just a reminder of how intelligent guardians could be. As therapeutic as the act of carving the dolmens was for Carmen and Elijah, the budding relationship between boy and tortoise was just as important for Miguel. Over the next week, the dolmen took shape, and the nearby oasis grew ever more verdant. More animals arrived. Birds. Insects. Reptiles. Even a few desert rodents Elijah couldn't identify. By the time they'd finished the project, the oasis had become truly paradisiacal. Finally, once Elijah and Carmen completed their carvings, he received a notification that was both surprising and expected. Congratulations! You have created a unique structure, circle of spears. Overall grade, growth, current, complex. Enchantment grade, C. The dolmen's name was appropriate, given the spear motif. More, it felt right in a way Elijah couldn't quite identify. However, the surprises came from the overall grade, which was complex, making it the most advanced dolmen he'd ever created. Yet, given Carmen's contribution, it probably shouldn't have been terribly surprising. After all, she was a proper crafter. That clearly counted for something with the system. The same could be said for the enchantment grade, which was the highest he'd seen. I got 2 levels for that, Carmen said. That's incredible. For his part, Elijah had gotten a little experience. Every act related to his class gave him a trickle of progression. But it was barely enough to move the needle. Obviously, he was no crafter, and while the system acknowledged his efforts, that was clearly a suboptimal way to push forward. Still, Elijah hadn't created the dolmen for experience. He'd started it so he'd have another teleportation point, but slowly, the project had morphed into a memorial for his fallen sister. And in both endeavors, it had been an unmitigated success. The next notification was evidence of the first. Roots of the World Tree. Empower a dolmen, connecting it to your grove. Teleport to any circle in your network. Cooldown, 3 days. Additional effect, when inside any circle, create a persistent gateway to any other circle. Duration, 1 minute. Maximum capacity, 4, cooldown, 6 days. Possible number of circles dependent on core cultivation. Current, 5, 3 used. It's done, Elijah said. Now they just needed to gather the others, then get everyone relocated. After that, he would embark on his quest for revenge. What are you going to do? Asked Lucy. Elijah leaned forward, his elbows on his knees as he stared at the floor. He and the others had returned to Seattle to find it unchanged. Palpable tension still hung in the air, and everywhere Elijah looked, he saw drones, cameras, or black-clad guards who looked like they were wearing police-issue riot gear. More than once on his way to Lucy's apartment, he'd seen those tensions erupt into brief spurts of violence. Sometimes, the fights were between the hunters of Rainier and the residents of Mercer Mesa. Other times, the guards fought against the well-equipped warriors from Lake City, which was where the local tower was located. None of the battles lasted long before they were broken up, but to Elijah, it was clear that the city was on the verge of exploding. And it wasn't difficult to see why, either. Water and many other supplies were scarce, and each faction contributed something vital to the city. As a result, they had no choice but to work together, even if they hated one another. The only thing holding it all together was Isaiah and his government, though they were only so effective as each faction's willingness to listen to reason. In short, Elijah did not envy Isaiah the task before him. I don't know, he admitted. In the short term, all I care about is the safety of my family. After that, you're still going to kill the guy, right? This leader of Easton, Lucy said. Definitely. Have you thought about the ramifications of his death? She asked. Elijah shrugged. Not really, he lied. Indeed, he knew that killing the man who'd helped create a safe haven for thousands of people would have consequences. At best, someone else would rise up and take his place. Perhaps they would be better, but there was just as much chance that they'd be worse. And in the worst-case scenario, a bloody struggle would come, leaving everyone vulnerable to the very real threat represented by the environment. Or other people. I know you're smarter than that, Lucy said, practically reading his mind. There's a chance that he's the best of a bunch of bad options. I don't care. That was true enough. When weighed against his desire for vengeance, the fate of a bunch of strangers was inconsequential. He would let 1,000 people die if it meant making his sister's killer pay for his betrayal. What if he was right? She asked. He wasn't. According to Carmen, who's not exactly impartial. I believe her, Elijah said, looking up to see Lucy wringing her hands. What if Alyssa really did pose a threat to him? What if she truly was putting everyone in danger? What if? I don't care, Elijah repeated. If Alyssa intentionally challenged his rule, then she had a good reason. If she murdered a bunch of people, I would assume that she did so because they were a threat. She had my full trust. She wasn't infallible. Close enough for me, Elijah said. She was my sister. Family means that she gets the benefit of the doubt in every situation. It's the same with Carmen and Miguel. If they kill someone, I'll say, they probably had it coming. Maybe that makes me a bad person, but I don't care. That's who I am. Lucy just shook her head, clearly unsure how to respond to that kind of certainty. What about me? Would you support me like that too? She asked. Once? Definitely. I probably still would, but I'd be lying if I said it was unconditional, he answered. She sighed, then tucked a lock of blonde hair behind her ear. I guess that's better than nothing. It's been a long time since we were together. It has. I used to think about you, you know, Elijah admitted. I almost quit school and came home. It was my sophomore year in college, and I was having a rough time. Too much drinking. Too little school. You know how it goes. I knew I needed to make some changes, and I thought you'd be a part of that. What stopped you? I got on Facebook and saw that you were with someone else. I guess I should be happy. I mean, if you were going to move on with anybody, I'm glad it was with the man you eventually married, Elijah admitted. He sighed and leaned back in the chair, looking around the room. Kind of like losing to the eventual winner of the Super Bowl. You're upset, sure. But if you're going to lose, at least you lost to the best. It wasn't a competition, Elijah, Lucy said. I know that now. I've matured. Have you? Some. She laughed. So what happened when you realized that you couldn't swoop back into my life? I dedicated myself to school. I stopped drinking so much. I got back in the gym. You know, normal self-improvement stuff. And it would have worked too, if it wasn't for that dastardly cancer, he said, shaking his fist dramatically. Or, you know, the apocalypse. Elijah knew he was all over the place, emotionally speaking, but that was by design. If he let himself wallow in his own grief, or his pending vengeance, he would make some seriously unhealthy decisions. He was self-aware enough to recognize that that wouldn't end well. And he had responsibilities, after all. To that end, he glanced back toward where Carmen, Miguel, and Colt had gone to meet with the others. What is taking them so long, he wondered. They might not want to go, Lucy said. Seattle isn't perfect, but it's relatively safe. After what those people have been through, that's much better than going off with a mysterious stranger who doesn't wear shoes. That's fair. Truthfully, Elijah didn't care much if the rest of the refugees came to Iron Shore. The only reason he'd even offered was because Carmen cared about them. Perhaps they would be more comfortable in Argos, which was the third option he'd given them. It was much smaller than Seattle, but the Greek city wasn't nearly as volatile either. Elijah and Lucy continued to catch up on old times, notably avoiding any serious topics until, at last, Carmen returned from where she'd been speaking to her people. "Most of them want to stay here," she said. "So it's just me, Colt, Miguel, Teresa, and Byron." "5," Elijah said, scratching his beard. "Less than expected but more than ideal." "Why?" asked Carmen. "It'll just take longer," he said. "An extra 6 days." Lucy asked why that number made a difference, but Elijah didn't elaborate. As much as he wanted to trust Lucy, and he did, he also knew that she had her own situation to worry about. Her fate was intertwined with Seattle's, and there was a good chance that she could reveal Elijah's secrets to people like Isaiah, or whoever was in charge of the hunters. And that wasn't a danger Elijah was willing to accept, so he didn't tell her the details of his teleportation abilities. Even though she clearly wasn't happy about him keeping his cards close to his chest, she accepted it. As it turned out, Carmen volunteered to stay behind at the oasis with Elijah and Miguel. So when they set out for the Circle of Spears, they did so with the plan of splitting the group into 2. Both Teresa and Byron, the first of which was a chemist, while Byron was a geologist, would go ahead with Colt, while Elijah and his family remained in the oasis until the cooldown was up. When they reached the oasis, the 2 newcomers were awestruck by the circle of sandstone monuments as well as the verdant oasis. Fortunately, they didn't have the chance to meet Snappy, which probably would have been quite alarming. Once everyone was gathered, Elijah said, "All right, so my grove is a little different than anywhere else you've been. The first thing you're going to notice is that the Ethera is unimaginably dense. I'm told that it takes a few days to get used to it. Otherwise, it's like walking around in 100% humidity, but with the added effect of being extremely magical. The second thing you'll see is that my grove makes this oasis look like the desert," he went on. "You might see my deer there as well. They're not exactly friendly, but they won't bother you if you don't bother them. But stay in the grove, just in case. And finally, there's Nerthus. He's kind of like my groundskeeper," Elijah explained as he ran his hand through his hair. "He's a treeman, so don't be too alarmed by his appearance. He's a good guy and very polite. He's also the person who'll show you where you can stay until we get there." "A treeman?" asked Teresa, suddenly nervous. "Well, a sprigant. Looks like he's made of roots and branches." "Huh. I just realized that he might know where the root raptors came from. Or the idea of them, at least. Maybe the system just thought them up from scratch, but I think it usually takes inspiration from real things. And those monsters looked a lot like Nerthus." "What are you talking about?" asked Carmen. "Oh. Sorry. I sometimes go off on tangents. Occupational hazard. Spend a few years alone, and it takes its toll on your conversational skills," he answered. "Anyway, my point is that Nerthus is a cool dude." "A cool dude?" asked Miguel, trying not to giggle. "What?" "Nothing," the young man said innocently. "I'm sure everyone talks like that where you're from." "I think you just called me old and out of touch," Elijah said. "Ouch." With a shrug, Miguel pointed out, "I didn't say that." It was good to see him joking around. Upon their reunion, the young man had been extremely reserved. He still was, but the 2 weeks in the oasis had helped him come out of his shell. Of course, he'd had years to deal with his mother's death, while Elijah's loss still felt fresh. Either way, the attitude was infectious and at least diverting, which was something Elijah desperately needed. "My point is that Nerthus is in charge of the grove if I'm not there. So you need to do what he says until I get back," Elijah stated. Then he handed a note to Colt, adding, "Give that to the treeman. He'll get you sorted out until I get there." "Gotcha, Chief," Colt said, taking the note in his lone hand. "Anything else we need to know?" "Not that I can think of. Other than the fact that I can sense everything that happens on my island. So don't do anything you wouldn't do right in front of me," Elijah said cheerfully. Then he cast Roots of the World Tree. As soon as the spell completed, sucking almost half of his core dry of Ethera. A series of vines grew out of the ground, snaking together until they'd created an arch. When it was complete, the air inside the gate shimmered and the view shifted. Suddenly, he could see through to his grove, which looked little different than before. Still, the people gathered around him gasped at least as much because of the sudden appearance of a gateway to what looked like another world as it was due to the verdant grove on the other side. That put on a smile on Elijah's face, and he gestured toward it, saying, "Go on through. We'll be there in 6 days." Colt immediately led the way, not hesitating as he covered thousands of miles in a single step. The other two glanced at Carmen, who gave them a reassuring nod. To their credit, they both marshaled their courage and followed the slim swordsman into Elijah's grove. Elijah let the spell wink out, though he kept an eye on things. Sure enough, Nerthus quickly responded to their presence, but he clearly knew what the gate meant, because he wasted no time in getting the three settled. That gave Elijah an opportunity to spend some more time with his family. The next 6 days passed without incident. For a few hours each day, Elijah worked on the intended map of his soul, but for the most part, he simply enjoyed Carmen's and Miguel's company. It was a relaxing week, and one they clearly needed. They'd been through an awful lot, and they obviously needed a break. Especially Carmen, who, by the end of the cool-down period, had begun to resemble her old self. Finally, 6 days after he'd first opened the gate, Elijah cast roots of the world tree once again, and after the arch formed, led his family through to his grove. Nerthus greeted them a moment later, and Elijah said, "Nerthus, this is my family. Carmen, Miguel, this is Nerthus. He's family, too." And though he hadn't realized how he felt about Nerthus until he'd described the Spriggan to the refugees, he meant it. The tree spirit wasn't just the castellan of his grove. Nor was he simply a friend. Nerthus was family, and in all the best ways. The sun shone bright on Valoria, a sign from the divine system that it was a truly favored city. More importantly, as Roman looked out over the city he'd only recently renamed, a notification superimposed itself across his inner eye. "Congratulations! You have met the requirements to embark on a quest to become an official ruler under the system. Complete the following quests to solidify your rule. 1. Conquer an enemy and hear their oath of fealty. Complete. 2. Become an arbiter of justice. 3. Expand your territory until you rule over 1 million people. Complete. 4. Reach the top 10 on the planetary power rankings, Earth. Complete. The last domino to fall was his ascension to the top 10 of the power rankings, but through arduous effort, he'd finally managed to reach his goal. The slaughter of prisoners had long since ceased giving him experience, so he'd been forced to turn to other measures. The first step he'd taken was to accompany his men in the culling of the undead hordes beneath the city. That was the backbone of his leveling strategy, and in that endeavor, it had proved extremely effective. It wasn't fast, but it was steady. And Roman was nothing if not committed to improvement. It wasn't enough, though. The elites at the top of the power rankings actively sought improvement as well, and so, their levels continued to climb. So, if all Roman did was slaughter mindless zombies, he would never have reached his current pinnacle. Fortunately, he had 3 towers to augment his leveling speed. The first was the one in his original territory, and he and his hand-picked team had gotten the process of conquering that zombie-infested cityscape down to a science. It was still difficult, and if any of them made a mistake, they would have fallen. Yet, that was why he had chosen his team so carefully. They were men who didn't make mistakes. All former military, all with complementary classes. In their company, all Roman had to do was stay out of the way. Of course, he didn't do that. He contributed as much or more than anyone. And he knew that, despite their well-practiced teamwork, without his efforts, the team would have fallen many times over. But that was true in almost every situation. After all, Roman was destined to save Earth. How could he not do the same for his team? The other 2 towers, one near Arbor, and another next to a town called Bristane, were more difficult, but they went into each with as much information as the locals could provide. The Arbor Tower was a massive jungle where the goal was to interrupt a series of sacrifices. There were other details, of course. 2 other distinct steps that constituted the 2 lower levels of the tower. Yet, it was straightforward enough. The 3rd tower was the reason Roman had managed to level so quickly, though. The scenario was a war between 4 factions, and the tower's challengers were meant to pick a side and usher their allies to victory. Roman didn't do that, though. Instead, he directed his team to slaughter everyone they found. It resulted in a terrible rating for the run and horrible rewards, but a few minor trinkets didn't matter to Roman. Only levels were important. Even then, he hadn't quite reached the top 50. Competition for those spots was fierce, so he'd been forced to cycle through the towers 3 more times over the past months until, at last, he'd satisfied the terms of his quest. He hadn't even opened the notification that he hoped would grant him official lordship sanctioned by the divine system. Savoring the anticipation, he checked the power rankings. Planetary power rankings, Earth. 1. Elijah Hart, level 76. 2. Oscar Ramirez, level 76. 3. Sadie Song, level 74. 4. Hu Shui, level 72. 5. Nico Song, level 67. 6. Davu Adibowale, level 65. 7. Anupriya Pandey, level 62. 8. Ramkondu, level 59. 9. Gunnar Lindstrom, level 59. 10. Roman Kane, level 57. 11. 12. Only a few weeks before, he'd expected that he would be forced to take another round in the towers. That meant spending weeks on the road, then another few days in each tower. However, he'd satisfied the terms of his quest when, suddenly, the top man on the list had disappeared. Clearly he had died, and given that Elijah Hart, whose name sounded vaguely familiar for some reason, had jumped to the top spot, it was probably reasonable to expect that the 2 had fought. And the lower-leveled man had won. That had vaulted Roman from the 13th spot, and into the top 12. After that, he'd spent nearly a week slaughtering zombies beneath the city, finally climbing to level 57, and completing his final quest objective when he reached the top 10 on the power rankings. It was satisfying, seeing the results of all his work. He'd put in years of tedious labor to get where he was, and he felt certain that he'd been forced to work harder than everyone else. After all, he had a city to look after. A people to protect. The others assuredly were off gallivanting through the world, selfishly pursuing their own power. They had no purpose. Not like him. So it was even more satisfying when Roman finally opened the other notification. Congratulations! You have satisfied the requirements for sanctioned lordship. Please choose a path. Defender. Conqueror. Benefactor. Designate a capital city to receive defensive benefits. Receive powerful tools to assist in gaining new territory. Give your people the tools to prosper. Roman frowned. He hadn't anticipated that he would have to make a choice. However, he supposed it made sense. Perhaps there were further steps he could take that would allow him to gain all 3 benefits. Or maybe the choice would establish his specialization going forward. Either way, the next notification told him that he only had 12 hours to make a choice. The first move, which was to eliminate the benefactor option, was easy enough. He expected his people to earn their keep, after all. From his perspective, it wasn't his responsibility to ensure prosperity. Rather, he was responsible for security. So he moved to the next 2 choices, which were equally attractive. Making Valoria more secure was a goal toward which he'd been working for years. It had started with defending the old police station, but it was the driving force behind most of his decisions. Yet he'd already succeeded, hadn't he? Valoria was safe. With that in mind, he turned his attention to the last choice, the Conqueror option. What better way to advance his cause than to bring more people under the umbrella of his protection? He didn't even see it as conquest. Rather, he viewed it as outreach. As spreading his influence to envelope the rest of the world. Roman was, after all, Earth's savior. And though it would have been nice to believe that everyone would stand aside while he gave the planet's population the benefit of his rule, he knew that would not happen. He would have to free the rest of the world from the clutches of despots, tyrants, and, worst of all, the incompetent. No, when he looked at it that way, the choice was obvious. He selected Conqueror, resulting in yet another notification. You have chosen the Conqueror path. To claim your title, absorb your seal of authority. Roman had expected as much, as he'd actually done some research on system-granted titles. At first, he had been quite frustrated by the search for information, but he'd lucked out when Fiona found someone with a librarian class in Arbor. Still, Roman was incredibly disappointed when the woman in question could only help him find information on one subject each week. In any case, he got the information he needed, which told him what to expect and how to proceed. So he pulled the seal of authority from his jacket pocket, then concentrated on its activation. That resulted in another notification. Would you like to absorb the seal of authority? Doing so will destroy the item. Warning: absorbing the seal of authority before completing the requirements will result in crippling pain and possible death. Roman checked his previous notifications once again, just to ensure that he hadn't been mistaken. As before, the requirements had been met. So, after taking a deep breath, he affirmed the command to absorb the seal of authority, placing it on his chest. At first, nothing happened, making him feel incredibly silly. However, after only a handful of seconds, the seal of authority completely dissipated, dissolving through his shirt and into his skin. That's when a deep, blinding pain erupted in his chest. He let out a scream, but the agony only lasted a split second before fading away. Roman slumped, gasping for air, but he quickly got a hold of himself when he heard someone entering the foyer on the other side of his office door. So he steadied himself, then turned, leaning against the balcony to wait. A second later, via assassin's awareness, he felt Fiona enter the office. She looked around, then saw him standing on the balcony overlooking the city. She approached. "Your Majesty," she said with a deep bow. "I regret the necessity of interrupting you. Not enough to abstain, it seems. What do you want?" "You have a visitor," she stated. "A woman who represents a settlement that once was Hong Kong." "I am no diplomat." "Let the council speak to her," Roman stated. Indeed, he didn't have time to meet with the ambassador of every tiny community. "She is powerful." "On the power rankings, in fact," Fiona stated. "Oh? What rank?" "Number 3. Sadie Song?" he asked. "Yes," was Fiona's eager response. "And she mentioned an alliance." "Did she, now?" Roman responded. "Well, we mustn't keep her waiting. Full honor guard. And contact my team. I want them with me." "As you say, Your Majesty." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "This place stinks, bro," said Dat Bao, his accent strange, even to Sadie's accustomed ears. It was a combination of Vietnamese and American that sounded completely unique and distinctly out of place. "Feels evil." "Don't call me bro," she admonished. It was one of the affectations he'd picked up while attending university in the United States, and one he still hadn't discarded even years later. For her part, Sadie's accent was equally discordant. Despite being a Chinese citizen, she spoke with a British accent, on account of spending most of her formative years in London. After that, she'd attended Harvard, where she'd met Dat Bao. The pair had been friends ever since, so when she returned home to Hong Kong during the winter break before the world's transformation, he'd come with her. It was a lucky break, too, because he'd proven a stalwart companion through all the troubles. Just as fortunately, her brother had risen to great heights, and had taken on the responsibilities of leading their forces while she sought help against the undead blight that threatened to overwhelm their settlement and sweep across the world. It was that experience with the unliving that gave her, and Dat Bao, insight into what they both felt. "Sorry, bro. You feel it, right?" Dad asked. "Do you think they are near a primal realm too?" No, Sadie stated, looking around the rooms where they'd been left. They were luxurious, far more so than anywhere else they'd been, but Sadie wasn't impressed by wealth. The Ethera density is far too low. And no vampires walking around, either. No zombies. I haven't seen any ghouls. There is that to consider as well, she admitted. I believe there may be a necromancer around. Sadie hated that she knew so much about the various flavors of undead. However, it was inevitable, considering how she'd spent most of the past 3 years. Soon after Earth had been touched by the World Tree, she had accepted the responsibilities thrust upon her by her grandfather. He'd known, even then, that Hong Kong would need to be guided by a strong hand, and he'd pushed her and her siblings, Nico and Lisa, to meet that need. They'd fought and leveled, and when they'd found the nearby primal realm, they'd combated the forces spilling out of it. From the very beginning, they'd been among the strongest people in the world. That was because of the teamwork and complementary classes she and her siblings had taken. For her part, she had chosen the warrior archetype, which had become the crusader class. Lisa had been their sorcerer, taking the inquisitor class. And Nico was their healer, taking the bishop class. And for a while, they held their own. Until Lisa had been killed during an undead offensive. Then, everything had started to fall apart. They'd been steadily pushed back ever since, taking refuge in the ruins of Hong Kong, while the various undead forces surged around them. Dat, with his witch hunter class, had been invaluable. So were the rest of their thousands of soldiers. Yet, it wasn't enough. Not until Sadie, Dat, and Nico had been given a quest. She still remembered the notification. A powerful entity has offered you a task. Objective. Destroy the summoning ritual. Reward. Blessing of the angel, Gabriel. Do you accept? At first, she'd been hesitant to accept. However, once Dad had found the ritual, all hesitation vanished. Through one of his class skills, he had discovered that the purpose of the ritual was to summon a demonic monster to Earth. And given the number of sacrifices that had gone into powering it, Sadie had known it would be a powerful creature indeed. And besides, she wasn't so jaded that she wouldn't accept a task from an actual angel. So she and the other two had accepted the quest, and through great hardship, had managed to complete it, sundering the undead force's efforts. The potential rewards had exceeded anything Sadie had ever expected. However, one stood above all else: core advancement. They each chose that option, and they had developed angelic cores, which had given them power none of them could have imagined. As a result, their spells were more potent than ever before. More later, when they finally figured out how to advance their bodies, minds, and souls, they had reached the first stage of cultivation. But it wasn't enough. Even with all that extra power, they still hadn't been able to defeat the undead forces. Their numbers were inexhaustible, and they continuously grew in power. So, while Nico and the rest of their army held the undead to a stalemate, she and Dad had set out on a pilgrimage to seek help against the invasion of the unliving. So far, they'd met no one who could help. Everyone in the New World had problems, and few were willing to weaken their own defenses to help a bunch of strangers. Still, she held out hope for the newly renamed Valoria. Now, though, with the scent of undeath hanging in the air, Sadie had her doubts. Finally, after hours of waiting which Sadie spent pacing back and forth across the plush carpet, someone came through the door. The small, waifish woman wore far too much makeup, and her dress was unflatteringly tight. The 4 men who followed had the bearing of experienced soldiers. Finally, a man with dark hair and a condescending expression came in. "Welcome to Valoria," the woman said. "May I have the pleasure of introducing His Majesty, King Roman Kane." Sadie nearly rolled her eyes at that title. There was so much wrong with the introduction that it felt like a child's play. However, the name did ring a bell, and after only a moment, she recalled that she'd last seen it on the 10th spot of the power rankings. In fact, she'd watched the name's steady rise over the past few months. So, either the man stood on a mountain of recently killed bodies, or he'd found some loophole in progression. Whatever the case, he had at least some power, though Sadie knew from experience that levels were less a mark of power and more an indicator of a person's progress. Certainly, some degree of might came with each level, but it was only one of many factors that contributed to a person's strength. "Thank you for seeing me, Your Majesty," Sadie said, bowing in respect. Whatever the man's story, he had a powerful force behind him. Millions of people owed him their allegiance, which meant that he stood to help her cause. That deserved acknowledgement. "Not at all," the man said, affecting a strangely formal tone that bore a hint of an accent that she knew wasn't real. "It is the least I could do for a fellow ranker." "Indeed," she said. "May I speak bluntly and without preamble?" "You may." "We need help," Sadie stated. Then, she launched into an explanation of the situation, ending with a plea for assistance. "If we do not gather a powerful force, we will fall, and the undead menace will spread across the world." The self-styled king frowned. Then he said, "I apologize, but as of now, we cannot afford to send help. However, if you can hold the line for a few more months, there is a chance that I could send a few battalions." "A few months, bro. We'll be dead by then." Sadie saw the king's knuckles whiten as he clutched his fists. His voice was calm when he said, "It is the best I can offer. We have our own problems. Our own battles to fight. My first priority is to keep my people safe. Fighting your battles for you would jeopardize that endeavor." "I am sorry." Sadie just shook her head in disappointment, but she didn't push. It would do no good. So, after a few more minutes, during which she discussed local events, getting a lay of the land was incredibly important. Sadie and Dat left the depressingly gothic palace behind. "Seattle?" she asked, looking at the map she had brought along. Dat said, "Sure, bro. I've always wanted to see the Space Needle." Ethan Edmund sat at his desk, examining a crystal. It was a synthetic treasure created in one of his mineral gardens, and even though it was barely more than simple grade, as such things were measured, it emitted a power that would nearly rival that of a wild natural treasure. Still, he wasn't happy with the result. He knew his people could do better. With how many coins he'd sunk into the project, they needed to, or he would lose everything. Not soon. It would take centuries before the bill would come due. But it would come eventually. "It is passable," he said, looking up at the mineralogists. He'd raised the pair from childhood, not personally, obviously ushering them to the scholar archetype, then pushing them into the rare mineralogist class, all in the hopes that they could help the Eason family climb to new heights. Most factions did so by colonizing newly integrated worlds, but that was a time-consuming and financially debilitating tactic. For one, simply reaching those new worlds was expensive, but sending a force large enough to make a difference would bankrupt all but the wealthiest families in the empire. That was why most turned to mercenary companies like Black Sky, who had been granted special dispensations by the cult of the World Tree. Or they sent their least talented youths, a tactic which was rarely successful enough to rely upon. Still, if a settlement gained a foothold in such worlds, the benefits could be vast. Of course, those worlds faced many challenges of their own. Most ended up being excised from the World Tree's influence and left to drift into the void. Or they were converted into ancestral realms. But the ones that survived the trials before them played host to powerful natives with many advantages that made them difficult to dislodge, even when so many rewards were on offer. To Edmund, it had always seemed incredibly unfair. Artificially propping up the weak until they could stand up to their betters benefited no one. Better that those natives bend the knee to someone who could protect them, who could usher them to true power, who could show them how the multiverse worked. The World Tree and its damnable cult had other ideas, though, and just like everyone else, Edmund had no choice but to abide by their rules. So, without the wealth necessary to send multiple expeditions to newly touched worlds, all in the slim hope that they could survive, he'd turned to the idea of creating his own treasures. It wasn't an unheard of method. In fact, it was quite common. That was what classes like the various flavors of farmers and horticulturists did, albeit on a broad and comparatively weak scale. Yet, those synthetic treasures could never benefit anyone above the mortal rank. And who cared about them? Sure, that was the beginning, but there were countless means of progressing through those levels and preparing to become one of the ascended. Yet, after that was the true bottleneck, and the difficulty of progressing after that point was why the order of the universe rarely changed. The powerful remained powerful, and the weak continued to muck through whatever scraps they could find. Anyone with the ability to grow synthetic treasures that could rival the power of equivalently graded natural treasures would upset that balance. They would rise to the top and carve out a place for their followers. For those on the bottom rung of the multiversal power scale, it was the only way forward. "What level have you reached?" he asked. 102, said the one on the right. Edmund had never bothered learning their names. He rarely did, even with his own family, much less a pair of orphans with potential. Once they ascended and realized some of that potential, he might deign to learn their names. Maybe. Definitely, once they reached the demigod stage. He might even invite them to supper if they matched his own deity stage. But he wouldn't serve them anything remarkable. They were mere commoners, after all. 23 more levels, Edmund said, tossing the valuable gem onto his desk. It slid across, then came to a stop only an inch from the edge. The two mineralogists both had to suppress gasps. To Edmund it was trash, but for them, it represented the culmination of years' worth of labor. Such small dreams. Report to Elder Ram. She will create a training plan to push the both of you to ascendancy. After that, perhaps you will be able to create something worthwhile. Pardon, Grand Master. What? He asked. Will we be required to enter a tower? Asked the gnome on the left. She was pretty enough, and once she reached a proper stage of development, she might even be beautiful. He would keep an eye on her. Of course. Killing those monsters in the tower is the most efficient means of leveling, Edmund stated. I will. The world shook, cutting him off. The two weaklings screamed in unmitigated fear, clutching one another as if it would do any good. For his part, Edmund spun up 3 spells, adding a defensive ability to the mix. Ice encased his body, forming into a suit of armor that tripled his size. Then, he dragged a wand from the storage pouch at his belt, ready to respond to anyone who would dare threaten his world. Not so much because he cared about the place. Or certainly not the people who called it home. Rather, because he could not be seen to allow such an affront to his authority. That would invite challenge, and after spending so much of his power to offer that oaf a quest to avenge his idiot great-grandson's death, he was disgustingly vulnerable. Cabot had been a moron. He'd thrown a century's worth of planning aside in an effort to forge his own path. Edmund could have respected that if the idiot hadn't gotten himself killed. And as with a threat to his planet, Edmund couldn't allow the murder of a member of his family to go unanswered. But then the barbarian had actually failed, creating a backlash that worsened Edmund's weakness. As a result, he was weaker than he'd been since he'd reached the deity stage more than a century past. Still, he could deal with some uppity. The shaking abruptly ceased. The pair of unbalanced mineralogists fell to the floor, scuffing the tiles. Edmund had obliterated people for less, but he stayed his hand. Instead, he cast his senses across his lands, finding a disturbing absence. It was one thing if a fight was imminent. Edmund had come up the hard way, scratching and clawing for every level he gained. So he was prepared for a battle. However, the lack of any obvious threat was disturbing in a way that no enemy could be. Because it represented 2 options, both of which were terrifying. While Edmund tried to wrap his mind around what either of those possibilities might mean, the door to his office swung open. He was about to tell his servants off for interrupting him, when a vision of beauty glided through the door. She looked human. Mostly. And while Edmund wasn't normally attracted to such gangly creatures, give him a proper gnomish wench any night of the week, he could not deny the woman's striking appearance. It was real, too. No illusions. No glamours. Just simple perfection. Golden hair fell upon slim shoulders, framing a visage that was both delicate and commanding, in equal measure. Her eyes were lined in what looked like golden makeup, but upon further inspection, Edmund realized that it was decorated with tiny, glittering scales. He whispered, "Oh gods." Similar scales created a pattern on her neck that fell down to her breastbone. And though Edmund suspected that they continued across her torso, the woman's white robes prevented him from confirming those suspicions. She stepped forward, her movement somehow sinuous, and gave him a slight, knowing smile. "I do not require your worship, Eason Edmund. Just your obedience." "Transcendent." "Indeed," was her reply. "I apologize for any disruption my arrival might have caused. Veiling my presence is impossible while traveling through the world tree. A hint of my power peeked through before I could corral it. I will, of course, pay appropriate reparations, should you so require." "Ah, that is not necessary, Your Eminence," he said after finding his voice. He let his ice armor fall away, lest he offend the powerful visitor. "Nonsense. Have your accountants send a bill to my seneschal on planet Sethik," she said. "That is inside the Empire of Scale, of course. Certainly, you will have no trouble finding it." Edmund dipped his head in subservience. "As you wish, Your Eminence," he breathed as confidently as he could manage. However, his heart beat out of control as he faced someone who had reached the pinnacle of measurable progression. How far behind that she'd managed to climb was anyone's guess. Certainly, he lacked the ability to discern the details. Still, he couldn't stop himself from using icy gaze. The results were disturbing. Name, Alyssa. Archetype, sorcerer. Level, 1000 plus. It had been some time since Edmund's identification spell had failed so spectacularly. And given that it had only provided basic information, and incompletely at that, that was the only way to label it. However, even that tiny bit of information was enough to give a lesser gnome a heart attack. He'd known she had reached the transcendent stage. That was obvious from the moment he'd laid eyes on the woman. Or dragon. He'd never met one in person, but everyone had heard the stories. And Edmund was no exception. Now that he'd seen one, he felt that the descriptions were woefully inadequate. Rumor said that, as they progressed, they gained the ability to refine their secondary form. Clearly, this Alyssa had a soft spot for humans, and had chosen her form accordingly, though with some nods to her draconic race. "Tell me, Eason Edmund," she said, her voice losing that small hint of kindness it had possessed only a moment before. "Are all gnomes afflicted with such a blatant disregard for common courtesy? Or is it just you?" It took him a moment to recognize his error. For so long, he'd been at the top of the heap. The king of the hill, so to speak. That meant that he could examine anyone he wished to inspect, and with as much scrutiny as he liked. However, doing so in the wider multiverse was generally frowned upon. He prostrated himself, apologizing profusely. "I meant no disrespect, revered elder," he pleaded. "A bad habit, nothing more. Arise, gnome. You mustn't lose face in front of your subjects," she said, glancing at the pair of cowering mineralogists with a flash of disapproval. Edmund understood that much, at least. They were truly disgusting things, wearing no better than simple-grade clothing. He pushed himself to his feet, dusting off his own sacred-grade robes. They would have been deific, but finding a deity stage crafter was almost impossible among his allies, and none existed within his realm. It was one more reason he needed to create more growth. "May I offer you some refreshments? A slave or two?" "We are." "I need nothing from you, gnome," she said. Her eyes flashed reptilian for the briefest of moments, then returned to a more normal human appearance. "Save for one thing. Say it, and I shall endeavor to make it a reality." "Good. I am pleased that you are so eager to make amends." "Amends? What have I done to offend you, Transcendent One?" he asked, his mouth going dry. "You do not know," she asked. "Did you not wonder why your great-grandson spent a small fortune to hire ritualists from a group of known adherents to the Church of the Ravena? Devourers. The worst sort," she answered. "I knew nothing of this. The boy was headstrong and stubborn. He left the family years ago. Last I checked, he'd joined a mercenary group and headed to some backwater world on the frontier. Suddenly, all the air left the room, and an immeasurable pressure descended on Edmund. "Do not lie to me, child," she said evenly. Then, the pressure disappeared, and the air returned as if it had never been gone. It had only lasted an instant, which normally would have been no threat to Edmund's endurance. Yet, he found himself gasping for breath. It didn't help. The monster before him wasn't simply one step ahead of him. She was practically a different species. Often, his people referred to him as a god, but Alyssa was as far ahead of him as he stood above even the lowest peasant who'd barely begun on the path of cultivation. "By the time I found out, he was already dead," he admitted. "Yet you intervened on a newly touched world. You offered a quest." "It is my right to avenge my descendant's death," he said quietly. It was barely more than a whisper, but it was backed up by his considerable will. He looked up and into the dragon's eyes. "That is the way it has always been done. I broke no precepts. I did not descend upon the planet myself. I did everything by the book." "Indeed," she said, stepping forward. She was only a couple of feet taller than him, short by human standards, but with that footfall, she seemed to grow. "I must ask you, then, how I should respond to the ancestor of the gnome who abducted my daughter and attempted to drain her essence as if she was a natural treasure." What? Alyssa's hand shot out, faster even than Edmund could track. Before he knew it, she had him by the throat and held him aloft. He didn't need to breathe much, but having her hand it had become a claw, golden-scaled and powerful beyond measure around his neck was nearly enough to elicit panic. "My daughter," she growled, enunciating the words very carefully. "A mere child, barely more than a hatchling. The druid you attempted to have killed saved her from that fate. Then, he killed your pitiful descendant like the affront to nature he was. He was acting on my behalf. If you take issue with that, then you are more than welcome to address your concerns with me. Would you like to do that, Edmund? I am here to meet your challenge, should that be the path you desire." "And no. I can't hear you," she said, pulling him closer. "I do not." She dropped him. "That is good," Alyssa said, the feeling of looming power falling away. When it did, she felt no larger than when she'd first entered the office. "Then I must request that you push your grudge against the druid aside." The threat in that command was clear. If he attempted to harm the druid again, even by proxy, he would incur the wrath of a transcendent. Which was suicide. If Alyssa was truly angry, she would destroy the whole planet. Perhaps the entire system. And no one would step up to stop her. Because no one who cared about him, his planet, or the system to which they were attached was powerful enough. As unfair as it was, Alyssa could do whatever she liked, and no one would challenge her. So he bowed his head and said, "As you say, honored dragon. I will leave my grudge, here and now." "Good," she said. "Then I shall take my leave." With that, she simply disappeared as if she'd never even existed. Panting, Edmund struggled to calm himself until he noticed the pair of mineralogists still cowering on the floor. They both looked at him with wide, tearful eyes. They had seen everything. His weakness. Tales of his own cowardice, understandable though it was, could not spread. "Pity," he said. "I had such high hopes for the two of you." "Master, The once promising mineralogist never got the chance to utter a full sentence. Instead, her head was pierced through by a spear of ice. Then, her partner's head exploded under similar force. With a sigh, he just shook his head. Now he would have to start all over. No matter he'd lived for thousands of years. What was a few decades' delay, really? On the scale of one who'd reached the deity stage, it was no more than the blink of an eye.